Good morning, everybody. Back to the 7 a.m. starts, man. Tough. But we must power through. Alright. So, there are two sets going on right now. Dark versus Syscon and Nika versus Lewis. I want to make sure that everybody's getting covered. That's early work. Everybody's covering Nika versus Lewis. Great! Alrighty. That means we're covering Dark Syscon. See, this is why I didn't update the scoreboard. Well, it's not even about what's the better set, it's which set has the most popular players. What do I think about the new patch? Whoa! Syscon. He's a snake! New patch? Some good stuff in there, some not as good stuff. I did a whole video on it. Not a big fan of the board change. Or NTC change. You'll have some woof woof? Oh, we are guaranteed to have some woof woof today. Thinking. I think I might need a new keyboard. It's like I just type down lightly and then it like spams the key a couple times often, especially for the letters I use a lot. But this keyboard's been through a lot. Alright, so stream title is updated. We should be good to go. This got... To me, it's just important that all the sets are getting covered, especially at this stage in the tournament. And we can set up this the draft for the next game, but we'll not do so now because we got AoE happening and they're going to be starting it up on Arabia. And this should be a good set. Hopefully. Maybe. One can dream. Helps if I launch Capture Age. Make it even more of a dictatorship? Oh no. But I haven't even been doom scrolling Reddit in bed this morning. I just rolled out of bed. Practice it randomly. I hear it's a really good strategy, Margugu. How you doing, man? Nice job yesterday. You played really well. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to see the drafts yet. Let's see. Nope, no civs were drafted randomly in the making of this set. Alrighty, kids. Here in the red to the west of the map, we will have Dark as the Shu. And Syscon is going to be in the blue as the Chinese here to the east. So we've got a mirror matchup to start things off. Yep. Gang tattoos in jail? Yeah, that's not how that works. At least not very well. Alright, so Syscon is sending forth the villagers to gather from the chickens 2 at a time. There is no funneling here, which you can't really even do if the chickens spawn like that. So, we know Chinese are a top-tier Arabia Civ. They've been top-tier for years. And Syscon is, of course, a very, very good Arabia player. Certainly where he's going to be at his best. Oh. Is the Linguini tournament? I read that at first as, is this the lingerie tournament? I'm like, I don't know about that. I don't know. I'm not quite sure I'm ready for that. Oh no. Alright, 20 pop up here with no loom here for Dark. I mean, especially when you're up against Chinese, I kind of like going a little bit greedier and not getting loom. I mean, what are they going to do? Drush you with Chinese? The question is Shu. What to do with the Shu? It's a pretty darn good map for Dark. Just sort of wall over there, and you can wall yourself in the corner very, very nicely. Now, as I keep saying for the Wei and the Shu, it's like, they're fine civs. Like, if you pick Shu and Wei, it's like, okay, you certainly have a route to victory. It's fine, but like, are they so good as to be competing with what the heck is that mining camp? Why not put the mining camp there? I guess he just wants the vills to be closer to the TC, but it's ugly. Hello, Daniro. Well, it is just going to be for a skirmisher opening because that is the best unit in AoE. Loom is almost in. I'm just going to delay the range a little bit. That's fine. Range coming in for Syscon. He will be opening straight archers. Axe coming in here for both. Note that Syscon took a majority of his chickens, and Dark has taken... Oh, no. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to funnel. Get your funnel cakes ready. We're going to the fair. Except this is kind of awkward, because he has to build the gates out a little bit more HP than normal. Because otherwise, the scout can just run in and snipe it. I mean, this is costing resources. But, like, this is 120 wood here, when a mill is 100 wood. Ah. It hurts my soul, guys. Just wall over here and get these 2 resources safe. Hurts my soul! Especially when your opponent's not going scouts or going archers. Ah, well, he hasn't... Did he lose a scout? No, he didn't lose a scout. Oh yeah, I guess he doesn't know for sure then. Well, the chicken funneling is chicken funneling. Dark is actually slightly ahead, though, in resources. 41 seconds idle TC time for Syscon. It's not perfect. It's not, like, bad, but it isn't the super buttery, smooth Chinese start that you're generally looking for. Archer's coming on in. No fletching, but that Vill's in a little bit of trouble. Fletching is actually first on the way here for the red flare. Oh, but that chicken funnel! Oh, what are you gonna do when the funnel comes for you? You need to delete that. I think he did. Chickens were added to provide map generations where you can't push deer. Or the equivalent thereof. Oh, the chicken funnel saves the day! Anyway, nice couple kills there for Dark. Horse Collar now in before the very first farm is seeded. That's always a nice win. Syscon, of course, 7 farms already is Chinese. A thing in the pup? I think it is. I keep on wanting to ask the devs if they... if they philosophically agree with the chicken funnel and they plan on addressing it, not the scout cavalry. Well, that is 3 kills and 0 deaths in favor of Dark so far. He is only 1 Vil behind the Chinese player, and of course he has the better lumberjacks. Catch the deer? Because I think they want deer pushing to some degree. Anyway, Dark is going to be fully walled at this point. Syscon not too far off himself from being fully walled. But to me, the question still remains, what are you going to do with the shoe? Players' Castle Age uptimes are going to be looking fairly similar. You might see Syscon clicking up a tad sooner. If you look here at the res collected, the Chinese player should be ahead, and indeed they are, but not by that much, honestly. No, being boring and tedious is really the point of the Ornlu stream. Not really RTSs in general. Ah, it kills me, guys! Less surface area to wall. Here than here. Gets more map control, but he didn't know his opponent was going archers and not scouts, so he didn't want to get a Vil picked off further away from the TC. Wait, is that a new? When did they add Arabian wolves? Alright. Lodge des Chateaux is on the way. And are we going to be seeing a house? Okay. I thought it was going to go forward. No, that's just a house. Long ago? I mean, let's be real. I mean, I'm still not used to Palisade gates. Still don't have a hotkey for Palisade gates. Maybe one day I will. Alright, second mining camp coming in. This is kind of interesting, and perhaps indicates that you want to go for some heavy 1TC play. Yep. Like, the upper class hunting always was like, is always the saddest thing to me. It's not like you're even, like, going out and actually hunting. You're just having, like, a bunch of grunts do all the hard work, and then you just go in and kill the thing. Hello, Max. I am barely awake. Getting more serious, yeah. Dark does that sometimes, just goes all random civs. Anyway, look at this from Syscon. Ooh. Alright, guys, this is going to be the dynamic. It's I mean, I guess you could still just add 2 TCs as Dark. Not like he sold any resources at the market. He doesn't have a market. Okay, Siege Workshop coming in. Huh? Okay, that's going to be for ATC. But this is a very, very greedy approach. Oh my goodness, look at this. It's 2 TCs extra here as the Chinese. With 1 archery range. Now, here's the thing. Dark's eco has been much smoother. Little annoying there. Why, good morning, Orgy. I got a mangonel on the way. Alright, nice couple kills here for Syscon. But those 10% faster moving mangonels is a nice little bonus. I mean, look, them zoom. Them zoom, zoom, zoom. Well, just been a little bit of a nuisance there. For the zoom! Indeed. Alright, Siege Workshop coming in over here. Wheelbarrow as well, but remember guys, Syscon has been exceptionally greedy, going for 2 extra TCs and no extra military buildings until, you know, this first rocket cart's on the way. And she will have that advantage in the mangonel fight. It looks like Red built an outpost somewhere, so he'll have to long distance mine the stone if he wants another TC. I mean, we're at 4 mangonels at this point, guys. That's a lot. Ah, there's the outpost. Oh, I like that a lot, actually. I mean, I keep saying that in the current meta, it's always so nice to have the forward Repairville. Does he also have Town Watch? I don't think so. No, no Town Watch yet. Ballistics is in, though, whereas it is not in here for red. Oh, the skirms, man! The skirms don't give a floof, but there's another mangonel coming in! I mean, this is causing a lot of economic disruption. It's like if your government decides to just slap tariffs on a bunch of random countries. That kind of economic disruption. Oh, and then you fire the guy who tells you that your dumb economic policy was dumb. Alright, well now that's you might need to even delete some of those buildings. But Dark is in a very, very good spot. Hey Mesmore, hope you're doing well, man. Alright, remember, Red has the outpost here. Always, always a fan of 1, having the forward villagers, and 2, having the outpost, especially as this game will likely be decided on the mangonel / rocket cart micro. Which is the numbers? Yes, the classic case of shooting the messenger. Alright, market and university both on their way. Still, we got 3 rocket carts over here, 3 mangonels, but honestly, the shoe bonus with the 10% faster moving mangonels, it's a nice touch, but great job there from Syscon. That's a 2 for 1. He's ahead by 13 vills. Resources collected are starting to get in his face. That's another... Oh! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, there's another kill. Gonna start to even things up a little bit more. Now we got another Siege Workshop coming in. No more skirmishers are being queued up. That's probably something that you need to get back on just to have something here. Syscon is almost ready for a castle. This is intense, guys. Looks like some repairs are being rushed up on that rocket cart. Like, honestly, at Castle Age, I would rather have mangonels than rocket carts. Even if rocket carts have more DPS versus buildings, I think I'd rather have the 5 HP. Uh-oh. Syscon's micro has been solid. Castle coming up over here to the east. It's in, like, a good spot to defend, but obviously this whole western side of your base is still open to attack. A Chuko new switch could certainly not be a bad thing, but look at this, guys. Dark with that 2 TC fast imp. Guys, where have I ever seen a Russian player on Arabia go for some Castle Age pressure on 2 TCs and then go for the fast imp kill? I don't think I've ever seen that exact situation before. Never, ever, ever. Guys, this is something that Vinchester did, like, all the way up until the finals of one of the KOTDs. It's fun, though. Not something we see every day, as players are generally very passive and eco-oriented. Oh, Vinch absolutely still does it. Yeah, Thumb Ring coming in nice and cheap here for the shoe. And I mean, look at this, he's using both Siege Workshops still. I really think that Syscon could be running on borrowed time here. Because remember, guys, you don't need a castle for your trebs as the shoe. I mean, the traction trebs are still kind of meh, but yeah, do you get them out nice and cheap? And fast. Well, actually, not that cheap. And not that fast. But you don't need a castle for them. Dark also picking up a couple relics. But that is for the Jurchens, not the shoe. Right. Archery range is demolished here. So you're going to have around a minute and a half of an Imperial Age timing advantage. This whole western side of Syscon's base is still open, or zooming forward here for the mangonels. Actually, they get slightly faster in Imperial Age. 15%. For maximum zooming! Alright, one build goes down. Only 6 total villagers have died this game, which is actually pretty impressive. That is the Imp TC, mind you. That is the Imp TC. Skirmishers here are going to try and buy a little bit more time. But I'm not too sure what your Imp plan is here as Syscon. Like, obviously, you know, relevant skirmisher upgrades, but, like, what else are you doing? Traction trebs are on the way. Maybe he's going to go for rocket carts. Honestly, rocket carts feel like a really good idea. There's only one left. Look at this! Oh, man. You'll love to see that. Gonna start to wall in his opponent. Oh, a Cavalier switch. Oh, this is way too slow, guys. Way, 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 way too slow. I know he's playing as the Chinese, not the Wei, but it's still way too slow. Like, honestly, Onagers and the Heavy Rocket Cart both feel like pretty good techs here. Siege Engineers coming in as well. Nice snag there on the skirmishers. I mean, remember, Syscon does have a superior eco, but not by that much. Like, 1,500 resources at this stage of the game, it's like, you know, it's nice, but it's not anything that extravagant. Yeah, I would prefer Onager to Siege Engineers in general, but the Siege Engineers also impacts the Traction Trebuchets, which is, you know, that's nice. More vills are going to be dropping here in the back of the base. As the zooming continues. Syscon's still got 2 relics and all of this pressure, which is really nice from him. Note that Dark has never added a 3rd TC. It's just been the 2. So we still on a bit of a timer. We have Cavalier production starting. But, I mean, Arbs aren't the worst unit in the world against Cavalier, of course, especially once you get the unique tech here for the shoe, which is how much again? 650, 750. Okay, that is pretty expensive. Siege plays. Oh, I think that Siege is some of the most fun AoE to watch. And now it's time for skirmishers. Alrighty. Siege Workshop is under threat. We have another rocket card incoming. And of course, remember that the traction trebs are just not as exciting as you'd like them to be versus buildings. Oh, doesn't even get its full volley off. Plate barding armor coming in. I honestly wonder if just going for heavy rocket cart would have been easier, and it would have been much faster. Now you're out of gold because you're walled in on this side, and you're actively getting pushed on this side. It just doesn't feel like you have enough here for a Cavalier switch. How much of Syscon's resource lead is in wood? 3,000. I mean, he's got 2,000 more food, but yeah, you're out of gold. Oh, Bills. Oh, he doesn't have ballistics. Oh, no. Well, that castle's going to go down soon, and now might be the hour for the Riders of Rohan. But, like, he's going to lose the castle. And it is actually a little bit tricky to snipe the traction trebs, but the archers here are out of position. Skirms here are going to go against the other skirmishers, and Syscon here is going to be pushing back. Those traction trebs are in a world of trouble. Really, really needs to secure that forward gold. Pretty good micro, but now there's this castle here in the middle of the map. Got another castle here to the south, going to secure some extra stone income, and I'm just not convinced that this is good enough at all here for Syscon, especially considering he has that lack of gold. Some bills might die here. But Syscon, of course, is having so much more economic inefficiency relative to his opponent. +4 defense is always nice, but... Forward TC, let's go! Alright, I guess Thumb Ring, sure, why not? Double Cavalier here gonna come in for a counterattack. I have been abandoned by my corgi. Here, Syscon can take gold right there. Great place for Syscon to take gold. No, Dark is keeping him off that resource very effectively. I mean, I love the wall over here. Completely lock your opponent into this corner of the map and prevent some sneaking out to take gold over there. A bolt magazine incoming. Are you ready to bolt up? I kid you not, that is the Los Angeles Chargers motto, is bolt up. No, we got a corgi intentionally. Alright guys, let's bolt up here. Yeah, it's exactly that. It's 1 damage, but it's also inaccurate. So it doesn't always, it often doesn't hit the target that's intended. Because of the charges? Yep. Alright, trying to dance around the Cavalier, but your gold income is just so heavily stymied. I'm not sure that you can keep this up. You have more and more archers on the way. The traction trebs can even help out a little bit here as well. Gonna demolish some production, and this should be a game number 1 win here for Dark. Design your team around? I don't know exactly why the Chargers are called the Chargers. I thought they were named after Chargers as in horses, but their logo is a lightning bolt. I mean, you have a few more Cavalier on the way. You actually have a lot of stone right now as Syscon. But this just does not feel sustainable whatsoever. Dark himself, look, he's fully boomed up. Oh, I mean, Dark is absolutely trying to shoo Syscon out of this game, if you know what I mean. I mean, Syscon, I mean, he's fighting, right? He's trying his best here. But I just don't know if you can sustain this with the Imperial army. I honestly really would like to see Onagers from either side, though. Obviously, Syscon can't afford it, but at this point, I'd like to see Onagers from Dark, man. You have the Siege Workshops right here. Mixing in some more skirmishers. Denying the gold income. Syscon actually had 3 relics. Wow, that's impressive. Town patrol and the forward TC. That's how you do it. I mean, a help switch at some point would not be a bad idea. Castle there is under pressure, and it is max pop versus sub-max pop, and you can see the KD still in favor of Dark. More arbs! I mean, that's a lot of traction trebs. We're at 8 trebs, which is the equivalent of 4 regular trebs against buildings. Yeah, honestly, the Feather Guard would be the best unit here. They're good against both skirmishers and cavalry. Well, guys, you could have a do-it-yourself onager here with the traction trebs. I mean, they're at 9 traction trebs. That's a lot of traction treb per traction treb. Typing the relic house, or monasteries as some people call them. Equals Lodger, basically. Right, another archery range, almost demolished. I mean, again, like, Syscon is really doing his best to keep himself in this game, but unfortunately, I just don't see how this works in even the medium run. Dark still has tons of every resource. And to Kev, boring! Wow, those Cavalier actually dodged most of the projectiles, and here they are charging forth. Alright, this has to be an absolutely crushing fight here for Syscon. Skirms pouncing in here onto the archers. I mean, it's not a bad fight. And if Syscon had, like, basically any amount of gold that he had stockpiled or had access to, then I'd feel a lot better about him. I mean, they do, but less hard, shall we say, than regular skirmishers. He's like, give me some gold, man. I need it. Gets the trap there. I mean, you are just going to be running out of resources in the back here, but guys, Syscon is max pop. I don't know why you need, like, thinking all these traction traps. I'd rather just have Onager. Or White Feather Guards. Honestly, this castle is nice, but I would have preferred it to curtail any expansion here to the south. No, traction traps do not have splash damage. Oh, Syscon is absolutely fighting here. Yeah, Syscon is back to taking gold, and there's like, what, how much gold here? Like 3k? Yeah, 3k-ish. 3k gold can turn into a lot more Cavalier. Dark's still way ahead in the resources destroyed, but Syscon is max pop still. We're 50 minutes here into this game number 1, and maybe we did pick the right series to cast. That's a lot of skirms, but I don't know if the shoe is on the other foot quite yet. Alright, Light Cav charging forward, but remember, the shoe Light Cav are terrible. Only forging, no iron casting, no bloodlines, of course, either. Alright, that's a good castle there. More army coming in for Dark. He has 70 units in the queue versus, like, I don't know, 50-ish. And there's the GG called. A very valiant effort for Syscon, but ultimately, Dark did too good of a job establishing map control with his 2 TC pressure. The imp time was, just a little too good, 7% difference in eco efficiency, and Syscon just didn't have the gold to tech into anything enough that's useful. Just see right there the difference in the gold collected. Good solid game number 1, though. The 369 APM is, I think, when you're dancing back and forth trying to micro your cavalry to dodge archer shots. I think that's usually when the APM spikes the most. Alright, and that was the number 1 Civ pick for Syscon. Get the rest of this draft up for you guys. We have successfully Chicken Arabia'd. Oh god, Dark did random his maps. Oh no! Uh-oh. Alright, so randoming all the maps. Oh, we could see Khmer finally. The map that's always drafted and never played. Yeah, you have to play the Cumans on Khmer so you can have the Khmer. The Khmer on Khmer. Unfortunately, it obviously looks like a water map, so don't think we're seeing humans on it. Alright, we're going to A-Crop next. That's what the cool kids call the map. Yeah, guys, I'm real hip and happen with the kids. I am a Gen Z hip kid. And resign all others. Tristan the Elephant, the legend, man. That was a fun one. I gotta say, I am proud of the maps and the games that have been delivered in all the tournaments I have been affiliated with. It's Gen Alpha now? Oh, no. Alright, guys, here we are, Acropolis game number 2. It will have Dark in the red as the Portuguese to the west. Took the first one with some nice Winchester-esque 2TC aggression. And to the east in the blue, as the Hindustanis lost the first one, but still played well. And that's the nice thing about these qualifiers is that from the get-go, we've had some very interesting and competitive matchups. Indeed, it is Portuguese versus Hindustanis, so two very strong civs. Pawns to hold on the flank. Yep. Basically. You see, but what the T-West propaganda machine doesn't tell you is that T-West himself does the exact same thing whenever he's pocket. He just likes picking flank for some reason. I'm actually fine playing flank. I actually think I am better at flank than pocket in a lot of ways. I think I have a higher win rate on flank. Beautiful lies. Alright, so are we going to see a dock from either player? I actually don't mind at all the 7 shorefish here. Just boom into Chi-Chi. That's true. Why is Dark? Oh, so this guy got Loom. Maybe he got House there early on. As it stands, like, as far as Portuguese versus Hindustanis, like, what's the better civ on a map like this? I actually do prefer Hindustanis a little bit. As much as I generally think Portuguese are just, you know, one of the best civs in all situations, this map in particular is more open than Arabia, and therefore the civ with the better mobility is one that I would give the edge to, which is, in this case, Hindustanis with better cav archers, better hussars, and, of course, the camels. But Portuguese are fine, right? It's not like it's a bib win or anything. And no dock either. So this Acropolis pond at the bottom. Doing just fine. Nothing too exciting. Uptimes are... Oh, it's just like, how are they not identical? It's because of Loom research is slightly faster as the Portuguese. It's like, riddle me this, Batman. 0 units killed, 0 seconds idle TC time for either player, and not identical uptimes. But yeah, it's because Loom research is slightly faster with Portuguese. Alright, second lumber camp covered for. This is actually a nice little area you can defend. You can, like, wall like so. And even secure some forward gold nice and early. I don't see a barracks yet. Okay, that's a late dock. Normally, if you're gonna dock at all, you would have done so by now. Aren't you gonna need a barracks? Syscon is gonna, I guess, just be opening archers. How high could you get in 1v1 rating without Loom? Not that high. Unless you're only playing maps where getting Loom doesn't usually matter that much, but even so. I don't know if Hera could even make it past 2k without ever getting Loom. Especially if he's only playing Arabia. Only matters Dark Feudal? It matters at all stages of the game, but I don't see how you can ever... Like, against somebody who can effectively punish someone who doesn't have Loom. Alright. Gets the Spearman poke there, and I guess this is okay-ish for Dark. I mean, yeah, maybe Hera's a bad example, but most, even like, you know, a top 20 player probably couldn't get past round 2k. Yeah, Hera used to be a super aggressive player back when he was a kiddo. Alright, archery range coming in. I mean, this is a pretty greedy opening here for Dark. Now, he is ahead in resources, so, I mean, there is benefit to this. but his vills are looking mighty exposed. And he's going archers himself? Don't you need to go for your own skirmishers here? Well, 3 archers coming forth. The blacksmith is on its way here for Syscon. Blacksmith also here for Dark. I mean, I guess he isn't losing anything other than his starting scout. Those vills are going to have to retreat. Thankfully for Dark, the vills can kind of work under the TC and you can minimize the amount of idling that you have. TC arrow fire, accurate as always. Up until the next patch. Which I'm kind of curious as to when that's going to drop. Or if they're going to make any changes from the pup. Like maybe they do away with the boar change due to backlash. They've done it before. Or as you could say in this case, they've done it before. Eh? I'm really funny, guys. I'm really funny. Alright, range number 2 coming in now for Dark, as he is transitioning to the proper unit composition. There we go, this is how you AoE. None of these namby-pamby non-skirmisher units. Alright. So I guess you're gonna still kind of go for that mix of units here from Dark. Horse Collar coming in before the first farm is seated. Always a nice pickup there. And Dark is still adding in more fishing ships. The joke of the stream? I thought the stream itself was the joke. Oh, scouts are out here. And there indeed is the first villager kill. We have Syscon starting to develop that scout plus archer army comp. Well, no way 5 fishing ships is worth it, but about 6 fishing ships. It's like, what could be worse than a giant paint bubble? 2 giant paint bubbles. Alright, Bloodline's coming in now for the scouts of Syscon. He is 5 vills behind, though. Granted, he's also invested a lot less into this, because this is, what, 6 times 75 is, 450 wood plus a dock, make that 600 wood even. Like, that's a lot of wood invested. Alright, Stable coming in here for Dark. Nice to always be able to pick up Horse Collar, though, before you start seeding a ton of farms. Because, like, back in the day, players would end up getting Horse Collar a lot earlier because builds weren't as tight. So you could have just, like, click up later on, like, 21 or 22 pop more easily. So if things ended up in a long-term feudal game, you at least had the Horse Collar farms to fall back to before you had that second round that you needed to go for. I don't know, Bloodless. There are 7 shorefish here. There's still 836 food. Oh, hey, Hope. Love fish? I do too. Fish is tasty. It's also good for your AoE food eco. Alright, Bill there. Gonna go down, so 2 villagers killed here by Syscon. Fortune gonna be in here for both players as well. Bill, army control good so far for blue. Now it's starting to go down. They have that +1 defense as well as bloodlines. Germ's diving forward. They do have +1. I mean, overall, I got all the blacksmith upgrades except for the infantry armor now with Syscon. And yet, all of this is eventually going to get cleaned up by Dark, who obviously has the much closer reinforcements. Whoa! Whoa there, buckaroo. We're going double range and double stable here as Syscon. Don't easier next round? Yeah, first round against Hearttt is a little rough. Alright, full upgrades here on the scouts for Dark. Full upgrades on the scouts for Syscon. Basically mirrored in upgrades. Yes, those resources are better for Dark. The KD is close, though, and neither player really is much closer towards Castle Age. And look at this, guys. Double range and double stable for each player. Like, this is, like, feudal age aggression from the old times, man. This is fun. And handcart. Wheelbarrow coming in now for Dark as well. Get to research that faster as the Portuguese. It's always a nice little pickup when you can research it. Still, couple archers out of position. Gonna be more kills for Dark, who already has the army lead, mind you. Skirm's here at the front, though. Gonna get a couple of archers as well. This guy must be thinking the same thing. Both players have too many bills on gold, though. You're not going constant double range archer production, so you don't need that many bills on gold. And look at this. Syscon says it is time to go for it, and the skirmisher is coming forward, and this is the downside of going for the archer plus scout comp, is that sometimes if your opponent just says it's time to rock, you just go for the kill right away, and unless you're way ahead in the scout numbers, it is difficult to actually punish this. But yeah, just a great fight there for Syscon, and starts to clean Dark up. He is ahead by 8 in the KD. That was a good decisive engagement when he had just that slight advantage there for a moment. Now it's double scout and double skirmisher coming in. Archers are coming in here as reinforcements, but that was a great start to that fight for Syscon. Army numbers are even still, and Dark is technically ahead in bills because of the fish. Even the fire galley here to help. Is it triple stable? Oh, it is! Oh, man. There we go. But Castle Age here for Syscon, so he actually just cuts all production there for just a second. And selling his stone, he had a lot of extra gold that he could afford to use to buy food at the market. And he is going to be making it his way up to the Castle Age. Agreed! Alright, market coming in for Dark. He'll be able to click up soon as well. And he's also selling his stone. So his own aggression is going to fall by the wayside here. Oh, yeah, those lumberjacks are still pretty exposed. So, what can Syscon do with a minute faster to Castle Age? I assume you're getting light cav? Do you go for camels, though? I think you probably still go for some camels. But players these days really like investing into Elite Skirmisher, because it's typically a pretty consistent upgrade that's going to be useful. But against Triple Stable, that doesn't really feel like the unit of choice. Why a galley instead of a fire ship? The fire ship, if you can bring units close to the fire ship, it's going to give you a bit more consistent damage than a galley is. But, like, I would go for a galley, but I can understand why you'd go for a fire ship. Alright, Bodkin and some camels keyed up. As I suspected, but you've got the high ground here. It's over, Anakin! I don't know about this at all from Dark. What is he doing? I guess he's trying to take a fight before the Castle Age upgrades are in, but that was terrible. What are you doing? What are you doing, Anakin? Oh, now it's a rout. The units are just trying to escape. Alright, a light cav coming in for Dark after he's lost almost all of his scouts, and he's going to be going up against these Hindustani camels. Have archers queued up. And come in with another archery range, but I just think these fights are getting way too bad, way too fast. Oh no, what happened? I think it was just a complete miscalculation there. Well, Hindustani Light Cav gonna get that extra damage versus buildings here. Gonna apply a lot of pressure to that archery range. It's tough, but I think Syscon was, even before that fight, just a little bit more decisive in terms of, like, okay, we're going for these buildings. We're now gonna just cut production and go up to Castle Age. Anyway, more villagers going down, and it does not matter at all that Dark has the better eco if he cannot take better fights, and that resources destroyed is a lot better here for Syscon. Camel's gonna make mincemeat of those light cav, and this could be a tied series here in just a moment. "71 kills with 37 deaths. Really good fights from Syscon this game. Don't worry, we got the fire galley, though, and all the fish are gone, too, so there goes some of your eco. Not the play. I don't even know if it was the 6 fishing ships. I think that was kind of probably just broke even. I still think Dark has a chance if he just pulls back. It doesn't take that fight uphill. Of course, no ballistics in for the Cav archers. Their upgrades aren't super impressive. Light Cav running around everywhere. I mean, this game is ogre. I mean, CA are doing what they can, but this just doesn't quite feel like enough. You may triumph on the field for a day, but against the power that stirs in the east, there can be no victory. Or whatever Denethor says. You've lost way too much of your own ego at this point. I mean, almost double the KD here for Syscon. Those knights aren't going to do anything against those camels. Yeah. Actually, I don't even think that makes the end sound. Anyway, GG is called, and Syscon ties up the series 1-1. I do think he was a little bit more decisive, but of course it was just this fight here. 28 army to 28 army, and then a second later, 23 army to 9 army. That is not something that you can really deal with. But well done, and we have a series on our hands, so good thing we switched over, because this is a good one. That is the Portuguese losing to the Hindustanis, number 2 pick for each player. No, not Dark's number 1 home map pick! Oh, we got a Khmer sighting, guys! I literally haven't seen this map yet. I don't know what to expect. I'm gonna learn it alongside you guys. We will have to see. It's GG in Russian? Well, yeah. streamer preparing. I don't usually do that. That requires a degree of expertise and professionalism that I generally lack. Right, 15 seconds. Woof woofs. I don't know where Dash is right now. Alrighty, guys, it is Kumir. Alright, so it looks like Pacific Islands-ish. We'll have Dark and the Red as the Dravidians to the southwest. And Armenians here for Syscon to the northeast, so, I mean, obviously water sips. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, this is interesting. Well, what does Komir mean? Like, what is a Komir? I just get Representative James Comer. Rip. Okay, there's apparently a lot of Comers in America. I have no idea. So yeah, it's kind of like Pacific Islands, but they start in the center, which is honestly a pretty neat take. So you have enough resources to get you by. What does Komir mean? You have a lot of oysters here in the water. And you start with a transport ship, just like Pacific Islands. So, my initial prognosis that this was a Pacific Islands variant seems to be accurate. I come here, really? Well, whatever works. Oh, are you supposed to start with the fishing ship? Oh, well. This is one of those situations where I am not an admin for this tournament, and therefore have no say. But yes, it should absolutely be an admin restart if one player is not starting. Message them. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, I'd have to message the admin. The players are in game. Unfortunately, there isn't an easily messageable admin there. Heavenly Chorus, I can just search. Oh, nope. Heavenly Chorus says Dark is missing a fishing ship. Oh. Heavenly Chorus is on. Heavenly Chorus is a good admin. And let me tell you guys, the chances of Dark and Syscon paying attention are, you know, slim to none. Yeah, the oysters are gold on the water. All right, dock number 2 is coming forward here. But yeah, this is an interesting map. I'm pretty curious because you also have like a bunch of like little islands as well that could be good spots for docks and towers as the game goes on. And we're gonna have 3 docks here for Dark. And Syscon, I mean, he's only slightly ahead in resources. Also, as you'll see here in just a moment, guys, Dark is gonna get 200 wood. But it doesn't show up here in Res Collected, which I kind of wish they'd change in Capture Age, because the 200 wood that you get for free, I mean, it might as well. Press collected. Hope in this tournament? He was. Except he ran into Hearttt in the first round, which is a bit rough. But yeah, early on, with a very close rush distance, this should just be an all-out galley war. I mean, you can go forward if you want, but I feel like a galley war is probably going to be the most consistent way you can play it. He's both heated shot civs? Yes.
Hey.
So, dock number 3 coming in, but as you may know, when you're going for galleys, you really want to make sure they're all bunched up together because it's like a blob of cav archers. They're most effective when all in a group. Syscon doesn't have that right now. More galleys can kill TCs? Yeah, that's true. Also, you're just kind of stuck on an island that doesn't have all that much wood on it if you lose the galley war, so I think the design of the map is really cool, but I'm a little worried it's just going to be, okay, whoever wins the galley war in Feudal Age immediately wins the game. That said, oh, you can sail over the oysters. I mean, it makes sense. Don't think an oyster's stopping a big old ship. Like Nomad? You mean not Nomad. But yes, I am similarly worried for not Nomad. But yeah, I wonder how early you want to be getting over to the other islands. Like, late game on this map feels like it would be really cool. But I don't know how we get there. Alright, but the ship numbers are now back in favor of Dark. Says, I don't need no starting fishing ship. Getting a little bit of a shot there on the Fisky Mother. Right now, 9-7 military. Syscon still a little ahead, though. Bit of a scuffle here to the south. Yeah, it is pretty crazy how strong, you know, these shells are. Or like, you know, animal exoskeletons or whatever. Oh, the ships are all grouped up here, though, for Syscon, and that's going to be a nice, easy kill there for Blue. Make that 2. Now, Red is going to be sailing with his own reinforcements down this way. The KD is relatively even still. Fletching's going to be here for Dark in just a moment. It is already in for Syscon. These shells shred ships apart. Ha! She sells seashells on the seashore of the Seychelles. Alright. Things are still even, but that's going to be a dead villager. That guy picked the wrong day to go fishing, man. Oh, those vills are also going to be struggling a little bit. And it's a 2-galley advantage here for Dark, but a 2 fishing ship advantage for Syscon, although he has 2 vills behind. Right, there's the mill coming in, and Dark is also banking up more food at this point. And with the very close rush distance, you gotta be careful of those forage bushes. Oh, look at this, guys. These are, I mean, it's like a third of his opponent's navy is just stuck right here. This could be a devastating fight. But reinforcements are coming in here at the last moment. And that dock is going to go down very quickly. Market now coming in to the west. There's another nice kill for Dark, and I mean, we're just looking at 9 kills to 5 deaths in favor of Blue. They're both doing the same thing, but Dark has a slight edge in it. 2 galleys even able to come around the side and get more fishing ships. At least 2 more. And I think a lot of this just stems from the fact that your docks are all kind of spread apart from each other. It's really difficult to get your navy grouped up together. Market gonna come in for Dark as well, and if he just sells stone and gets up to Castle Age, this game can be over real quick. Yeah, that dock isn't gonna stay alive very long. We're looking at 16 to 20 ships. Castle Age is on the way faster here for Dark, although not by much, by a few seconds. But I'm struggling to find an aspect in this game in which Syscon is actually ahead. Transport's over there in the corner. I wonder when you do start ferrying vills over. Because you really don't have much wood here on the island. Nice little bit of an engagement there. Those ships are going to have to sail away. LingYuan with seafood is very good. LingYuan with clams. Yum yum. Alright. Transport ship is getting replaced there for Dark. So perhaps he is thinking of moving on to another island. Like I said, if we get past the early Feudal Age Galley War, then I think this could be really fun. But I feel like that's always the case with these water maps. And it's just so often it doesn't get past the early Feudal Age Galley War. That said, Syscon is doing what he can to keep himself in this one. He's only behind by 2 in the KD. He's not, like, horrendously behind, but he is kind of, like, a little bit behind in every way. Like this, guys, Dark is gonna come sail away. Come sail away. There you go. Castle Age is in. University right away. War Galley, I'm sure, is gonna be queued up somewhere. There it is. Bodkin coming in. War Galley coming in. And not thinking of moving out to the islands just yet is Syscon. Bills there are going to get discovered. Ballistics is coming in for Blue, not yet for Red, as he's trying to get the TC down first. But we still have that 7-ship advantage here for Dark. Well, I guess that's something that Syscon can be happy about. Getting a few ships of his opponent. And now the Navy numbers are looking a lot closer. Dark's really cutting his Navy production to try and get this TC down. And Res Collector still basically even. Oh boy. Alright, this is the all-out galley fight, but I think Red still might have more, but you just need to bring in these reinforcements, Syscon. Oh, I mean, I think you win it pretty decisively if you bring in the reinforcements. Why do you only bring in 2 of them? Oh, no. Okay, he's still going to win it. And of course, he sees he has the advantage. And I guess when all is said and done, it's a more or less even fight. The KD is literally even, but Dark is going to be getting pretty far ahead in eco. For the second TC, I mean, I think it's a good idea. You're going to run out of resources on your starting island real quick. Yeah, okay, look at that. Blue just now ferrying over, but he needs to get those vills to work. Dark already getting a bit of a resources collected lead that will continue going forward, especially as he's going to have Bosal. 0 farms, by the way, and 0 farms. They only have some fishing ships and whatever villagers are gathering from fish. But Dark is struggling to produce Navy. Look at this here from Syscon. Uh-oh. That's going to be a good fight here for Blue. So that even though he's behind a little bit in the economy, he is just taking good fights, and that is terrible for Dark. And now the KD, which was very even a moment ago, is now heavily in favor of our blue player. There's maybe because he's just trying to do other things. You can see he's actually ahead in wood collected there, and it's not like he's struggling for gold. But he's just trying to get this eco established here on the secondary island. And I mean, so is Blue, but he's not going for the town center. This gun just ferried over the vills to chop the trees. Be going after the boar there, but this is going to be really tough, as chances are Syscon's not going to stop producing Navy. Dark is going for some demos, but it's going to require some lucky demo hits to really have a chance here. Of course, both players are very much struggling to produce villagers. Makes sense. Dark's gonna need to think of something here. But he's not on stone, and I feel like going for maybe some towers on the coastline, or maybe you can get all the way up to a castle that can help you get back on the water. But as it stands, things are going to be very, very difficult because everything is so bombardable from the shoreline. He has a dock over there, but it's nothing that exciting. I mean, I guess he can harass those gold miners. There's still a lot of surface area and many nooks and crannies that you can try and expand. Might even maybe try and go over to the western island. There you go. Second TC is now coming in for Syscon. He is behind by 15 bills. And he is subsequently quite far behind in resources, but he's super far ahead in the resources destroyed, so obviously you're still very happy with this game if you're Syscon. Those are gonna be some more dead bills. Well, a 13-vil lead, but having triple the Navy feels like a much better deal. And honestly, I'm not entirely sure what Dark is doing here. Okay, gonna try and maybe split up your opponent's Navy a little bit, and that's only just now getting Bowsaw as Syscon. Oh, okay, well, that's something. It's not enough, but it's something, I suppose. Oh no, now your own Navy's trapped here in the corner, but you also don't want to be too close to the docks there. Yeah, it's basically snowy Pacific Islands. Yeah, it's still not enough. The issue is you're behind in galleys, and oh hey! Look at this! Oh, the fortified churches are coming in. Oh no! I mean, Dark has a lot of resources. He just can't actually build up a navy anywhere. Still just the 2 TCs and still nobody mining any stone. Alright, those bills are going to need to evacuate. Aleutian Islands? Yeah, basically. Well, he has one warrior priest, and it's coming forward. Dark's gonna need to get those bills over here to work in the west. I hear the shink 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 of the warrior priest. I don't see it anywhere though. Ah, here it is. Yeah, the issue is the KD is only getting worse here for Dark. And without any shoreline defenses, I don't see how he's able to do anything here. It's not getting any better for him. I mean, this is what happens when you both go all-in galleys, and then one guy wins. Yeah, there's probably way more than 2,000 resources destroyed in favor of Syscon. Anyway, GG's called. Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, there really isn't enough of a choice because it seems like it's too difficult to secure any other resources. I mean, I love the map architecture, but I'm not sure that it can work out to do anything other than have every game look exactly like this. I just don't know how much strategic variety there is, at least in the early game. But this is basically exactly how I would expect the map to play out at first blush. Wasn't like that? Okay. I mean, I've only seen one game on this map. But despite dropping the first game, Syscon now is up 2-1. Armenians over Dravidians, so both players losing with their #1 pick Civ. That was Syscon's #1 home map, so we have now left Fish and Fish and Lookout. Look out below! And indeed, Lookout will be the next one, so let's see. Wei or Berbers versus Tatars or Huns? I feel like it's gonna... Honestly, I like this for Dark, though. It's gonna have Berbers versus likely Tatars or Huns. Or what the heck do I know, man? I don't know anything, apparently. Alright, I'm gonna get some more coffee, guys. Hope you're doing well. Right. Let's go. Indeed, those are the majestic sounds of the woo. All right, guys, here we are. Game number 4. We will have Syscon in the blue as the Tatars to the south of the map on lookout. And to the north in the red as Dawe. We will have Dark. And Berbers are better on Fish and Fish? I think Berbers aren't very good on Fish and Fish. They feel too slow. Besides, you have Malay for that map. So it was really a choice between Berbers and Wei. And I feel like you'd rather go Berbers, because Syscon's going to go Lithuanians on Fish and Fish. So here, this is what I'm talking about, guys. It's likely Malay Lithuanians on Fish and Fish if it goes to Game 5. So if you have Berbers and Wei versus Tatars and Huns, I feel like I want to go Berbers every time, especially on a map with a long rush distance where you can more readily get to camel archers, because I don't know if you guys know, camel archers are really good against both of those civs. So, a little surprising to me. I mean, we have seen Wei on this map in the past. They're not bad. But do I like Tatars or Wei more? I like Tatars more. But it feels like pros really want to like Dawe. So let's see here. Maybe it's just my old cute bias preferring a civ like Tatars, which are much more traditional. But Lookout has provided some very good games so far, so let's see what the plan is here. Now, I don't think we're really going to see any sort of raw FC build. That feels a little too greedy. Likely just going to go for some Feudal Age and then wall up there. It's disgusting. Disgusting. Oh no, what happened? Oh no! Nikov! Alright. Very easy to wall over there and over there and over there. Honestly, a really nice map here for Dark early on. Imp. Are Portuguese a civ that can challenge Bohemians and Imp? Yeah, I mean, it's... Yeah, I wouldn't... I still would favor Bohemians and Imp, but Portuguese can make it work. What ARB? Why would you go ARBs? If it's gonna be an Imp game, just sit on your butt until you have Hofnitsa. Oh, man. Alright, so let's see what the plan is here. Dark, no Loom, by the way. He has evolved his Hoppip into a Skip Loom. Alright, I mean, we don't have the archery range incoming. And Syscon, I think, was starting with an archery range, saw his opponent didn't have a building, and I think is going to switch over into the stable, which I actually like. I think Syscon just wants to open archers by default, which you can't really blame someone for doing in the current metagame. It's just the safest approach. At the same time, Syscon recognizing, I'm not going to be under any pressure. Let's get those scouts rolling. It's way better for your eco. I now die inside every time I say Wei inadvertently in this, whenever the Wei civ is here. Anyway, Syscon getting his own eco upgrades. Dark only with the double bit upgrade at this point. Could be getting horse collar, man. Gotta get all the eco upgrades. But guys, isn't it funny that now that the, in Genghis Khan 5, now that the Bohemians are actually the Bohemians, they are way lamer of an attack, because, oh, King Wenceslas and his Bohemian cavalry will be here at any moment. And it's like, oh, you're looking at Bohemian cavalry. Okay, quick walls there are good, although only one bill will be able to gather resources at that point. Scouts are also nice to have here because they can better harass the villagers that are trying to gather on the side. Actually, Dark sent his vills home, I think. Ah, yes, here they are. Dark's slightly ahead here on resources. He is 3 vills ahead. 4 vills ahead. Is this gonna get Town Watch? Yes, he did. Okay. Berbers are the Berbers. That's definitely one of the good civ changes. I mean, based on the AOC civs, they would be Saracens, but obviously with Berbers they make sense. Actually, they were Turks in the last Ulcid scenario for some reason. Why did they make them Turks? I think they maybe wanted to give them, like, the cavalry sort of thing, but it's not like they couldn't just do that with Saracens. No idea. Civ variety? Yeah, but they didn't change the units they made at all. Nor did they... No, they were all Turks in the last one. And then they were all Saracens in the 4th one. And considering they made the exact same units in each scenario, I don't know why. Anyway, archers here with fletching. Obviously nothing too crazy has been happening so far, but the eco of Wei is quite powerful. Camel too strong versus Spanish? Maybe. Maybe that was the reason. Yes, they were Saracens in the 4th one. Like, I remember the Berbers were, Turks in the original Tours scenario, and that was for some civ variety because you're also against the Moors who were Saracens. And maybe they just liked using Turks with the more nomadic architecture set, as I guess they associated the Turks more with nomadic culture than Saracens, even though both absolutely had nomadic aspects to their cultures, but I guess Turks a bit more so. Oh. Scouts find their way in here from Syscon. This is Dark's tournament life on the line, mind you. But this is a really good matchup for the round of 6. Is it 16? Still, Dark has a fine eco right now. Dad gom. It's the round of Dad gom. Alright, so a few skirmishers here. I like that Syscon's canceling his skirm production. No real reason to continue. Yeah, Dark has some archers with fletching, but they are absolutely stuck at home. Your scouts are doing a good job here of making sure that these guys are not moving out. And Syscon can just focus on getting a good castle each time. Oh, and even gonna get a Vil kill there. Nicely done there for Syscon. And maybe it's just a little too greedy to not full wall on this map against scouts. Nicely done here from Syscon. He is now with 3 villager kills, and he is faster up to the castle age. And then he immediately loses scout kill. I'm sorry, Syscon. That's on me, guys. I would like to issue a public apology to Syscon for cursing him right there. Oh, dear.
Salam.
All right. But Castle H is on the way. I imagine it'll be Shenbei Raiders for Dark. But Syscon's still making skirms, which I don't really get. Like, he's full walled. Does anyone transition to CA? Okay, Bloodline's coming in, and yeah, Dark should be going for the Xianbei Raiders, which I actually feel like they're in a pretty good spot right now. Rare W for the balanced team. It seems like, again, I don't love the design of the Xianbei Raider, but I do think they seem to be a fairly balanced unit. Mule cart better on wood? Well, remember, he had the lumber camps at home already, so he just brought the mule cart back for his initial 3 gold miners. Because he didn't want to gather the gold over here where the vills were exposed. Anyway, Castle Age is in, and double TC again for Syscon. We saw it from him in game number 1. He's doing the same thing here, but Dark could be doing the exact same thing as well, but his eco, by comparison, is significantly more exposed. I mean, I just like the walls here for Syscon more. Monastery coming in. Got Elite Skirmisher and some eco upgrades on the way for Dark, who still has a pretty good vill count, all things considered. No Bodkin yet, though, and we've got some Hey Guang Cav. Always say hey to the Guang Cav, and Dark's eco efficiency is very good so far. There's the university coming in at the back. And yet Dark is only on the 1 TC. And Syscon's going to be booming up like crazy. And we have to imagine that Tatars should crush Wei in late game. I would be flabbergasted if Wei could somehow pull out a late game victory versus Tatar Cav Archers. Cav Archer plus Hussar. Alright, second TC going to be over actually here on the side for Dark. Yeah, Wei's the cavalry one. Tiger Cav OP? I don't know. You do have fully upgraded heavy camels as the Tatars. Anyway, we will have Dark up on the 3 TCs. This map has 5 relics, just like a regular map. Nothing too wild there. We have an IMAM on the way for Syscon. Huzzers! It's the eye of the tiger, Cav. It's the thrill of the kill to get our stats stronger. Oh god. The best time to raid me is when I'm singing a terrible parody to a song. Thank you, Chickso, for the raid. Thank you. Alright. We are here in game number 4, Syscon versus Dark, LingYuan Cup qualifier. Singing great. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Alright, Ballistics is going to be out here in a moment. Now, Dark did actually rush up his university to not get Ballistics, which is kind of awkward, but I guess it doesn't really matter all that much, and I think Dark just realized that, okay, this game isn't going to end up aggressive here in mid-game, so might as well get your eco rolling. That said, the villager count right now is superior for Syscon, but that doesn't matter because Dark has done a very good job with his eco efficiency up to this point. Anyway, there's Ballistics coming in now. We have Gold Shaft Mining, which was a very nice addition that they gave the way. And so now you can just pick up Stone Shaft Mining. Yanjiska 4 was the best scenario in the Yanjiska campaign. It's a scenario that actually plays to the Bohemian strengths quite well. Yanjiska was like, I think that Freeman did a good job, considering Bohemians aren't a very good campaign civ. But some of the scenarios just kind of necessarily feel kind of samey. Wei versus Tatar, I mean, sometimes people are okay with that. Sometimes they might think that it is the way to play the way. Thank you. Yeah, just goes, the Golden City. Alright, 4th TC now coming in here for Syscon. Very passive game so far. But I don't think I've ever seen this matchup in post-imp, so I'm curious. It was the hardest one in that campaign, I'm pretty sure. I would say so. 4th TC die here for red. Come on, do we get that stone shaft mining? How good are traction trebs? Well, we saw in game number 1 that, I mean, you get a ton of traction trebs, and yeah, they can be good. But I still think, especially Wei are going to struggle to siege up very strong entrenched positions. But like I said, in general, it just feels like Tatars should be a better post-imp civs, because Tatars are a very good post-imp civ, and Wei feel like they would not be. Wheelbarrow just now coming in for Dark, though. Handcart's already in here for Syscon, so he's going to be catching up in the resources, not to mention his slightly higher bill count. Civs, no, he randomly chose maps this time. Yes, there are camel trebs in the game, but that is for the Khitan. And they're actually a pretty fun unit. The start's tricky, and I think that players will oftentimes struggle with the limited eco scenarios. Like, I've seen a lot of comments for people over the years about, you know, what they enjoy and struggle with in campaigns, and basically, anytime players can sit back and not get pressured and then, you know, build up and then try and steamroll their way across the map, they're going to be doing okay. Even if, like, there's a lot of unit spam coming in. But if people are put in those more atypical situations, they'll tend to struggle. Don't look away on lookout. Oh, no. Oh, handcart's coming in, but Syscon is clicking up to Imp. So, despite being behind in resources, he's found a way to click up to the Imperial Age, and that's just because he hasn't invested into anything other than skirmishers. Nice kill there. He also has 3 relics to 2, and he's got this castle in the middle of the map. And I imagine we're going to start to see some sort of transition soon, and indeed it will be for the Cav Archers. I think red wants maybe a castle up over on that hill. Good micro so far here from Syscon. And, I mean, the LingYuan Cav are very, very good against skirmishers in Castle Age. Especially for Wei. But we're getting to Imp, and we're getting there fast. A little bit of light raiding happening. Cav unit. Oh, the LingYuan Cav look cool. They just have a really silly attack sound. Tiger Cav will shred CA. They're not bad, but Tiger Cav do run into the issue that they aren't slower than Cav Archers, because they are a heavy Cav unit. So they have the 1.35 movement speed instead of the 1.4 that a lot of the Cav unique units have, like the Keshik. All right, Dark is up, and he's trying to find something, some damage here. And you can see that Syscon actually canceled the Cav Archer production and is just going to be going right for the heavy camel, which I think is smart. Still, Dark is out by 3,000 resources here. Yeah, it doesn't really feel like it. Anyway, Tatars might not have good monks, but I guess so long as you're able to push back your opponent, it probably doesn't matter all that much. Oh, but we need to see the Tunshin. We need to see the Tunshin trebs, which are traction trebs that are affected by Tunshin. I know it's Tunxian. But, like, look at the resources here for Dark. It seems like... Okay, he's going to go LingYuan plus Xianbei. All right. Husbandry coming in. Still, Syscon's going to have a lot of stone income. You could also go Bombard Towers, guys, as Tatars, remember. Alternative Mongols. Tatars are basically Mongols, but more about finesse and timings than raw power.
Yeah, Shenbei are 25 gold. They're very, very cheap on that, especially in a long game. Heavy Camel coming in, though. So, although I did say Totters should be the better post-imp civ, we are getting generic Heavy Camels, which are still going to be good. And then generic Elite Skirmishers. Instant Conscription. Remember, it's not like you can Treb War here. That's not really a thing. Still, we have those repairs coming in as necessary. Mass Nori and even the stone walls coming up here on the side for blue. And Dark is just going to castle drop the other side. I don't think this one watchtower is going to do a whole heck of a lot to stop it. So at the very least, Dark isn't really struggling that much with his slower imp time. I mean, he's going to lose this castle here, and he's sinking, honestly, a decent amount of stone into repairing it. But he's buying the time he needs, and he's getting a pretty solid army composition all around. Especially if you can pick up Mingguang armor. I mean, Heiguang are not good against camels. They really aren't. But with 10 melee armor, they're at least less bad. Are cheaper than knights? They are, what, 65 food and gold? So technically they're 5 resources cheaper. Heavy fortified wall. No, just fortified wall. Always love me some 45 wall. Castle is up over there. And there's Mingguang armor coming in. That said, Syscon's closing in on 200 pop himself. But I actually think that Dark is getting a pretty decent army here. No! Rip the monk. Alrighty, guys. What do you think? It's been a pretty passive game here on Lookout, but that can sometimes be the case, and that's okay. Because now we're going to get my first viewing, at least, of post-imp between these two civs. Neither player really has that decisive an advantage. I like Syscon's map control more, but I like Dark's eco more. I like Syscon's long-run army more, and I like Dark's short-run army more. Oh yeah, I mean, again, it's just slowly and steadily securing more map control. The only thing that could make this better is Bombard Towers. Alright, guys, now could be the time. The Xianbei don't have full upgrades yet, but they are pretty close. No Cao Cao yet, either. And looks like Dark does not want to challenge that castle being built. Timurid Siegecraft coming in as well. Get your ICBM trebs on the way. Say it again. What? Who? Why? How? What? Yeah, Totters have the ICBM trebs. They're gonna have 19 range on these bad boys in a moment. Longest range of anything in the game. So it's going to be 2 dead castles here for Dark, which means he's going to have 0 castles in just a second. This wasn't really on my bingo card today, seeing Heiguang have attempt to destroy a castle, and yet here we are, as Syscon's coming in with another castle. Not the mining camp! Murder holes coming in. But of course, the thing with the Wei Cav is that they're very high on the melee armor, but lower on the pierce armor, which does make them worse for raiding. But yeah, just some heavy camels coming back, and I mean, look at this army value for Syscon. 9k army value. His bill count is significantly lower. I have no idea what Dark is doing here, guys. What? Yeah, those have been unimpressive fights so far. Got 0 castles at the moment. He's just banking up resources. Is this an upset? I think it's a pretty close series on paper. Derby? No. And look at all these trebs here for Syscon. He's going after the starting TC. Uh-oh, guys. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. Army control has not been there for Dark. Syscon is like over triple the resources destroyed. I mean, Dark has a huge production queue.
But he just hasn't really been fighting with his whole army together. Now he's starting to do that. And this is what I was talking about, guys. And what do you know? As soon as Dark starts fighting with his army together, he's doing all right. Now you just need to bring the rest of your army forward. And you should be doing okay. Now it's actually Syscon who's going to be struggling a little bit in the production, as he only has 9 camel skirms coming out. But he still is going to be doing very, very well in resources destroyed. Dark's also lost quite a few bills as all of this has transpired. Gotta get the market in the back for trading. Genbei are fully upgraded. Aguang are fully upgraded, although he still doesn't have Tunxian. He only has 2 TCs and 0 castles. He has 1,800 stone, man! Yeah, still have 7 Trebs standing as our blue player Syscon. Both players are max pop, though. It's actually good. You mean the Xianbei Hearttt? Also, nice job on your series yesterday. Well, they did get a attack buff from 4 to 5, so that is a 25% damage increase. That said, I'm still not sold on them in the late game, especially versus a civ like Tatar's. But this is my first time seeing this matchup in post-imp, so I am ready to learn alongside all of you guys. Anyway, 3 Trebs there, going to be working away at the uphill castle. Okay, Kaguang charging in over here, and they're going to take down those traction Trebs. No, regular Trebs. Why do they have traction Trebs and regular Trebs in the game? Oh, that is 7 dead Trebs, but that is a hefty loss of gold units in the process. For a cheap unit? Yep. I mean, I kind of think of them as bad Kipchoks that are very cheap, which are bad CA that are cheap. Like, the next step in the bad but cheap CA progression. Oh, indeed, this is the big fight happening, guys. Dark is 1 dead fight away from getting knocked out of this qualifier. And right now, look at that, 50 units in the queue right now versus 11. I mean, the fights have just not been even close. Syscon's been taking far, far superior engagements. Vince, they're at least playable. Especially in mid-game, they're quite playable. I'm just not sold on the unit that has 5 attack being that good in post-imp. Although Plumed Archers only have 5 attack, and they're viable post-imp. That's also a Mayans thing. Alright, Dark is trying his best to hang in there, but you still have tons and tons of gold here for Syscon. His base is completely closed to raids thanks to all of those fortified walls and all of the castles, and I think that this imp transition has just been significantly better from Syscon. Civ advantage or no, I mean, I think that Syscon wins this game if the civs are reversed, too. Also, the thing with Kipchoks is that they have the very low frame delay, as we're seeing right here. This is a great example. Kipchoks have the very low frame delay, so they're super, super easy to micro. The Xianbei don't. So there was a lot of time right there where Dark was trying to get those shots off, but he just wasn't. I know, I don't like any of the 3 Kingdom Sims, but that's just me. Anyway, it looks like Syscon will be getting the 3-1 win here and moving on to the next round, forcing Dark to try again next time. Sappers! Dark should have picked Berbers, man. I'm telling you. You go... Literally, Syscon's choices on this map were Huns and Tatars, both of which are fine, but on a map that can go late game, I'll take Berbers any day, man. And the GGGL next comes out here from Dark, and despite having a nice eco, Syscon simply had the far better engagements, better army positioning, he took map control, and Dark just never really seemed to quite figure out how to play late game here. 3,000 more gold collected. But well done for Syscon, and he is going to be moving on to the next round. Sappers, I mean, you can't handle the sappers, man. Alrighty, so. Fun stuff. I assume Nikov versus Lewis is over? Nope. Oh wow, they've had some long games. Alright, but there are a lot of sets happening right now. So, what do we want to watch? Thank you everyone who's tuning in. By the way, hope you're all having a lovely day. Ooh. Why do I have a dog barking at me? Hold on. All right. I feel like the people would want Mihi out. Hello. I mean, I think both series, Sebastian Sora, Mihi Doubt would be very good. All right. Isn't it early for me? 9 in the morning right now. I mean, I started at 7. But Hill, there's other series too. ACCM Prisma, Doubt Mihi, Sebastian Sora, Vinchester, Margugu, Barrels, Classic Pro. Alright, Mihi and Doubt have already gotten in the lobby though, so I think we're gonna cast that just because it's a series that seems to be starting soon. I think we're gonna go do that, guys. Doubt versus Mihi. So hopefully that is okay with you guys. I know there are a lot of sets going on. They all deserve to be cast, which is why I casted Dark versus Syscon, because I want to make sure as many sets can get cast as possible. So hopefully that is okay. Oh, yeah. Doubt. Actually, who's on the left side of the draft? Who's the higher seed? Yeah, Doubt's still the higher seed. What state? I am from Illinois, but I went to university in Washington, D.C. The shirt says Frodo and Sam 2024. Right, the draft's updated. Oh, we're gonna start on Arena too. What more could I ask for? Go. Looks like they have started. Not that hot. No, it's 71 Fahrenheit. According to my my taskbar. All right, I think we updated the stream titles. Yes, we did. So we should be good to go. 39%. All right, minute 12, and we will be getting here into game number 1. Just leave the continent forever. Yeah, Frodo's a terrible leader. Hey, but Sam was sheriff of the entire Shire for, like, most of his life. Or not sheriff, mayor of the Shire. That is a hobbit with a lot of hands-on actual governing experience. Look at that corgi on the bed. It's very tough being a corgi, guys. All right, gonna get into this here. Tending quiet. We literally had an entire essay about the governance of the Shire. Yes, Tolkien absolutely thought about how the hobbits governed themselves. Although, obviously, hobbits were mostly peaceful and kept to themselves. All right, guys. Here we are, game number 1, Mihi versus Doubt. Doubt's 2k3. What a pleb. He's got no chance. Alright, so this is going to be fun, I think. Got a lot of really good series here in the round of 24, and this is one of them. Doubt already with his chicken funnel. Shakes fist. Fertile farmland, no one ever tries to conquer it, but that's exactly what happened in the scouring of the Shire. But no, the reason that hobbits had hitherto not been conquered is because after the fall of Arnor, which was like, what, 700, 800 years before the events of Lord of the Rings, there just weren't many people in Eriador. It was mostly empty. So there was no one around to try and conquer them. Like stone, please? I mean, who knows, man? Who knows? Making into a tournament? That is a good question. I do not know. Maybe. Yeah, because Doubt just turned 40 the other day, I believe. So, Portuguese here for Mihi to the south. Very strong arena civ. Likely wants to do something aggressive. Here's the thing, though. Vietnamese... I actually really like Vietnamese on Arena. They're just because they're so flexible. You can go aggressive with them. You can't really monk with them, which is kind of not ideal, but you can still play for skirmishers quite well. You have bombard cannons. Free conscription is really, really nice in that early imp time frame. So, although I'd consider Vietnamese to be like an A-tier arena civ, Portuguese to be an S-tier arena civ, I don't think it's that bad of a situation here for Doubt. People start to funnel neutral chickens. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I am not a fan of the chicken funneling. I mean, it kind of ruins the entire point of chickens. And now the corgi wants to leave me. Oh, righty. And the orcs absolutely cared about fertile farmland. Not that they would do any of the farming, but that's what they would wanted to enslave people to do. See some fire lancers? That is a possibility, although I think against all of the gunpowder that Portuguese have, I don't think the fire lancers are going to be the best. Rattan archers, imp skirms, bombard cannons. Those feel like the units of choice here for Doubt, who already has 2 vills on gold, by the way. Oh, also really fast uptime. Okay, Mihi is doing something to Gen. Yeah, Portuguese, ever since they got their Forge Bush bonus, are going to be very, very good at these fast uptime castle drops. Honestly, I think I might even like the slightly slower uptime castle drop fast imp play with Portuguese a little bit more because Faderias just feels so powerful. But this can obviously be very powerful if you can try and catch your opponent off guard with it, and especially against an irredeemable civ like Vietnamese, aka a civ that does not have redemption to convert organ guns. Don't have to mention it. Hey man, again, I don't have a hockey for Palisade Gates. To me, Japanese getting bloodlines is a New Balance change. The old orc adage where there's a whip, there's a way. Oh great, now that song's gonna be stuck in my head. Alright, Feudal Age is gonna come in here. Yeah, this build is really, really tough. You just only had 5 vills on wood here as Mihi. He's going to get all of his turkeys taken. All of the chickens taken except that little chicken there. The one that was left alive to warn the others. Did win a game? Well, alright. Oh, no. Oh, okay. I thought this would just be for a Scouts opening, but Scout did have villagers over on the gold a lot sooner than normal, and this is the reason. He is going to be going for, Cav Archer? I mean, it would be the most doubt thing possible to go for Cav Archers here, to be fair. But is that going to be fast enough? Because remember, Mihi's going to be up to Castle Age faster. These bills are going to be coming forward pretty soon. And as you can see by the fact that Doubt isn't using this archery range yet, that he will indeed be going Cav Archers. But if you're going Cav Archers, don't you want to go Blacksmith plus archery range so you can at least get fletching? But we will have to see here. Anyway, it's go time, baby. First Scholar coming in. Be able to get double bit axe in just a moment, but that is a forward main gold. Stone is also kind of forward. Oh yeah, Vietnamese are a good arena civ, but like I said, it's the difference here between an A-tier arena civ in Vietnamese and an S-tier arena civ in Portuguese. They were the best arena civ for a little bit, according to some individuals. All right, now are these villagers seen by Doubt? Yes, they are. But is one archer here going to be sufficient? Yes. Oh, he doesn't have a loom. Oh, why? He had 17 seconds idle time instead of researching loom. Oh, my goodness. Oh, no. All right, guys, apparently just go for one archer. It's the easiest thing in the world. Scout's still here on very low HP, but this castle obviously is a sad castle. Oh, even the Jaguar's coming in. Oh, man. Loom is not needed if you're good. Unfortunately, I'm a pleb. Another one archer is coming forward. Oh, my goodness, guys. And remember, this isn't like a regular castle drop. This is a hyper-aggressive castle drop. Yeah, I mean, not... If you're going for the super aggressive variant of this castle drop build on 23 pop, you need to have loom, because you don't have the time to get spearmen. Like, you might be able to skip loom in some cases if you have spearmen. But... I still would always feel better with them. Anyway, this I think needs to be a ram. No, it's a mangonel. Don't know if that's going to punch through fast enough, though, as we have range number 2 coming in for Doubt, and he did end up getting the blacksmith anyway for fletching. You can see he's already 700 resources collected ahead, and now all those vills are going to need to be shipped over to wood. And Mihi already at 2 dead vills, a castle drop in the middle of nowhere, and these organ guns, they're not nerfed yet. But indeed, Doubt is in a fantastic spot. He's got 2 range Cav Archers going. And that production is going to be significantly better than what Mihi is going to be able to do. I mean, if the castle was right here, it would be looking really awkward for Doubt, but, well, it's not. 10 seconds idle time versus a minute 18. We have Bodkin that's going to be here in just a moment. And there will be plenty of CA out on the field in not all that long. But like I said, going for this sort of build always feels really, really risky in a tournament game. Especially because Portuguese versus Vietnamese, you should be able to just play like a fairly aggressive build with a good imp time. Okay, super important fight here. There are no vills with which to repair. Still, Doubt's not out of the woods yet. Not the Jaguar! I definitely feel a little bit more comfortable if there was a Repairville here. Mihi needs to be paying attention. Oh, look, there's multiple angles coming in here from Doubt. Can these Mangonels get the necessary hits off to even get Mihi somewhere in this game? He's behind by 7 villagers at this point. We do have more organ guns coming in, though, and there is the Repairville. Still, organ guns are scary. But Mihi just can't really afford to let them all be left out in the middle of nowhere. Bloodlines is going to be a nice one to pick up from Doubt, of course. I'll always get Horse Collar here as Mihi. Very important for your tiny eco to have Horse Collar. And yet, look at this, guys. Mihi is trying to make this work. And that's the thing with some of these builds, is that, you know, Doubt, he doesn't have a Siege Workshop. So no mangoes of his own. Guys, I don't know how to tell you this, but research in Loom makes your villagers harder to kill. Doubt! Doubt! What are you doing, man? Oh my goodness, those bills are on such low HP. Oh no, and he's still not getting Loom. I think he just doesn't know. Yes, he got 1 Mangonel. That's good. There's another Mangonel, though, and there's more on the way. Oh no, Doubty. Okay, now he's getting Loom. He's still 6 bills ahead. There's a Knight on the field, but I don't know about that. Maybe you can get... Okay, it's going to get the snipe. Mihi's organ guns are definitely out of position relative to what you'd like. Okay, just have 1 organ gun shoot there. Good control there from Mihi. But, I mean, organ guns are scary, man. And Doubt still has no Siege Workshop. He's getting another Knight out. Monastery coming in for Mihi. Of course, he has the map control. Are there a lot? Do they? I don't know. You do have the back gold. And at the very least, Doubt was taking the forward gold earlier. So he can stay on the gold here in the back longer without the map control. More organs. There's going to be another Knight out here in a moment. We also have +1 defense in for the Cav Archers, which is helpful against the organ guns who, you know, have their attacks spread out over a bunch of different projectiles. But remember, guys, it is 1 TC to 1 TC. So Doubt, although he is ahead economically, isn't, like, gargantuanly ahead. Yeah, I would feel like some defensive Mangonels would be a must. Especially because with the speed that Mihi went up and the fact that he added in Siege first, his chances of having Redemption Monks are slim to none. Vietnamese, I mean, like, they're okay monks, but they don't have Redemption, which is kind of the sticking point in this instance, considering Mihi has only made Siege units so far. +1 monk. Oh, nice attack round there for yellow. Monastery way off to the side. Uh-oh. Oh, the organ gun auto attacks the Vills. Uh-oh, Doubt. All right, Mangonel is under a lot of pressure there, and it will go down to those 3 Knights of Doubt. And they do have Bloodlines at this point. Is this going to be a good enough fight here for the Lord? There's the 1 monk there, but the Knights are just going to die before a conversion would come in the first place. And Doubt now, with a lot of CA, decent splitting from him there. Organ Gun's going to try and take the best fights they can, but this is the exact sort of thing that Doubt needs. But the Vills going down over to the west is a huge issue, and, I mean, it's a messy, messy game here. The villager counts are pretty close, though. Even Mihi is picking up Wheelbarrow. Third range for Doubt. Mihi has 2 relics. Doubt's gonna get 1. Of course, you want to be able to heal up all those injured Cav archers, because organ guns are kind of like scorpions in that, you know, it's like you deal your damage spread across several units, so it's like no units go down, no units go down, no units go down, and 5 units go down. So healing up that incremental damage is very important. What is this game? It's called Age of Empires 2, specifically the Definitive Edition. Trying to get another monk out, Bowsaw coming in, so Mihi is slowly but steadily getting his eco rolling. Doubt still on the 1 TC as well, remember. Alright, guys, I do not think the power of the organ guns are likely going to be stopped anytime soon. Doubt finally with the siege workshop over here, and he's getting a mangonel. Alright. I mean, there's going to be some more CA going down, and those bills are just not working. Doubt is still way ahead in resources. Though he's behind and res destroyed. First mangonel's finally out. Mihi has no mangonels of his own. Yeah, Vietnamese are a fine arena civ, but Portuguese are better. Because we jumped from one series right into this one, we haven't had time to take a look at the draft yet. But Doubt could have gone... Actually, Doubt doesn't really have any top-tier arena civs. Alright, but another mangonel coming out is going to be very significant, but once the CA go down, you can kind of retreat, because remember, organ guns are actually a fair bit faster than mangonels. It's a 0.25 movement speed difference, which is the same as a Gebetto versus a Spearman. So that's obviously pretty significant. Wheelbarrow's finally coming in for him. And preparing those organ guns would certainly not be a bad idea, and those mangonels are pretty significant for Doubt. Trying to imp, yeah. 1 TC imp with Portuguese, you can start mixing in the Faderias. You can research Elite Bacalhau. Get all the different variations of it. Oh, always with the beautiful chicken sounds. There we go. Pulling villagers off of food after clicking up to the Imperial Age. Makes sense here. But Doubt is going to be going for his own counterattack. It's a lot of CA. It's triple range CA, in fact. I think the chicken sounds were already nerfed, weren't they? I don't think that's in the pub. Yeah, monks. Monks organ guns. Mihi building stone walls, reinforcing in the exact not spot where he needs them. He like built them right next to where he needed them. All right. Monk upgrades, I think, are basically nil. Yeah. And Imp is getting closer and closer. Why is Doubt not building a castle? Doubt's not on stone. He's on 1 TC. He's been going everything into Cav Archer production. Splats a unit there. But yeah, Doubt not going to be fooled twice. Mihi had one opportunity, basically, to get that stone wall down, and it's gone at this point. That said, Redemption is in. Sanctity's going to be in here in just a moment. Market coming in as Mihi is just trying to buy time. All right, starting to charge up conversions there on the CA. They are going to be brought forward. Sanctity not in for another 20 seconds. Remember, Doubt does not have ballistics. Like, the CA upgrades are okay, but not complete. And now we're 22 seconds off from Imp. Doubt is going to click Imp as well, but going to be significantly slower in doing so. And this is a game that I, at first glance, thought Doubt would just crush, but there have been some mistakes from Doubt and some very good play from Mihi after the initial castle drop. Oh, Imp is in, but that's a lot of dead organ guns, guys. Mihi's going to need to get block printing ASAP, and indeed, that is going to be the case. He needs to get block printing ASAP. Rocky, he's going to be at Lollapalooza either today or tomorrow. Elite Organ's expensive. It's 1200 food, 550 gold, unless they changed the price recently, which I don't think they did. Have a stroke? Probably. Alright, guys. Block printing monks with redemption are huge as always. A defensive castle isn't something you can do, though, because, again, Doubt's eco is stretched to the limit going Cav Archers. There is no way he could afford a castle. Anyway, there's one successful conversion. And Doubt's fights have been okay. I mean, he's not too far off from Imp. Still more conversions coming in. Doubt I don't think has devotion yet. He does not. There's a couple more conversions. These are rapper tour schedules. You know, Vine Smash. I always provide. I don't think I've ever once heard Sad Rocky. All I remember is seeing the Lollapalooza list. The Mihi's working gun numbers are very low. He needs another castle, and I mean, he can afford one. But now Doubt is an Imp himself, and he might be able to muscle his way through this with his Cav Archers. The score is looking very good for Doubt. Defensive castle number 2-ish coming in. There are 7 monks. And Doubt is still not on stone. Now, of course, Vietnamese are a bombard cannon civ, which is very helpful. But Mihi also never got a single Faderia when he hit Imp. Never gets devotion? That checks out. There it is. Devotion's now incoming. Only at 7 organs versus 24 Cav Archers, and not even close to elite organ gun yet is Mihi. Siege Workshop number 2 actually coming in for Doubt. Devotion on the way. It is 3-2 relics in favor of Mihi. And yet, Mihi does have his double castle organ gun production at this point. And the thing is, at least for a little while, Mihi can stall. That said, Doubt's going to have bombard cannons sooner rather than later. Chemistry's almost in. Like, you have some time to buy here as Mihi, but you don't have that much time to buy. And Mihi needs to recognize, especially now that he can see that chemistry's in, with you look at the attack on the Cav Archers, that, okay, my opponent is going to be getting to bombard cannons relatively soon. And Mihi's going to need to have his own counter bombard cannons, unless he just thinks that the monks can get the conversions, which, I mean, he has a lot of monks, but that's where the Cav Archers from Doubt come in. And they are getting better and better upgrades. Yeah, Mihi is waiting for elite organ gun. Like I said, I think it's 1200 food, 550 gold. I think. It's one of the most expensive elite upgrades in the game, which, considering how strong organ guns are, that feels quite fair. Unlike most of the organ gun, the elite cost upgrade does feel fair. All right, there you go. Yep. Queued up right there after... Oh, Cav Archers might try and go for the monk snipes. +4 defense is almost in. Uh-oh. And now the first bombard cannon is out. Mihi a little too far out of position. That is a lot of dead monks right there for Mihi. Does get one bombard cannon converted, I guess, which buys him more time. Well, organ guns are still going to be good in Imp when masked, but yeah, Castle Age organ guns are going to be awful. All right, adding in another TC feels a little weird. It feels like you just want Faderias at this point. Oh, trying to take that forward gold over there is Doubt. Anyway, there's elite organ gun and all of their elite organ gunness. Run away, Bills! Alright, guys, I don't know. Who do you think's taking this one? I mean, yeah, Doubt's still in a better spot economically, but Mihi has an elite organ guns. Uh-oh! Oh, the Cav Archers are caught between a rock and a hard place. That's a lot of conversions coming in here for Mihi as well. Are there enough Cav Archers with their extra HP, remember? But they're not HCA, they're just CA. Oh my goodness, guys. This unit's both fun and balanced, and that is a terrible fight for Doubt. Monk might get the conversion. Oh no, everything falling apart for Doubt. Oh dear. Oh no. Yeah, I do feel like Doubt should have been on stone a long time ago. With your opponent having like an okay number of monks out, you just need some trebs to provide consistent anti-castle damage. And now the organ guns with elite, it's just such a strong unit. And Mihi's monk control and organ gun control have both been very good. And the push carts continue. Trying to kill that converted bombard cannon. We're going to have another castle coming forward here for Mihi. He even has the villager lead at this point. Oh, no. This is going to be a tough one. Oh, the castle in his opponent's base. Doubt not a single stone collected this entire game. And we're 42 minutes into a game of Arena. Also, that's a lot of idle vills for Mihi. It's okay. Mihi doesn't need food. This needs wood and gold and stone. Mihi, remember, this started with 23 pop castle drop from Mihi that got around 4 tiles from his base. Like, this should be a game that Doubt takes, but Mihi playing it well. And Doubt just not quite there with the CA control, nor was he really up there in terms of long-term transition away from Cav Archers. Just like Cav Archers in mid-game, right? You need to either add eco or transition into something. Didn't know the names? Or it's just Doubt, because Doubt just tries to force a square peg through a round hole with Cav Archers. I guess you can snipe a monk there. Organ gun's chilling over here to the west. Doubt. He still has some bills forward, I suppose, but eh. It's funny because Doubt still has an enormous score lead. Oh, this could be nice. Bombard cannon there to get the big damage in. Okay, that's good for Doubt, guys. Yeah, I mean, all the organ guns are going to get cleaned up. They're on stand ground, so they're not even trying to move away and scoot and shoot. So that's good for Doubt. That's going to be a converted bombard, though. Doubt currently only a single bombard cannon for siege. And remember, he has nothing else that kills castles. I mean, technically Cav Archers kill castles if you micro perfectly and have 25 minutes. Now gold income's going to become a real issue for Doubt. He just has those 5 bills over there, plus his relics, which isn't, like, the worst gold income, but it's not really what you need for Cav Archers and Bombard Cannons. You can see Doubt just kind of stuck making light Cav right now. It's a bit rough. Mihi with 33 bills on gold and 2 on food. That's all you need. Yeah, like I said, I think the second TC should have been a Faderia. And then you could add in more Faderias. But I think the Portuguese Death Ball is indeed too much. 4.2k army value versus 1.9. You can see the percentage gold value in this army is also a lot higher for Mihi. It makes them good. Well, Vietnamese, the reason you play Vietnamese in general is that they're a very flexible civ. They have a good eco, a decent tech tree, a good unique unit, and they have bonuses to the 2 most popular units in the game on multiple map types, which are skirmishers and Cav Archers. So there's a lot of reasons to play Vietnamese. They are, in my opinion, actually overtuned. But like I said, on Arena specifically, they're like an A-tier civ, and Portuguese are one of the best civs. That said, Doubt still absolutely had an opportunity to win this one, but kind of fumbled it. Well, yeah, I don't think Doubt realizes Mihi's actually on 74 bills. And I think Doubt just tried to stay too long on the Cav Archers without ever really getting his eco up. Yeah, I mean, Doubt is ahead in score, so that's why he's probably not resigning, but I think that if we use our eyeballs and just look at the game state, it's not looking good for Doubt, to say the least. We got 4 trebs out here from Mihi, continuing to obliterate Doubt's base. Mihi takes the score lead at this stage. And that is it. Game number 1, going to Mihi, 87 organ guns and 41 monks. But yeah, Doubt just ultimately couldn't really sustain his army. He couldn't take good enough fights. Of course, the big fight over here where you had the monks on one side and the organ guns on the other. The cav archers just all got obliterated. And Doubt not really able to make that one work. Only 14 techs researched for Portuguese. But I mean, you gotta respect the organ guns, man. And of course, not gathering any stone all game is pretty darn rough. That will give game number 1 here to Mihi. Oh, and Giuseppe gifting the 3 bomb. Thank you so much, Giuseppe. Very generous. Thank you, and welcome to the Wolfpack Laser Robs, Zoolander, and Rich Nixon. Welcome to the Wolfpack and enjoy the beauty, glory, and majesty of Ornlu Wolf and friends. Alright, Vietnamese were even pick number 3. Like, that game makes a little bit more sense to me if Vietnamese were, like, the last pick. But, like, look at Doubt's other civs. I think that Vietnamese, Slavs, and maybe even Jurchens are all A-tier arena civs, but I don't necessarily favor one that much over the other. He doesn't have any other good arena civs. Whereas you have Portuguese S-tier arena civ and then Byzantines an A-tier arena civ that still has very consistent matchups, even against the best civs. Alrighty. Thank you so much to everyone who's watching. Hope you're all ready for an exciting weekend, or been enjoying an exciting weekend as wow. Actually, Nikov did tie up Lewis. I just hope that as many streams as possible are getting covered. Yeah, okay, T90 is also casting, so that's going to be good for the tournament coverage. Yeah, at least to me, it's important that as many sets as possible get covered, so players all have their chance to shine. And we will be going to Not Nomad next. Unfortunately, there's just too much information on screen for me to... Yeah, Burgundians for banned, right there. To display all of the bands at once. Qualifiers? And I think that really goes to show that the maps being good has a lot to do with it. But also we've had some very competitive series. It's still a big tournament, so there's plenty of hype involved. The second best civ? I wouldn't say they're the second best civ, but Byzantines are basically a fringe top 10, top 15 civ on every single map type. Except like Arabia Pocket, where they're a little bit worse. But that's good for them. Anyway, guys, we are here on Not Nomad, and this is one of the longer rush distances I've ever seen on the Not Nomad generations. We will have Mihi here in the yellow as the shoe to the northwest of the map. And to the southeast in the blue. As the Lithuanians losing the first one, it will be Doubt. So, Not Nomad, it's like Nomad, but you start with a TC.
Wait.
So, the map itself looks a lot like Nomad, although I'd say the island is a bit smaller than regular Nomad. There's a bit more water. And the island shape is also very consistent in that it's basically a circle, whereas Nomad can get kind of some funky shapes and even archipelagos, depending on like if there's like a lake or a big inlet or bay. Or Doubt's golds? Yeah, your TC seems to like randomly spawn on the map. There's something funky that the map scripter did where it's like you start with a series of huts or like a chieftain's yurt or something like that. But yeah, Doubt. He has gold right here in the back. So he's got at least enough in the short run, but the other golds are going to be difficult to take. Stone is actually, I think, going to be a bit of a bigger issue. Closest one seems to be all the way over there. For Mihi, he also has a gold at the back, and also has stone pretty far away. Better for Mihi? The first fish, yeah. Like, Doubt will have better fish on his side in, like, a few minutes, but right now, yeah, it's a little bit better for Mihi. So, Shu. We saw in the last series Dark play Shu quite effectively on Arabia. And to me, Shu feel like one of those civs that's at least pretty good in most settings. I don't think they're the most exciting civ, but they certainly have their strengths. They have a solid eco, and if you can play to that civ's strengths, then, you know, you'll have a solid chance. So, Lumbercamp coming in here for Doubt. Now, oftentimes, Lithuanians are able to get a nice early eco lead. I think it was actually Margugu yesterday who had a really nice start with Lithuanians and was able to keep up with Chinese on this map, which is not easy to do. But this particular start here from Doubt doesn't seem to be anything that wild one way or the other. Not bad, but not especially great. Lithuanians are, well, one of the best hybrid civs. You start with extra food so you can go on to wood sooner, and then you get more fishing ships out. And then Lithuanians are just a very, very good civ. At the end, well, there you go, Kringleberry. I mean, we're almost 3 hours into the stream, and we still, I think, have a lot more sets to go, so I'm chained to my chair all weekend. Although I did work out a little bit after my stream yesterday, and that felt really good. Like, especially if I'm doing, like, long streams, I really need to try and work out or move around or do something, otherwise I just feel like a potato. But we've been having some really good sets, and you guys seem to be enjoying the series, so I am happy. So, two docks over here to the west for Doubt. It's been at least like a 90% win rate, I think, for the guy who goes galleys and then wins. Wins water. So we'll have to see. Yeah, the White Feather Guard, I actually think, is one of the more interesting unique units they've added in a while. Even if I'm not a fan of Three Kingdom civs, I think the White Feather Guard is like the utility tank meat shield unit is actually quite nice. Anyway, 8 fishing ships here for Mihi. Only the 3 for Doubt, but he's going to be up to Feudal Age way faster. Mihi might be trying to go for the FC War Chariots. It's a build that I heard was strong, and I've literally never seen it, and it's getting nerfed. Like, granted, I haven't been able to play ladder that much recently because I'm casting constantly. But it's not something I've seen pulled out in tournaments, and it's not really something... It's like a strat that, like, I hear is OP and never see, and then it gets nerfed, and then it's like, oh, well, that chapter in AoE history is over. I don't like Shu being added into the game because I don't think the Three Kingdoms should be Age of Empires civilizations, as I've said many times. But I'm not one of those people who's going to throw a hissy fit and stop playing AoE 2 because they're in the game. And as far as, like, actual civ design goes, I just think all of the Three Kingdom civs are kind of boring. They're all fairly one-dimensional. That good? But it's like, if it's not that good, then why is it getting nerfed? That's my question. Anyway, 2 galleys out here for Doubt. He is on 3 docks. But Mihi is still going to be able to make it up to Castle Age. Except the hero? I mean, in my mind... Okay, so Shu are an archer and siege civilization with decent infantry. To me, that just feels like Ethiopians. But they're kind of better than Ethiopians because they have a good eco. Or at least a decent eco. This is the area of War Chariot domination? Yeah. Alright, got a couple fire ships on the way. And like I've said in the past on this map, if you are going to play the style that is trying to go for the fast castle or land approach, or both, you need to at least deny your opponent a fish boom. You can't just let Doubt fish boom. You will lose the game almost certainly at that point. So the fact that Mihi is still going to be able to have those fire galleys, he's going to be able to get war galley, I actually think this is a perfectly fine approach. Excuse me. Alright, Barracks here for Doubt. Other than getting war galley, I have no idea what Mihi's Castle Age plan is. He did go Blacksmith plus Market up. So it's not like he's going to be going Archers or CA or anything. Yeah, Jerchins are my favorite of the new Civ. To me, Jerchins just feel like an AoE 2 Civ. That could have been in the game for a while. Also, Jerchins have Thunderclap. Ooh, nice blocking there from Mihi, actually. I'm kind of surprised Doubt's going for the Fire Galleys. Usually it's Mass Galleys, especially if you're going 3 docks. War Galley. He's just going for the war units. He's going to go for War Galley, War Chariot, and War Wagon. Your message did Twitch glitch out? Who knows? I think you did, Bannister Esquire. But thank you for the 33 months anyway. I appreciate it nevertheless.
I just recently resubbed. I thought I already shared a message. Did Twitch glitch out?
I think Ketons can still be an interesting Civ. I just think they're overtuned. So it's kind of hard to say. It's kind of hard to say if I like or dislike Ketons yet. I just think that all the interesting aspects of Ketons kind of melt away if they're just scouts into Steppe Lancers every single time. Looks like there was a demo hit there. Peace Galleys. Yeah, Doubt's still nowhere near going up. There's one more demo coming in. If he can get it before War Galley, that's going to be nice. And that is a solid hit. But Doubt's own navy is so weak anyway. And here we go. Why did the War Chariots have a longer training bar? See, like, this is flush with the garrison space underneath it in Capture Age. But look at this. The War Chariot one is, like, longer for some reason. Yeah, I don't know if War Chariots are good overall, but they are probably good against Feudal Age units. Alright, Doubt only has 5 fishing ships. Mihi has all of his fishing ships except for 2 still alive. That is so huge. Doubt has simply not been able to get any damage done here. This is potentially going to be a disaster for him because he needs to defend on, on land here against the mighty War Chariot. I don't know if it's in Barrage mode or Focus Fire mode. I guess it's on Focus Fire mode because there are 4 projectiles. Anyway, Mihi grabbing a second TC. He's certainly not all in by any stretch. And he's still fighting here on the water. So it's like, if Doubt's whole plan was to go 3 dock and fight for water, and he lost to a guy who went FC when he went up really fast, that just doesn't really feel like something that is going to be serving you very well if you want to win a game. I mean, you got a couple archers over here, but they're not really that scary. 4 War Chariots at this point. One might even call them the 4 Chariots. I guess 1 build goes down. It's nothing that crazy. 700 more resources collected for our Shu player. I'm just not sold on this from Doubt. He's still a little ways off from Castle Age. He's got no stone in the bank. His eco is getting idled quite significantly. Don't do that though, Mihi. Oh, he didn't have loom. Yeah. Research in loom makes your villagers harder to kill, who would have thought. Anyway, we're on 8 fire ships at this point, and again, I just love the fact that although Mihi, in his mind, I'm sure was like the main point of this build is to go for the War Chariot and apply pressure, he's still making sure he's playing hard enough for water that Doubt just couldn't free fish boom, and I think Mihi probably didn't even expect to win water as hard as he's winning it, but he is. And now Doubt is only on 2 fishing ships to 6. And as a reminder, guys, Doubt's the one who went up to Feudal Age much faster He was almost 2 minutes faster to Castle Age and had 3 docks to do. That is wild. Monastery coming in. Now, I don't think you need Redemption to convert the War Chariots. I remember testing that a long time ago. Yeah, this game honestly feels like a bit of a disaster from Doubt. Well, okay, this is not great from Mihi at all. At all. But, I mean, he's 20 villagers ahead, guys. Jeez. But he only went for 2 galleys, and then he went for fire galleys, which I think is a huge mistake, because the galleys can snowball their numbers much more effectively than fire galleys can. Yeah, I mean, that wasn't great from Mihi, but he's still in a dominant position. He still has almost double the population of his opponent. That was me being a cow. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope that was the kind of content that you watch Ornlu _ AoE for. Alright, more galleys coming back over here. These scouts are still unupgraded as of right now. That's still just kind of stuck in this little corner. Very far behind in resources. You don't even need to. I make the cow sound all the time. Of being throwable. Yeah, I mean, Mihi is a good player. In fact, he's a very good player. I don't think he's going to be losing it from here. I know? Oh, that would end? Yes, but it is the best play on this map, and Doubt is not somebody who is actually that bad in micro, especially since, you know, in Feudal Age, he didn't have anything else to worry about. Third TC coming in now. Wheelbarrow, even Fervor for the monks. Now, Shu don't really have great monks. Actually, yeah, Shu have the most troll monk tech tree in the game. You have everything except the exact 3 most important monk upgrades: Sanctity, Redemption, and block printing. I think the devs were literally out to troll the community with that monk tech tree. Because I remember seeing that in one of the teaser images for Three Kingdoms, and I'm like, that is the most silly monk tech tree I've ever seen. Well, we have 1 knight on the field, I guess. Mangonel about to be out as well. But I think the eco difference is just far too significant at this stage. Syscon won, 3-1. Oh, I mean, War Chariots are really bad against Mangonels. Is this score? I mean, Dow's just super dead in this game. Been dead for a while, and Mihi is going to be 1 game away from knocking Doubt out of this qualifier in, you know, the not too distant future. Oh! Man, those War Chariots are bad against Mangonels. But I mean, it's just like Scorpions, right? Scorpions would also die in just 1 Mangonel hit there. And the War Chariots are significantly faster than Scorpions. Even getting hit. Like, look at the eco upgrade difference on top of the build difference. Like, Mihi is just cruising. A little corgi. Wants out. The corgi wants out. This deserves a Treebeard commentary. A fine hit. Anyway, GG called that. It was honestly a substandard game for Doubt's level. You should not lose water if you're... How much faster? Almost... Yeah, a minute and a half faster to feudal age on 3 docks to 2. You should not be losing water. Alright. This has been a bit of a rough series so far from Doubt. Hopefully he'll be able to turn it around and make this compelling. He'll get, yeah. Alright, that was Doubt's #1 home map, and his #1 Civ, versus a low-tier pick Civ from his opponent, so that's rough. Anyway, it looks like ACCM is up 2-0 over Prisma, as one might expect. Margugu and Vinch are tied. And T90 is casting that one, so that's good. Looks like Sora actually beat Sebastian in game #1. That was a series I was also very interested in. So I think if this series does finish up in the next game, I'm going to switch over to Sebastian versus Sora because Chinese streamers seem to be covering it, but I don't think anyone's casting it in English. Oh no. Whoops.
Path between the gold and TC. Oh, the Vil going to build the market has trapped herself in the wood line. Oh, Nikov, no. Don't do it. This isn't even Nilly's fault. You've walled in the Vil.
My God.
Oh no, he wants to go up to the castle age. He's building a market, but the market's not going to be going up in time. This Vil cannot find a path to the market. Troubled by that mule cart.
No.
Oh no, Lewis is up to the castle age.
Nico!
He's chopped through. He's chopped through. Has he chopped a path for the villager? Yes, he has. And now the Vil will start the market.
Oh no, Nikov! Alright, Lookout's next, and this is going to be an interesting Civ matchup, guys. I need to take a quick break. Let's see if Doubt can make this a series. Alrighty. Thank you for your patience. We are back on Lookout, and it will feature Doubt, Tournament Life on the Line. Now, there is a qualifier next week, which of course we'll cover as well. But, yeah, this hasn't been a great showing from him in this series so far. And he gets housed at 15. Oh, no. Well, he'll be the Blue Jerkins to the southwest, and to the northeast in the yellow as Dawei. It will be Mihi, so we've seen Wei several times on this map now. I'm kind of curious. Like, in my mind, Wei are fine, but what would make you want to play Wei more than Huns or, I don't know, Tadars? Magyars, all of which we've seen on this map. It's not like I necessarily think they're worse, but I don't know why you would especially want to play them. That's a Discord message. Who dares message me? Ah, it's Trirem. Being cryptic as usual. Yeah, I don't really get it. Like, I'm not a big Wei fan, but they still are a fine civ. I just don't know what would make them, you know, next level. That said, this is an interesting civ matchup, but not one we see all that often. Now, the Xianbei Raiders are a strong ranged option, and Jurchens feel like a civ that would rather be facing more melee-oriented civs. You gotta know Dawei. Back handle to the devs team? I mean, technically, all the major community members do. Alright, so Mihi going up 18 pop, no loom, so very quick uptime from him. But if you can use it to get the both eco upgrades, looks like I think he can. Oh wait, it doesn't even have a mill yet. Remember, you start with the barracks on this map, so you only need the one building. Shouldn't, like, the thing with this map, guys, is that although it is open early on, it can go late pretty often. And if it goes late, I feel like Jurchens should kind of clobber Wei, and it's not even close. I do not know what the new civs are. Macedonians feel like an obvious one, like absolute no-brainer. Then I think you could maybe do Thracians and Bactrians? Or maybe not even Thracians. Maybe it's just going to be India and Bactria. Or Egypt. Yeah, Egypt is another one. But I think we're getting India for sure. Got deleted a Vil? Wait, did he? Oh, no. No, Doughty. Oh, this has not been his series, guys. It just has not. Mihi is now ahead by 3 Vils. Deleted units don't show up in the KD at all. Oh, man, guys, that hurts. Now, you do have the better scouts here as Jurchens with the faster attack speed. But the eco for Wei is going to get very good very quickly. That's still picking up horse collar, I guess. Spearman coming on back. Archery range here for Doubt. Come on. Alright, range coming in now. Gonna need some skirms. Hey, Mihi's not doing anything too fancy. He's very small walling his base. I don't know. I mean, you know there are trees around the edge of the map. That's like literally how it works. So wouldn't it be way easier to just, you know, wall over here slightly than try and wall yourself like that? I don't know, man. So we do have the 3-vill advantage for Mihi. He's already climbing ahead in resources, and Doubt is going to need to take some extremely good fights. Intended? Pun's always intended. Thing is, when you already fall behind in vills like that, it's like, where are you going to get an edge in this game as Doubt? It's 10 farms right now to 4. I mean, Wei have a good eco in general, and Jurchens don't really. But having, like, the early idle TC time with getting Loom at 15 pop, then struggling with deleting the villager, this just does not feel very good for Doubt. I wonder if he was mentally affected after that first game. Well, Skirm going to be getting some nice hits in there. Might be able to finish off the Spearman. Indeed it does. That retiring soon? I doubt it, so to say. Oh, even the Skirm goes down. That said, that is a better fight for Doubt. I'd even pull back the scout there. What happened first game? Doubt was in a very good spot versus organ guns, and then organ guns happened. Sleep depraved? I don't think Doubt's sleep depraved. Maybe deprived. Got reversed swept? Oh no. Kingslayer killing the Lord. Organ guns suck? Not till next patch. And Imperial Age organ guns next patch are going to be just as good as ever. More vills. Well, Doubt deleted a villager, and then you get 2 extra villagers as Dawei for the eco upgrades. After losing all the CA and killing 3 organ guns? Yeah, I mean, that's a rough one. Anyway, you're going to have Wheelbarrow in for Mihi, and he's going to be faster up to Castle Age. There is going to be a second qualification next week, and like I said, I'll be covering that one as well. And it probably is going to be going out throughout the week, to be honest. Board berries. I mean, honestly, it's not that bad. Wall over here. Like, the berries are in a rough spot for sure, but wall like that and then wall to the edge and you're fine. Bet already? I mean, I'm sure, especially as Doubt's now 40, maintaining a healthy lifestyle habit is probably going to be very important for keeping yourself competitive. And I mean, I'm sure being a dad of, I think he has 3 kids now, does not help with that, but I mean, it might need to be something he wants to prioritize if he's really trying to compete in tournaments still. But, I mean, I obviously don't know what goes on in his life, so I can't really say. I mean, who knows? Who knows? But AoE is better when Doubt is playing in it, so hopefully he'll be able to make a resurgence. And it's not like he's not dead in this game yet. He's 13 seconds slower to Castle Age, guys. It's not the end of the world. The res collected difference is not significant. I mean, it's not the bad either. Anyway, it will be for the Xianbei Raiders for Mihi. And I do like that players have already gotten pretty good at balancing their eco appropriately with not having that many vills on gold when you're going for the Xianbei Raiders. The next 10 years, yeah. Anyway, Mihi gonna go immediately for that eco, getting Bowsaw and Heavy Plow for those extra villagers, and also because they're good eco upgrades. And Doubt is just going to be focusing on the skirmishers for now. And guys, I want to see some rocket carts with siege engineers. It's the Jurchen's best mid-game play against ranged units in general. It's the Rage Forest. I honestly don't see the appeal of playing Rage Forest in and out constantly. I feel like it would just kind of get as boring as grinding Arabia. But, that ain't my life. Anyway, Xianbei Raider numbers are slowly climbing. And, yeah, just a little bit of love taps here and there. But now the eco is going to be getting really good for Mihi. Remember, he went for the extra 2 TCs immediately upon getting to Castle Age. His eco upgrades are looking real strong. That's a stable at the far back of his base. Because remember, guys, if you build a stable over here, you can start making your Haeguan Cav, and then they'll run off the map and appear on the other side, like in Pac-Man, right into Doubt's eco. Top 10 player? I think that calling Doubt a top 10 player still is not accurate, unfortunately. Doubt has not been a top 10 player for a while. I don't remember the last time he's made a decent tournament run. Top 15? Yeah. Maybe. I mean, still a good player, for sure. But Mihi is, I think, closer to a top 16. Third TC coming in for Doubt. And at this point, he's not developing a very strong army composition, nor is he getting ahead in eco. Maybe if he adds in a 4th TC really quick as well, maybe that's one way he can catch up. Jordan wipes the floor with Doubt. I don't know. Jordan didn't look all that impressive either. Thalassocracy Cup. That was also a very different map pool, and I don't know how many people have actually prepped for it. The 2v2 tournament? That is true. And Doubt did play well in the supporting role of Hera. Doubt wins easily versus Survivalist. Okay, at least Mihi's walling off to the edge there now. Although, obviously, he could have done this a while ago. Like, Doubt is still a good player. And, like, he's not even... We can't even write him off in this game. Like, yes, Mihi is in a better position. He's in a better spot economically, but we know how underwhelming the Wei are in the Imperial Age. And Jurchens are very, very good there. I don't think... It's not a matter of grinding ladder for Doubt. I don't think anyone who's at that point needs ladder experience. I mean, I think that maybe just more focus and prep for tournaments would be the big thing. What are the best post-imp? The best post-imp civ is Jurchens. I don't think any of you guys would disagree with me that Jurchens are the best post-imp civ of the new ones. Cav, Hussar. Well, your Hussars are good in melee fighting, but they don't have that last armor, which kind of hurts. And all that isn't good at all against Halbs. And... yeah, the Xianbei are not that great in Imp as well. I mean, they're efficient. 25 gold is pretty good. But yeah, grinding. But I would say that's more about practicing. Like, I think if Doubt is really trying to be top of tournaments, which I don't know if that's even something he's really trying to prioritize at this point. It would likely just need to practice more with people at his skill level. So 4 of the 5 new civs speak modern Mandarin. Every one of the new civs speaks modern Mandarin, except for Khitans, who speak Mongolian, the same exact one that Mongols and Huns speak. Yeah, I mean... Mihi's been on way better eco for a lot longer. Remember, Mihi got a quick hand cart even. That doesn't even have wheelbarrow. Yeah, I don't think Doubt... Honestly, grinding the A-tier tournaments is probably a good way to keep your practice up and, you know, keep sharp. Pastures as well. I feel like people are too gung-ho about trying to get Pastures in. Pastures are not balanced right now. I wouldn't want to even try and touch Pastures for other civs until Pastures for Ketons were balanced in the first place. Alright, we got a few Haegwang here. They actually have good upgrades as well. Imp coming in for Mihi. And right now, Doubt just has skirmishers. It's not especially scary. Aren't going to cast in China, so it's just, I would guess so. I keep on forgetting to message Heavenly Chorus about the exact situation, but I would assume it's just all of us English-speaking casters on our own streams. No casters? Okay, yeah, then it's gonna be all of us just casting at home. Yeah, sitting on a worse eco, making skirmishers with a slower uptime does not feel like a route to victory. Now Doubt's gonna try and go Cav Archers. Jurchens get neither camels nor knights. You get Step Lancers and Light Cav as your only stable units, with the faster attack speed, and then you have your Iron Pagoda unique unit. Chinese location. I don't know, actually. Yeah, all Mihi needs to do is go for Haegwang, and he should win this series. What's good about Jurchens? Well, Jurchen, the two stable units they have are very good, with faster attacking Light Cav and Step Lancers. And you have very good siege. You basically get Castle Age hand cannoneers, except a little bit more situational. And you have decent Cav Archers in mid-game. And then, again, it's Castle Age Siege Engineers and really good defenses. How's Doubt so behind Eco? Doubt's been behind an Eco since Feudal Age. He had a rough Dark Age, getting Loom at 15 pop, deleted a Villager on accident in early Feudal Age, and he's against a Civ that has a good Eco, and Doubt has done 0 pressure all game. Live footage? I don't know. I don't know anything about any upcoming tournaments, guys. It's the single Grenadier. But yeah, just going for Cav Archers here with Jurchens does not feel quite good enough. I think Nikov Lewis just finished. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that World's Edge isn't trying a bit more, wouldn't be trying a bit harder to get there to be a non-Chinese language presence at the event. Because they're still the one who were fronting the prize pool, I believe. Alright, Castle's in. At the very least, the Traction Trebs are going to be very slow at trying to actually pressure Doubt out of this game. But I feel like people who play Jurchens and you're just playing for Cav Archer Hussar, I don't think that's the right way to play them. Because they're just better civs at doing that. I think you really need to lean into that siege aspect a bit more. Yeah, it's now the more information podcast. Yeah, you get Fire Lancers that also attack faster. So you have kind of a janky tech tree as Jurchens, but you do have good units at the Barracks, Archery Range, and Stable. And Siege Workshop. Official Twitch stream for it? Yeah, I guess. But I think it would be cool to cast from an event in China, man. Oh boy. Like I said, if this entire style does not feel like it's playing to the strengths of Jurchens. Yeah, I mean, there's always a hole, but I think you guys would agree that it's not that big of a deal in terms of deciding the outcome of this game. It's a big deal for Doubt, but I don't think it's a big deal in terms of, you know, actually impacting the winner of this game. Unique tech? Which unique tech? But yeah, I just like traveling and haven't been to an LAN event in ages, so that's really just why I'd want to go and cast. No, Mingguang Cav isn't in yet. Fortified Bastions, let's go! 8,000 resources behind his Doubt, guys. Man, it would be tough to break Jurchens with, Wei. Oh, I don't know about that. Yeah, your Cav Archers attack faster. Kind of like Mongols, but not as fast, and you don't have Thumb Ring. And you don't have Parthian Tactics, you have Ring Archer Armor instead, which is slightly worse for CA because Parthian Tactics gives you bonus damage against Halbs. Or rather, more bonus damage. Puncheon! Well, you don't really have that many castles here as Mihi to go for the Tiger Cav. Castle down. I mean, Doubt hasn't collected much stone. Yeah, he's collected less than half the stone of his opponent. He's so far behind in everything. I guess he has 4 relics, but a hole was used again. I mean, I really don't think it matters that much. Looks like Doubt maybe tried to plug it up right there. MBL next. I am going to see what the deal is after this game in terms of who's casting what. Because again, I'm trying to make sure, at least I'll do my part to make sure all the sets get covered. Is strong? I mean, they're okay. Remember, the units are very expensive and they're still worse than bombard cannons against units. Really disappointing set for Doubt. I'm sure he's not happy with how he played here. But unfortunately, that's just how it is sometimes. Elite Tiger Cav coming in. I mean, sure, why not? When you have 10,000 more resources and all the map control that Mihi has, it doesn't matter too much what you're doing. So long as you're going for something even remotely reasonable. Tiger Cav are in. Oh, did he cancel Mingguang armor? He did. Does fire ground damage from the... Oh, the camel trebs? I don't think you can get, like, a ton of... Like, I don't think you can stack the damage over time. I don't think so, anyway. Anyway, GG, GL says Doubt, and that is a very dominant series for Mihi. Look at that, 9% more efficient than Eco. So much more of everything collected there. And that is indeed a grass sad moment for Doubt, as Mihi looking strong. So, Mihi going to move on to the next round. Doubt will have to try again next week. And Mihi will face the winner of ACCM versus Prisma, so probably ACCM. Alright, so. Next set. Nobody is casting Sebastian Sora in English, I believe. No one's casting Kingston MBL either. I feel like you guys are going to want to see MBL. MBL versus Kings. Alright, so let me just update my stream title here. Oh, I hear some balking. More like some pogging. Alright, so MBL I think is up 1-0. And that. Then we'll give him Norway flag, Mexico flag. Decline and play RF? I don't know. False casting? Well, we're already casting this one, I guess. Well, because we want to make sure all the series are getting covered, so that means that nobody is in English casting Sebastian versus Sora. What do you guys want? I feel like you guys would just rather me cast MBL, though. Okay. Okay. I didn't check to see how long they are into this game. But Turks Burgundian's a very common Civ matchup here, and it's MBL, right? He loves his Turks. Kingstone's eco is going to be looking quite solid. Now his wheelbarrow, he is nicely ahead here in resources. But Turks are going to crush this matchup in post-imp, so you really do need to start to leverage that mid-game presence. Faster Imperial Age here for Kingstone's really nice, and I like how hard he's trying to push out here onto the map. He's even getting the pikeman upgrade to help deal with the camels. I like that as well. Even picking up hand cards. And MBL is indeed going to be going for Cav Archers. So, you still need to get the damage done here. But going for a bunch of trash units is not very exciting with the Burgundians. BBTs, I always want to see BBTs, man. Okay, Paladin coming in as well here for Kingstone. Artillery going to be out for MBL. And there's the first Bombard Tower in. There we go. That's how you AoE 2, guys. Oh, no. This is going to be rough for Kingstone, guys. Yeah, you eventually want to get to Paladin. Well, you don't even need Hand Cannoneer in this matchup. More like Paladin Skirm or Paladin Hald. Oh, man. I mean, if this isn't peak AoE 2, I don't want to know what is. Alright, honestly, Kingston doing a pretty darn good job here of very systematically taking down all of these Bombard Towers. So honestly, very well done from there. There's actually 0 siege left at all for MBL. Honestly, very well done here from Kingston. He still has the lead in terms of population. He's still at max pop. I mean, this is not easy to deal with at all if you're Kingstone, so credit to him as we've now arrived at real time. now to assert dominance is when Kingston goes for his own bombard towers. Now, that is a lot of Cav archers, but they are still missing quite a few upgrades. And remember that there is the big, big eco lead here for Burgundians. Well, I mean, MBL still has a lot of gold in the short run, but Kingston has 4 relics to 0 as Burgundians, mind you. Alb going to be on its way too. Going to be nice versus both the Hussars and the Camels. But the pushing is kind of stalling out. We're going to be up back on 7 Trebs in just a moment, but look at this. Kingston's actually just coming back with his Trebs here. Did he get vineyards, though? Yes, he did, actually. Kingston's a smart player, man. Look at this. He's just chilling back with the Trebs and taking down the bombard towers slowly but steadily. I actually really like this. Just not panicking. Hoardings and masonry coming in as well. Yeah, MBL has a very big, scary army, but the population's actually not that good for him. And these CA are still missing a ton of upgrades. Albs are going to be fully upgraded here in just a moment. The only unit that Burgundians get with full upgrades is the Halberdier. I always thought that was kind of funny. Oh, yeah, not having Bowsaw is huge. Anyway, MBL can still buy time, but Kingston being very aggressive at taking stone away from his opponent. He can repair these castles for quite a long time. And he's just doing everything he can to not fight underneath bombard towers. We're at 8 trebuchets, guys. Yeah, EcoKD's wild for Kingston. Another watchtower! Oh boy! Yeah, I'd love the forward stone mining here as well. It's a little bit of a janky army from Kingston. Oh, but he's doing it, guys! Oh, guys, if there are no Kingstoners, then I am dead. You'll love to see it, guys. Why wouldn't I cast the series that has 2 players going bombard towers? Extra attack, unfortunately they don't. That would be a little OP. Can you imagine Burgundian bombard towers with an extra, 30 attack? You start one-shotting camels and cavalier. I mean, nice snipe there, I guess, but it's still tricky, right? Because the Turk army is so efficient, but I just love the way that Kingston has been playing the map control game here against Turks, right? Making sure that MBL isn't just out here securing all of these extra resources like he needs to. Kingston knows he's got the 4 relics, he's got vineyards, he's gonna have way more gold to play with in the long run. That's Hussar. Well, I mean, Kingston already has fully upgraded halbs. Anyway, first bombard tower is on the way here. MBL lacking in siege. He's got 3 bombard cannons, but that's still not that much. CA can deal with them? Yeah, but MBL's never been in a position... Like, to get for CA Hussar full upgrades, you need a good eco, and MBL's never really had the good eco. But yes, eventually that's going to be your most efficient army composition, as Turks in the situation as Cav Archer Hussar with the bombard cannons. Yeah, MBL has artillery. Yes, go after the... oh, I thought he was going after the pals. Okay, yeah. Going for the Siege Workshop makes sense. Yes, the 150 attack BBT. Alas, the dream will not be. All right, little bit of gold trying to be secured over here. And again, it's a kind of a janky army for Kingston, and yet it's also kind of working. That said, nicely done here from MBL. Actually, he only gets 1 trap. I thought he'd get 2. Oh, and nicely done. He snipes the bombard cannon. Again, Kingston knows that MBL's gold income is quite bad, and I don't know if you guys know this, but Turks are a civ that like having access to gold. And again, it's just that understanding of the map control game and knowing exactly where MBL is trying to push, and then sort of playing that chess game of trying to counter push. That's it. MBL slowly staging up over here on the west side. Big ol' castle over here to the east for Kingston. Paladin numbers are slowly climbing and get some more skirms here as well. Guilds coming in too. Oh, nice little interception there from MBL. I mean, just look at this. MBL has very little gold to play with. Did he ever get guilds? Yes, he did. Also, very important to go for your Burgundian Cav Archers, are the best unit in the game. And honestly, still have the 1,050 stone left over here, and that can be quite a few more Bombard Towers, especially with a little bit of market usage. Alright, hand cannons here at the back. They'll help out versus the camels a fair bit. I'm just like super, super patient here. This is good from MBL though, trying to get the Bombard Towers down, making sure that the Bombard Cannon is protected by that house wall. But this right side is going to be where the game is really won or lost. Yeah, missing Bosaw was really painful. To be fair, I think MBL has every other eco upgrade. Oh no, he doesn't have gold shaft mining either. And look at this, the Bombard Towers just, again, systematically eliminating the Bombard Towers wherever they are and getting this entire siege. I mean, this is actually just a siege, right? You're encircling MBL on the map. You're making sure he's not pushing out of his base, and you're slowly whittling down his defense. This is actually like a true siege that's happening, kind of interestingly. It's hard to go for more Bombard Cannons when you have, like, almost no gold income. And he needs the Bombard Cannons over here to try and stop the Treb push. So it's not a matter of MBL being like, I have all this gold to play with, let's not go for Bombard Cannons. One Treb up over there. MBL, no gold as the Turks. I don't know if you guys know this, but that's usually not good for him. He's done anyway? Well, I think he's done anyway, probably no matter what. Turks have a full blacksmith tech tree. They have everything. And right, this is absolutely Kingston's game to lose at this point. MBL is very much stuck. And although he can survive a little while longer with all of his defenses, I'm not sure if he's ever really going to be able to break out of his base at this stage. Also, he'll probably be kicking himself that in the 52-minute game he hasn't gotten Bosaw if he realizes that. But yeah, now just sieging up here with the Trebs. There's only one Bombard Tower left. MBL has no stone access. Remember, Kingstone's been gathering a lot more gold and stone. 9,000 more gold. He's like double the gold and double the stone as MBL. That's pretty wild. Anyway, this castle is all that stands left of MBL's defenses. And once that falls, he will likely tap out. Yeah, and Kingston has all 5 relics and vineyards and guilds in. Yeah, I don't think Arena would be MBL's home choice of a map ever. I mean, good on him to stay alive at least a little while longer, but I don't see how you win this game with no gold at all. Especially as Kingstone's still even taking so. Like, Kingstone can even start Bombard Towering over here to the east. I know that's what I'd be doing if I were in this position. Yes, but Kingston is also good on this map, as we can see. And it's probably one of the areas he might even feel a little bit more comfortable against MBL. Army and push, in short, it's my fault? Yeah, that's fair. I don't think I can argue against that. Gonna be a big old castle here in the middle to help protect the trebuchets if these units can move off of the foundation, which seems unlikely at this point. Note that MBL never got heavy cav archer, he never got +4 defense, and he never got Parthian tactics. So that's actually 4 damage against halbs each shot that these CA are missing out on. Actually 5 because of the 1 extra attack from these HCA. I mean, beating Turks on Arena with arguably a better Arena Civ, keep in mind. Oh, Turks are absolutely an MBL Civ. It's one of his favorite Civs. Yeah, like I said, not having Bosaw is something that MBL's going to kick himself over. One tread falls over there. Bombard cannons will stay alive. And again, MBL is buying more time. It's just, to what end is he buying time? We now have paladins running amok in the eco. There is no gold left to make, well, anything. All right, Rooster Chuck, I'm going to assume that when you say that you don't like Turks, you're referring to the AoE2 civilization and not the nationality or ethnicity of people. I'm just going to have to give you the benefit of the doubt, Rooster Chuck, but if you're being racist, that's not going to be good. All right. MBL trying to hang on as best he can, but the Vils are going to start dropping like wild. Oh, no. All right. Bombard cannon over there falls. But yeah. Like, MBL early imp having bombard towers all over the place as Turks, that is not something that's easy to stop. But honestly, Kingston did such a good job completely encircling MBL that, I mean, it was darn impressive. And look at that, 12,000 more gold, 3,000 more stone, and also more food and wood. More fleshed out tech tree. There's again, Bannister, I'm going to assume that you aren't being racist. All right. And MVL immediately going to go to Arabia. I have no idea what that means. I don't know who Jason Statham is. But I look like a pretty generic white guy. But yes, Turks do not have good trash. He's a... Oh, what? Alright, so hopefully we'll be getting into the lobby here in just a moment. Oh yeah, whoa! Sora's got full bombard cannons on Sebastian right now. Here, this is one of the Chinese language streams here. Just while we wait for the next lobby here. I've never seen a game on this map go late. I look just like him? What? Ooh, late game Berbers. I like it. In the content mines, you bet I am. Yeah, these maps feel like they'd look really cool late game. It's not a mod, it's actually a capture age setting, but I just don't like having all of that graphical clutter on stream. Oh, guys, Sebastian's got fully upgraded keeps, though, with Bengalis. And then collaborate? I do not want to drop in and collaborate because I'm casting a different series. Man, I love qualifiers, though. It feels like you get so many great matches all going on at the same time. T-shirt Frodo and Sam 24, man. Buffing keeps. Yeah, I saw that, and if I wasn't busy doing something else, I honestly would want to like drop in and say, no, keeps are actually really good. Just look at any Barrels game that went to post-imp recently. That said, it looks like Sebastian's going to get this one locked down here. But the players have a lot of wood banked up. Yeah, I don't know, but I mean, I think it's more interesting seeing this than seeing the draft. The Sibs will see, or the Sibs are going to see. So it must be good. I would say so. The fact that Barles has had success with it at the highest levels is indicative that it's probably being underutilized right now. And I would be interested in seeing more of it. And I think that if you do any buff to keeps, it's going to completely break the 3 Sibs with the good keeps. Like the really good keeps. Koreans, Japanese, and Georgians. I think towers are fine. Alright. We starting? No, they left the lobby. Tragic. Anyway, let's check the brackets as well. Yeah, ACCM Mihi, that's going to be a great set, I think. And then the winner of this actually plays the winner of Sebastian versus Sora. Yeah, Nikov reverse swept Lewis. Britain keeps are good, but they're not as good as the other 3 Civs I mentioned. Chinese keeps are also good, but again, not as good as the other 3 Civs I mentioned. Barrels Classic Pros even. I think T West is covering that. Vinch 3 went over Margugu. Andy Niaz. Ooh, honestly, I kind of want to see Andy. I kind of want to see Andy Niaz. Okay, I guess Barrels is 2-1 now. Guys, Niaz had some awesome gameplay yesterday. This man knows how to cook. Niaz was really fun to watch. Apparently, like, 19-year-old French kid. Yeah, and Andy, of course, is also an entertaining player to watch, so I think that could be a lot of fun. Alright, looks like Rocky Forest is the next map? Not too sure. Well, thankfully, Berbers have shipwrights. Is the round of 12? Am I just stuck on my my computer all day long? How many cows have generic fully upgraded keeps? Actually, 0 cows have keeps, because cows are both unable to build, man, or maintain keeps. 100 years more. Ooh. I mean, there are quite a few civs. I'm not going to be able to name them all. Guys, it's really hard to start a game of AoE. Should be fun as well. Yep. All right, so Nikov versus Syscon is drafting. I assume you guys are going to want me to stick with the series that's going on, although part of me is like, am I really wanting to cast something that Mem's also casting? With the choke point. The issue, though, is that you have very good fully upgraded fast fire ships as the Berbers with the extra movement speed, so it's going to be a bit tougher. Started the next game? No, he didn't. I'm checking like every 30 seconds. But like, if I start a series or jump into a series, I kind of want to finish it. You know what I mean? I mean, Sebastian's doing a better job of staying at max pop. All right. 2 minutes. And we shall get into game number 3. Wait, why did I turn... I still have 2 minutes to kill. I mean, Sebastian has a pretty huge queue of light cav. His res collected advantage is pretty mind-boggling as well. So that even though Sora's taking better fights, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to completely grind out Sebastian. Did we know? Corgi left me a while ago. Oh yeah, I never messaged T-West back about the going to TwitchCon. You can't start a game. It's tough, guys, starting a game of AoE. I mean, assuming that both players have shipwright, which I'm sure they do, it should be tough. Also, Sebastian... MM? Let's quit the mod? What does that mean? I have no idea. Well, back to this game. Sora's even trying to get some fishing ships out. Gilnut's coming in too. We have not done the grid, but I mean, there's actual AoE to watch right now. It's not completely time-killing mode. Anyway, how's 2S doing? Another game. Like Minute Arm Rush. Ooh, yeah, Armenians feel really tough to stop these days on this map. Yeah, that's gonna be a tough one. Sora's even taking some stone on the side, which is nice. Berbers do have heated shot, by the way, so even guard towers with heated shot are actually still quite good against ships. For a seamless transition. Very meta? Yeah, I think that's exactly the case. I think they remade the lobby again. So, I mean, look at Sebastian. I mean, Sebastian doesn't have that much of a wood bank. It's a big gold bank. Oh, he also has 4 relics to 1. He's also taking the stone over to the west. I mean, he still should probably have this game, but it's tough for sure. I mean, honestly, this game could go on for another hour plus. Classic Pro and Pearls, they do seem to run into each other a lot. Alright, so we'll get into the game hopefully in just a little over a minute. Is done. Who won? Well, actually, what am I talking about? Barles won. No way that you're beating all those soon-to-be long swordsmen. I guess Barles took the 3-1 win. I would assume so. 30 seconds. I can click on stuff, which is unlikely. Gotta love the villagers mining the oysters. Yeah, like, what, 28,000 more resources collected as Sebastian? Alright. Should be basically good to go. Indeed, indeed. Alrighty, guys, we are all tied up at 1-1 with the big trees that I keep on forgetting to get that mod to make the new trees small. Nevertheless, we'll have MBL in the blue as the skirmishers to the west of the map, and to the east in the red as the Malians. It will be Kingston. Malians, a civ that they're just like good on Arabia, but we don't see them really picked all that often. So I wonder if Kingston is going to open with men-at-arms, which is one of the strengths of Malians, but you don't obviously have to do that. No, but yeah, Bengalis don't have heavy demo. Koreans, though, not a civ I still typically associate with Arabia. I mean, they're fine these days, but you still lack that mobility. Oh, hey. What do you know? He's back! He's back. Guess who's back? Back again. Borlamer's back. Alright. I trust MBL to not screw up that lame. And Kingston. This is what people were complaining about with the chicken versions of maps, is that there's just no pushing deer, so just go forward to lame every game. And MBL's already taken both of his other boars, so he might have... It's not like he's won the game, but MBL has probably... Oh, sad times for Kingston. I mean, it's not like an insurmountable lead, but... I mean, that was done basically perfectly from MBL. Yep. Recovering from a lame is a lot harder when you don't have deer to push. I mean, that basically went perfectly for MBL. He also has chickens in the back, so he can just take them in feudal age. Oh, dear. This is why I'm not a fan of boar stealing. A bonkers post-it map? Yeah, it feels like it could go on a very long time. Vital scout HP? Oh, yes. The guaranteed loss of some scout HP. It's totally not worth a, you know, 600 resource swing. Alright. Feudal age on the way. That fine one rages. Yeah. Like I said, I'm fine with literally every other form of laming in AoE 2, except for exactly stealing a boar with a scout like that. Which I just think it's too swingy, it's too random, and it's too uninteractive. There isn't enough, like, guaranteed cost to what this is, because losing 20 HP on your scout is nothing compared to the boar advantage. An elephant? I mean, it really doesn't matter that much one way or the other. Eric's coming in for Kingston, and without that extra, boar, what is quite significant is that Kingstone's not going to be able to open for a Drush or Men-at-Arms, even if you wanted to. Still, Kingston must fight onward. And MBL, if he's playing Koreans how he should be playing Koreans, I want to see some skirms. That's how we do it, guys. Now, is it going to be one range defensive skirms, or is he going to try and go for two ranges? It looks like it's one range defensive skirm for Kingston. Barles versus Vinch next. Again, I feel like they play all the time in qualifiers. You're on an open map prone to laming. But, like, do we want AoE to have a bunch of games that are just lame versus counter lame? Anyway, that's silly that the scout can just run in and get the sheep kill like that. And requalify, it really does feel exactly the same. And doesn't he have play Hearttt in the last round? It feels like it's always Vinch versus Hearttt in the final round as well. Oh my goodness. Some things never change, guys. Anyway, Horsecollar coming in here for MBL. He is over 100 resources collected ahead already. I guess it's the seeding, but it's just funny how that all works out. Laming twos. Well, like I said, I'm fine with every other kind of laming. Like, I'm fine with sending a Vil forward, walling the Vil, and then killing the boar like that, because there's, like, a necessary cost associated with it. You're basically trading eco-efficiency for both players and thinking that you will react better in the ensuing chaos. Anyway, Horsecollar is still coming in for Kingston, at least relatively soon. Both players just making skirmishers, although MBL does get the nice 50% discount even. Chikam. More walls coming in for each player, and with both guys opening skirmishers, which is very common these days, usually you just don't want to play Feudal Age. The classic hurry up and wait meta. Rush up to Feudal Age as quickly as you can, and then just don't really attack all that hard. I mean, MBL's going to send his units forward here because they're not doing any good sitting at home. Whoa! What the heck? What? Alright, MBL's coming in. That Vil could be having a bad day. But she'll be fine. Defensive skirms just coming in over here. Now, the thing is, Kingston doesn't actually have that much of an army. His archery range has 28% production efficiency in the last minute, whereas MBL's has 99.9. And there he is coming in with range number 2. MBL doing his typical MBL egg base. And it really does feel like he is in a very good spot here in game number 3. Again, head and eco as Koreans versus Malians is pretty feels good, man. Gold coming in for him. They are monkeys, in fact. Kingston Scouts right there. No! Rip. Rip! Chicom. The Chicom CQB, everyone's favorite submachine gun from Call of Duty Black Ops 2. Oh boy, guys, here we go. It's stone and tower time. Oh man. Now the thing is, Kingston is at least fully walled over on this side. This feels so greedy, man. Is walling all the way to the edge of the map. But yeah, for his part, Kingston did not see the second range. No, he never got even close to this area. It's MBL in time. Blacksmith now incoming, but that is a forward stone for Kingston. He does have a back stone, to be fair, though. Does MBL know about that? Yes, he does. This is some classic MBL scouting, guys. Absolute. It's just like a radius of 30 tiles from his TC, just in a line across to his opponent's TC. All right, defensive tower in. The gold is going to be denied for now. It's just like get straight across. Oh, okay. So MBL is forced to cancel the tower for now. Okay, so he's going to build another one. World War II grease gun. That is a classic. Although I'm more partial to the Pipichet 41, personally. Okay, so secondary layer of walls coming in over there. We got a market coming in as well. And to his credit, guys, Kingstone's trying to recover this as well as he can. He's going to be going on to stone there in the back of his base. His castle age time is going to be even, if not even slightly ahead of his counterpart. In fact, it will be ahead, so nicely done for Kingstone. He's kept his idle TC time low as well until right there. STG life. Oh my goodness. The Stromgewehr. I definitely pronounced that correctly. All right, got a stone wall coming in right there. And MBL with more towers, too. Multi-towering. Who does he think he is? Niaz? Niaz would be like, MBL, why aren't you towering on this side at the same time? In Vegas? Oh, that's cool. Really cool. All right, fletching coming in now for the skirmishers. So, I guess the question at this point is, what do you even want to do in Castle Age as Kingstone? I guess go for skirmishers and maybe some rams? Infantry armor coming in for MBL. Owns a P90, really? America intensifies. I'm just all over the place. Too old? Oh, yeah, I imagine it's not going to be safe to do full auto. All right, it's going to be for some Fire Lancers time. We all know MBL likes his Fire Lancers. Still, secondary gold, main gold. It's all forward for Kingstone, so he's going to need to do something. Probably build a TC over here. I kind of would like that. Kingston actually selling stone in the short run. So forging now incoming for MBL. He is going to be going for... Actually, is he going to bother with skirm upgrades? Oh, gotta be careful there. That could have been a bunch of skirmishers wandering into your opponent's base. MBL also now in Castle Age. And he's going to queue up some Fire Lancers. Now, MBL... Oh, look at this, guys. Oh, fully walling in these towers. And getting another tower right next to the first tower. Mangonel coming out now for Kingstone. Bodkin, and there's the University. And indeed, it will be skirmisher upgrades all the way around. What, did MBL ask recently what a Drummond was? Remember, no gold at all right now for Kingstone. I really think he would benefit from trying to TC up over here, but now MBL with a forward siege workshop and rocket carts, skirmishers, fire lancers, all going to be a tough unit to stop. Up, nice attack there for Kingstone. I mean, he hasn't even crossed the map yet this game with anything other than his starting scout. Castle first, you needed something faster than you can get stone for a castle. Hey, man, that's good for Kingstone. Still, MBL is going to be able to tower down this tower with his tower, so he can tower while you tower. I don't know if... Like, as it happens, MBL isn't making another rocket cart, but I'd still be very nervous that he would be. Fire Lancers aren't doing anything. I wouldn't recommend going Fire Lancer v Skirm. Okay, there's another rocket cart coming out. Okay, we have another range here. Remember, MBL's been on 2 ranges for a very long time, although he's not really making that many skirmy bros. Yeah, Fire Lancers do not feel very good in a Skirm and Cav Archer meta. Oh no, maybe they should be better versus skirmishers. Alright, rocket cart. You're... Ooh, 9 kills on 1 Mangonel here for Kingstone. His control has been excellent. And there's the TC coming forward. Like I said, I don't think you have the time to get all the way up to a castle. Bosaw coming in for MBL, though. He also has the wheelbarrow upgrade, defensive tower for him, too, and he's trying to make the Fire Lancers work. Wait. There's one Mangonel there. Okay, there's both Mangonels are over here. So 2 Mangonels, 2 rocket carts. MBL does not have Town Watch or an outpost. Perfect. Perfect. Nothing too exciting there. And now, of course, the multitasking and the micro on multiple fronts is going to be super important on both sides. Kingston's going to be out of, well, stone in his base in not too long. There's the first stable now on the way for the Malians player. But you don't really have the eco to do much in terms of cavalry, as most of your eco's on wood and stone. Right, kind of a glancing hit there. Again, it's just all about the micro. And that is great there for MBL. Very, very good control. And he just caught right back up in the KD. Okay, well, that's a 1 for O. Skirmisher numbers have been dwindling now. MBL even going to try and come in there with a tower. Oh, boy. And so far, that stable's done a big fat nothing, as Kingston's still been unable to gather any gold. That is underwhelming for MBL. He is almost with another rocket card out, but Kingston is at least going to be able to put pressure on the tower, and it does have to be canceled for now. Second TC now is coming in for MBL. His eco efficiency is so much higher, 14 seconds idle time versus over 3 minutes. Would too. I mean, it's certainly not something that's ever been done before, but it's not like it would be ridiculous. I mean, we've had a building that's costed 3 resources since Age of Kings with the Wonder. Was ahead in but he just hasn't had the eco efficiency that MBL has had. You can see right here, look at this difference in food and gold. Handcart's also about to be in for MBL when his opponent does not even have Wheelbarrow. And MBL's also on the 3 TCs. He's just comfortably getting his eco down at home. He hasn't touched the chickens at all. Not even bothering. He had 3 boars to 1. It's all good. Anyway, the Fire Lancer numbers are climbing, and they're going to be very good against the Knights. And my concern for Kingston is I'm still just not sure where he's going in this game. Yeah, it's essentially a 1-for-1. Up. It's another one. Bit of a glancing shot there. And it's not like the MBL's going to get Mangonel pushed anytime soon. He just feels like he's in such a comfortable position in this game. It's like he's been working with 20+% more efficient of an eco constantly. And he's got handcart. Another tower coming in. At this point, it just feels like... Okay, so MBL is still very far ahead, but that was unimpressive to say the least. That's a 2-for-0 in favor of Kingston. It really is a testament to how far ahead MBL is, though, that he's still in a good spot. Oh my god, that's a 3-for-0. What? MBL doesn't get out-microed like this, especially not by someone like Kingston, who's obviously very good, but not typically someone who we'd associate at MBL's level, when it comes to Mangonel micro, at least. Oh, man. Well, you still have Fire Lancers. I do like that MBL's actually going for the Fire Lancer Rocket Cart Tower combo. Over Mangonels? Well, unfortunately, that's what Koreans have. Again, I feel like the thing with rocket carts is that they're supposed to be extra exciting in an Imperial Age, but like I said, no one ever goes for onagers these days unless you're playing BF. Like, otherwise you're allergic to investing in onager. That said, Kingston is on 3 TCs of his own. But Basically 10% behind in resources collected. Getting a kill there. Good. MBL attempting a tower again. Eventually, guys, that tower is going to happen. Don't you worry. Yeah, it is ballistics, no ballistics in favor of our Kingstoner. Nice attack right there. And to be fair, rocket carts are a fair bit better against knights than mangonels are. At least a decent bit better because they ignore armor. Oh, Bill there gets sniped. That Bill does survive for now. 1-for-1 trade. But MBL just has more of them is the thing. Oh, can he get it? Oh, that tower is going to go up, guys. Double mangonel production right now. Imp on the way for MBL. Again, it's just the lack of gold all game long. All of the golds were forwarded over here. It was a great position for MBL to tower and play that map control game. Look at that, over 3 times the gold collected. Well, nothing terribly exciting as far as those trades go. We got Gambesons coming in, and Rocket Cart. Oh boy, honestly it should just be an imp GG. Before you even have to think about heavy Rocket Cart. No, he never really came back from the lane. He's just been pressured inside his base all day. I mean, to be fair, MBL has been doing a very good job of pressuring, but just having all of these resources denied by the towers. More bills! More, I say! I mean, they'll even be keeps soon. That's also good there for MB. Anyway, like I said, should be GG in T-minus 23 seconds. I mean, this is MBL is Korean-zing super hard, though, with Fire Lancer, Rocket Cart, Tower, Skirmisher. He's, like, only using things Koreans get bonuses for, which is pretty fun. The north? Yep. Anyway, that should be it. That should be it. Also, it's like the most MBL thing ever to go super heavy into Mangonels and Castle Age and then not make Onagers and Imp. Look at that 10% difference in eco efficiency. Holy cow. 16 rocket carts. But yeah, I mean, Kingston basically had no gold all game long. Well done there from MBL. Got the early lane, and basically it was smooth sailing from there. MBL up to 1. And the party ain't stopping. Oh my goodness, is Sebastian versus Sora still going on? Barely, it felt like he's been dying forever. An hour 45. Jeez. right, so it looks like Lookout will be the next one. Are we going to see Way again? Will it be the Way? The Way of Victory. All right, interesting matchup here. 1 minute 50 seconds, and we will be getting here into game number 4. Tournament life on the line here for Kingston. Oh yeah, I just checked that. "30 seconds. Alrighty, guys, here we are. Oh, why did their flags go away? Here we are on Lookout. We'll have Kingston in the red as the Hindustanis 1 game away from the next round, or next round of being eliminated. Oh my goodness. I'll be to the west of the map and to the east in the blue as the Celts. 1 game actually away from the next round. It will be MBL. All right, so this is my first time seeing Celts on this map, but it's such an MBL civ, man. Janky Castle Age push with Boom behind it into late game. Giving the board early, yeah, that is quite notable for sure. Oh, he's getting both of them early, guys. Oh, that's an adaptation if I've ever seen one. Also, is MBL about to get housed? Oh, he's absolutely getting housed at 15, guys. Are you ready for him? Oh, there we go. He starts now. Queues up Loom. But early, Kingston doesn't have a lumber camp yet. This is early. Bringing in your second board before your first lumber camp is definitely early. So, MBL getting housed at 15. Kingston, he's actually having Loom queued up. Oh, wait, is he actually just trying to click up? Well, he needs another building for that. I mean, you do need a mill or lumber camp. I don't know why you'd try and click up that fast, though. The rush distance on this map is pretty long. Oh, no, he's taking food here. Except that... Yeah. Yeah, you're just kind of stirring that one up. Wait a minute, what? Barracks? Oh, the mule cart does count as another building. Oh. I thought it didn't. I know the mule cart doesn't function in terms of getting, you can't get upgrades at it unless your Georgians are Armenians, but I guess it does count as a building. Huh. You'll learn something new every day. Meanwhile, what is MBL up to? No, I didn't have a lumber camp when he clicked up, so it was just the mule cart in the barracks. Yeah, 17 pop with lube. I mean, you are Hindustanis, you do have a good Dark Age eco, but, I mean, this is fast. It's real fast, in fact. Hello, Mangudai Enjoyer.
Kia.
Kia. Celts love driving a Kia, man. Got the oysters on Seychelles? Oh, no.
Namaste.
Alright, so MBL going to be opening up with some Celt men-at-arms. Certainly a perfectly fine option. I mean, he's against Celts on this map. He absolutely should be. You have a forward barracks, and you really aren't going to want to build all that much at home. You'd never buy a Kia. Guys, why do we live in a world where we go 17 pop skirms? Why is this, like, a thing? Second rack? No? I don't think so. Oh, wait, no! Kingston made the second rack. Oh, no. Okay, now he's going to be mining a little bit of gold here. Oh, no. Range coming in here for MBL. Okay, so he's going to skip on Men-at-Arm for now. He didn't even know his opponent was full walled, but I guess he just saw the fast uptime and figured that the archers would be coming out too fast, but I mean, he'll still probably get Men-at-Arm just to have something to pressure with. Or, I mean, is any car really built to last these days? Argere. Skoda is pretty good. I don't think they sell those in America. The little Czech car company, right? But I'm not really a car guy. Anyway, we do have a horse collar coming in at least before the second farm. My Volkswagen? Ah, okay. But yeah, I mean, you have some VWs in America, but they're not super common. It's usually just American and Japanese cars in America. I mean, sometimes you have like a Kia or a Hyundai. So I guess, yeah, South Korean ones too. Well, to be fair, MBL's invested a fair amount into this pressure with the 4 militia and hasn't really done anything yet. That said, with the Celt eco and the fact that he didn't click up at 17 pop, his own eco is still superior, so it's fine. Fletching coming in now for MBL as well. Militia's starting to get some value, though. And it's fine. Uh-oh. Well, it's kind of awkward. MBL has a big army lead. Got the tiger going down. Even present on American cars. Uh-huh. Well, I mean, those are some better trades for Kingston, although I'm still kind of worried that he's 500 resources behind at this stage. I mean, MBL's just cruising here at home. He's got 17 on food to 12. Still actually has 7 on forage bushes, though, so that could run out pretty soon. Kingston only has 4 on forage bushes, and he's got 600 food left versus 260. have to be a little bit careful about that as MBL, but other than that, seems to be doing just fine. Both players have their 3 forward villagers on the gold mine. Well, yeah, we used to have a Honda. Now we have 2 Toyotas. It feels like Toyota's the biggest, most popular car brand in America. Unless you're getting a pickup truck. Canada and Mexico? Well, yeah, I mean, labor's cheaper there. All right. MBL fighting back here. Good micro from him. Neither player is honestly that close to Castle Age. Oh, what? I think the Vil wins. Yeah, Vil wins. Rip. Kingston has a lot more idle TC time than MBL, though, and again, that's a lot of resources ahead. Old Toyota, that's also true. Second range now coming in. Well, hello there, Mr. Corgi. Welcome back. I guess Kingston still wins that fight, but MBL is likely still going to get a bit of a better Castle Age time, though again, the forage bushes are running out in, like, right now. But that's probably fine, as MBL still is going to be getting a good Castle Age time. That said, Kingstone's also starting to bank up some resources. He's slowly walling over to the side. He's got his 2 ranges that he isn't using whatsoever. As, again, we live in the lovely world of the skirm meta. Oh, padded archer armor is a big mistake. What does that get you? It doesn't help you at all versus skirmishers. I think you just want to click up to Castle Age faster. I mean, I guess MBL is switching into archers, but he's not there yet. Is MBL taking any damage? Oh, dear. Well, then Kingstone's taking some better trades, I guess. Kind of a weird one, guys. Also, way too many Vils on gold here for red. MBL getting the market down is just going to give him a much faster Castle Age time. Okay, now you're going to rush up the market with a bunch of Vils, but yeah, I do feel like players spend too much time trying to get Vils on gold in Feudal Age. And that's actually something that Hera does really well, is he just doesn't over-invest into gold miners. He just gets the farms down. Just has the Vils on food and wood. Yeah, armor doesn't matter in Feudal Age Skirm v Skirm battles because they already have enough Pierce armor to cancel out all of the attack of the Skirmisher. So the only damage is coming from bonus damage. Only won the game, yeah, it looked like he was going to win it for a long time before. Have to play game 4, lol. No, they still deal their full bonus damage. Because remember, you have the 3 bonus damage versus archers, and skirms have no archer bonus damage armor. So skirms deal 3 damage to each other, no matter what. In Feudal Age. Once Castle Age comes in, armor does start to matter. Alright, Kingstone is some maybe camels. The thing is, this is kind of one of those situations where you wish you had knights. And one of the big weaknesses of Hindustanis, and one of the ways that they are kind of balanced, is just the fact that you can play really hard into things that are countered by knights because you know that you're not going to be coming in against knights. Who would have thunk? Anyway, nicely done here from, I was about to say Sora. No. From Kingstone. Look at this. He just is taking the fight. He's dive bombing here with his skirmishers to clear out all of the archers. He killed all of the archers, guys. That was very well done. You have some camels queued up. You actually have a second stable coming in. MBL is already adding in another TC. But Siege, Monk, TC behind it. Like, this is just another MBL game. Let me tell you, I've been casting a long time, And I've casted a lot of MBL games that look just like this. Yeah, but your mineral resources are almost always forward on this map. Although MBL does have a backstone, I suppose. Alright, light cab coming in, but right now the eco balance for Kingston is pretty problematic. Building actually a lumber camp there. He's gonna need an extra TC, but there are no monks out yet, so I mean the camels are just gonna kind of kill the mangonel, so another little bit of a win there for Kingston. Not too sure what's going on with his eco though. He's like got the eco for going for mass archers, but he's making food units and not adding in TCs, and as MBL's getting TC number 3. I mean, you're buying some food right now. Yeah, Hindustanis have redemption. Alright, one villager goes down there. Actually, the first villager kill of the game. Although, I don't know if that's worth it for MBL to lose a knight for free for one vill. Wheelbarrow coming in now for MBL, but I'm just a little confused as to what Kingston's doing here. Like, he's got so much wood collected, but he's behind in every resource at the moment. 1,200 res behind, and he's only lost one vill. I mean, obviously, MBL is Celts, so his resources collected should be better. But that's still very far behind, even for being a civ that doesn't have a gather rate bonus versus Celts. Kingston here, you only can monk defense if you have a better eco, if you're on more TCs than your opponent, which Kingston is not. But right now, Kingston doesn't actually know what MBL is doing in terms of eco. He's just not been able to cross the map. MBL just comfortably ahead at this point. 3 TCs to 2. He still has this forward position over here. Kingston's stuck buying a lot of food. Like, look at how much food he's buying. Both players getting bow saw at the same time. And Hindustanis at this point just don't really have the strongest offensive army without knights or cav archers. Trying to block. Oh, man. He's gonna get it. Remember, it's wheelbarrow to no wheelbarrow, and the res collected difference is only growing at this point, it seems, as we finally have the 3rd TC in. But just as I say that, MBL gets the 4th TC. Easy peasy. And it's kind of like the Doubt game, where it's like all you're doing is making skirmishers. Okay, you're gonna have like some light cav, but it doesn't really feel like Kingston's working towards anything. And he's behind an eco. And a skirm defense, when you're slower to castle age, only works if you know your opponent is not adding in TCs, but that's exactly what MBL did. I feel like we see this sort of game a lot these days. Okay, there's a 4th TC for Kingston. But he's only going to keep on falling behind an eco. Unless he's, like, doing something. But that something right now involves making some light cav that just have bloodlines and +1 defense. Still, getting to the 4 TCs is nice. MBL does have a monk out. Yeah, he's relatively close to a castle, and Woad Raiders are not fun at all for Hindustanis to deal with until you can get to Shatagni Hand Cannoneers. Well, MBL bringing forth his army, and in the case of him establishing a good forward position in front of his opponent's base, it is not going to be too bad to get a castle right here and deny both of these stones and also gain access to it yourself. It's close to double the army value. Thank you for the 46-month Smiles Betray. Thank you, thank you. Ornlu. Yeah, it's looking pretty rough here for Kingston. What is he working towards? Okay, so MPL is going to play it a little bit safer and not try and go for the forward castle. I think that's fine. He probably could go with a forward castle and get away with it, but you know, you're up 2-1, one game away from qualifying to the next round. You're pretty sure you're far ahead economically because of the score. Can't blame a guy for wanting to be a bit safer. One relic in for Kingston, but I'm just not confident this really matters. And the thing with Hindustanis in this matchup is, without camels, you don't have a good mid-game unit to make. Their hand cannons are great in late game, but you don't really want to go for lots of archers because you don't have Arbalest. You can go for cav archers, but not in all situations. Several streamers? Because we're all doing our own streams and this isn't coordinated. If MBL wins this one, we'll see what's happening and try and cast one that isn't being covered. But when I switched to this, no one was covering it. Yeah, Gulams are not going to be very good against Woods at all. I mean, look at this 4,000 res lead. Look at all those mangoes. Yeah, the army value very much tells a truthful story here. Again, going for light cav does not feel very impressive at this point. Celts OP. Alright, this is the fight that needs to be absolutely stellar for Kingston. And to be fair, the roads aren't here yet, but now they are. And although the mangonels are going to go down, it's going to be tough for MBL to take a good fight otherwise. But it looks like MBL is just going to take it to Imp. I do think it's a solid matchup for Celts, and there's MBL on his way up. Did he sell stone? It looked like he did for a moment. 4 ranges and another stable coming in. And as I've been asking for feels like the past 15 minutes is, where is Kingston going in this game? And I'm not entirely sure. He knows. He's not developing an army, and he's still falling even further behind in economy.
Oh, yeah.
I heard a corgi grunt beneath me.
Kid?
I mean, it is Kingston's tournament life on the line, but yeah, if it's not a GG sooner with this castle not being stopped, then it should be an Imp GG. Celts are just really fun in general. They've always been fun. Get out of my series castle, more like. And another one. Oh, no. Oh, no. And indeed, there it is. MBL takes the series 3-1. A very impressive game from Kingston on Arena, but MBL just a cut above on the other maps. But unexpected result, I would say. Well done there for MBL, and let's see what isn't being casted. Ooh, is Vinge versus Barles happening? I want to cast Vinge versus Barles, guys. I call it. I call it, guys. No one else better take it. No one will dare take my series from me. Will care what I call. They better. I'm a very intimidating member of the AoE2 community. let's go find these drafts. Looks like we're going back to Lookout. I mean, for being a map that's picked all the time, at least Lookout's giving us a good variety of civs, which is helpful. All right, Ring of Reeds and Chicken Arena for Barrels. Oh, that's a good couple maps, guys. I did see it. We were checking in on it. All right, more Three Kingdoms civs. Sato versus Dogao is also happening. And Vinch already in the game. Nikov is currently up 2-0 over Syscon. Vinch Barrels. Nobody doing Mihi ACCM. It would be Tato versus Ganji, which shouldn't really be that close. Do we switch over then to ACCM versus Mihi? Yeah, I guess we should. Alright, looks like Not Nomad's gonna be game number 1. Better casters? Yeah, as if there's any sort of central organization for casters. We're all not just off doing our own thing. Chased him away, yeah. Oh, game 1 is over? Unionize the casters? I don't think that would benefit many people. Okay, yeah, it will be Ring of Reeds. I don't know then who, ACCM 1? Okay. Redo this all again. Thank you for the update. I am losing my mind. Probably because I'm tired. Alright.
Bohemians. Dravidians. So yeah, looks like Ring of Reeds will be next. I unfortunately do need a moment, guys. So, one sec. Hopefully we'll get into this game number 2 in just a moment. All right, I hear gentle Italians sounds, and here we are, guys. Game number 2. Man, ACCM is such a cyan picker these days. Alrighty, so apparently Mihi lost game number 1 on Not Nomad, did not see it. We were casting the other set. But he will be in the yellow as the Italians here on Ring of Reeds.
But nay.
And to the northeast. Yes, I'm tired. In the cyan as the Aztecs. It will be ACCM. Why did I switch sets? Because there was too much reason to switch sets. Too many reasons to switch. Or to not, yeah. All right, so this is a very early drush. The barracks is at the back, though.
Oh.
I guess Mihi is coming out here and fishing very early. All right, so looks like ACCM recognizing the early fishing ships and is going to be going for zone counterattack. So just 2 militia for now. Are we going to be seeing more? I mean, Neos went with 5 militia, so you know. Why cyan? Yeah, he's a cyan picker now, man. It's what he does. So, well, on a map with no walls. So, militia coming forward here.
Is Mihi gonna try and FC this? I mean, you'd think if he was going for a quick feudal age, he would have clicked up by now. But it still looks like he's not even close to castle age resources. Oh, there you go. Oh, Mihi clicks on up. He is ahead in resources, thanks to the fishing ships. And I don't know if these militia are coming in fast enough here. Barracks on the way for Mihi.
Presto. Ein. Presto. Ein.
Oh, the sheep's coming in to help out. Oh boy.
Ein.
Remember, ACCM has yet to click up, so Mihi's still going to be getting there a lot faster. Mihi, even with his own militia queued up to help fight this off, he knows he can afford it with the fact that he has the fishing ships and his opponent does not. And that's actually going to be a dock here for ACCM as well. Yeah, it doesn't really seem like the two militia are going to be doing a whole lot at the moment. I mean, you cause a little bit of eco inefficiency, but relative to the fact that your opponent has all the fishing ships and you don't, it doesn't really feel like enough. Bunt. Well, 4 villagers going to be gathering from the shorefish there for ACCM. Res collected are still in favor of Mihi, and he is up to feudal age. In fact, he's going to be going forward. I thought it would just be making 1 or 2 militia to fend off against the 2 militia here so he doesn't have to use his villagers, but no. ACCM made a 3rd militia. That guy. Okay, it's wandering over there to the west. ACCM's chilling here in the middle of the map, but this could be really bad for him as Men-at-Arm is about to be in. Oh, come on. He didn't check! No! No, if he was Armenians, guys, and he had the Armenian extra line of sight for infantry, easy win. Alright, Scout Cavalry in jeopardy there. Yeah, you need to be checking this, man. Okay, now the Vils are coming forward, and are they still gonna miss it? Oh my goodness, they still missed it by 1 tile! No! Now a tower's coming in and a dock for ACCM. Oh, that is a tragedy. In a row? All the players are. It's a big qualifier day, because tomorrow's just going to be the last round, so I think it's going to be like the 3 deciding best of 7s, and they're going to be back to back to back. And I think that'd be it. So today's actually, I think, going to be the longest day. From the players? Yes, it is. Alright, Vils coming forward. Hard for me? I mean, it's work. Some days you have to work longer than others. But people seem to be enjoying this, so I'm content. As long as people are enjoying it, although of course we did lose like 70 viewers in the past 15 minutes. But even so, yeah, so long as people are enjoying the stream, then I'm perfectly fine working a lot. I like doing this. Fire Galley is out. The Bills are going to start to punch him down, though. Uh-oh. That's 2 dead Bills now for ACCM. And this Drush just does not seem to have been effective. Defensive tower number 2 coming in. And he does actually have a slight Vil lead at this point, as I guess the fishing ships are not all that efficient now. But more fire galleys coming in. Oh, Mihi did lose. He did lost a Vil at this point. Sorry, Ornlu showed up there for a moment. And that tower has been canceled by ACCM. They're closely related, that's true. Alright, men-at-arms and archers are going to be at the base of the tower here. That tower will be finished. Mihi really trying to force the issue, but I think it's going to be working out quite well. Gesticulating dance, yeah. This is very messy. The KD is still technically even, but that fire galley is going to go down. Okay. I mean, so does one of yellow, and now that one's under threat. More vills, I guess, are being idled there, but this is a wild game number 1, 2. Game number 1 that I'm casting. Mihi's still 3 vills ahead, though, at this stage. Even with more idle time, it's just the fishing ships. And actually, ACCM, now using those faster-producing Eagle Warriors. And I guess those fishing ships are also going to be in danger. Repairs coming in on that fire galley. This tower getting a little low in HP, but actually look at this. ACCM is basically out of stone. Mihi's been long-distance mining. Also, some Bill died somewhere. No blacksmith upgrades, though, for the Iguelos. And that is going to be one fishing ship snipe. Fletching going to be there. And oh, the Vills say it's robot fighting time. You got some repairs coming in. I don't know if that's going to be enough, though. Archers are wandering on back. Okay, there's that fire galley there. More repairs are on their way. There's even a demo that's going to be coming out. Oh, man. Is this enough for ACCM to try and break this? The repairs are good. Oh, and that's another dead Vill. 5 villagers killed on each side. Archers are there to shoot at the villagers underneath the tower, and that tower is starting to get a ton of value. Demo is coming in, but it's not going to do a whole heck of a lot, as Mihi just sort of absorbs that hit. I mean, nothing's actually killed, and the only things that took damage are some things that can be repaired. Robot fighting time? Have you never seen BattleBots? The late 90s, early 2000s TV show? Where people had remote-controlled robots that basically just sort of ran into each other. They're like little remote-controlled robots that just ran into each other. Come on, man. Gotta get with the obscure references. For in the Doubt games, it was what? I think it was 3-0. Yeah, Mihi 3-0 Doubt. So, why? I don't know, man. Just the villagers running into each other and punching each other reminded me of BattleBots. Incredibly niche references. Exactly. Yeah, this is not Doubt's day today. He had a rough one. Alright, that's a lot of villagers gathering from the shorefish here. And ACCM's actually ahead by 700 resources. I guess he is +2 in the KD. Yeah, way more of everything except stone. Kind of surprising, to be honest. Niche references, I guess. I guess you gotta be good at something in life, you know? Almost at 40 villagers here. And ACCM is, I suppose, gonna be a bit closer to Castle Age. That is gonna be mining a bit of stone here as well. And this gold actually completely blocks off this area. Yeah, I think it would behoove Yellow to gather through the center, but I think he might be a bit nervous to do so, or to send villagers over with the demo ship potential until this dock goes down, which I would understand. Fire galley over here on the back, still able to even apply pressure to that house. Some walls coming in there for Mihi, but right now, guys, ACCM, look at that, 11 seconds idle TC time in a game this wild. This is what ACCM was born in. Molded by it. He didn't see the standard game until he was already a man. Remember, guys, when ACCM would face Viper in, like, the first round of a tournament, and ACCM would just tower rush it forward every single game? That was the old ACCM. All right, with the market in, looks like ACCM is going to be thinking about Castle Age. Going to only just now start to idle the TC a little bit. Archers do clean up those eagles at the back. Now, if the archers swing around to this right side, there really is nothing protecting these villagers. So ACCM is going to need to... Actually, no, he hasn't clicked up yet. Oh, wow, that's actually a lot of idle time. Oh, because this is his only food income. Oh, no, that is, like, just slightly very awkward. Mihi can click up in a second. Okay, ACCM, they basically click up at the same time, guys. 1,000 more resources, though, here for ACCM. He just doesn't really have that much of an army. That's at least going to keep Mihi alive for now. As ACCM tries to tower up over here. Archers are slowly making their way around the side of the map. What does Mihi do? Mihi can go for really anything. Either player can go for Siege Monk or Boom. I feel like those are... You do one of those two things, but you can just do either. Hello, Tandoori.
Okay.
Oh, here come the peasants. I don't think Mihi appreciates the presence of the peasants. And that tower is going to get punched down. It will reopen this gold back up for ACCM to take, who's even getting more walls up over there on the side. Demo. Rip. Alright, Eagles are about to get that Castle Age bonus. We have a stable in here for Mihi. Anything? I mean, no, I did not learn anything. But if everything was in English, or almost everything was in English, then why bother learning the local language? Alright, there is a demo about to be out here from Mihi as ACCM is trying now to dock the middle once again. But those fire galleys are going to go down. Oh, Demo still hanging out in the dock. But the Knight only has +1 defense. Oh, but the Knight let them in! Uh-oh! Honestly, ACCM's not even that far away from a castle. Oh, but I think ACCM is also very well aware of that flag in the dock, so I don't think he just wants to hang around and attack the base of the castle, but that doesn't mean go right next to the dock! Ah! Alright, well, Monk production has started. It's really just Knights right now here for Mihi. There's the second monastery. Whoop. Alright. Still quite a few Eagles here, but you gotta pay attention to that demo ship. First Monk is on its way for Mihi. Uh-oh! A fine hit. What, are you moving to the Chicago area, Tandoori? I mean, these are the sorts of things that Mihi needs to get himself back into this one, although the resources collected difference is pretty rough for him. Wind chime. Alright, I always see a castle come up in the middle, guys. Canada? Oh, that's still very far away from me. At its closest, Canada is like a 7-hour drive. And that's just to get to Windsor across from Detroit. Well, Knights are coming in. Idea right now? Yep. How far is Mexico? Mexico's probably maybe 14, 15 hours. And that's just to get to the border. Alright, see you, Bannister. Lived in Washington. I went to university in Washington, D.C. But now I live with my family in the Chicago area. 20? I don't know. Now I'm doubting myself. Mexico. Directions to Mexico. Okay, let's try this particular border town. Starting. Uh-oh, it's loading. Oh, no, it is 21 hours. To get to one of the closer cities on the Mexican border, it's 21 hours and 19 minutes. Yeah, Texas is big, man. Well... Castle coming in here. Mihi is pretty close to clicking up, but I don't know if you can really keep yourself alive to Imperial Age, and even if you do get to Imperial Age, you don't have a castle to treb anything. Anyway, I want to see some Jags as well, man. This is open, and the Knights are going to run right in, as it's very easy to overchop on this map. Huh. Getting his crossbowman, but he has no stone. Well, he's got no stone! Third TC coming in here forward from ACCM. Everyone else, I wanted to cast Barl's Vinch, but then everyone else wanted to cast Barl's Vinch, and you know, I want to make sure as much as I'd rather, I think, cast the other series, and I think my viewership is probably suffering for it, I also feel that it is my duty to make sure as many sets as possible get covered. And you'll see some Jags. Well, what if I don't work in a Jag factory, Kuri? Actually, probably closer to Mexico than New Mexico. At least at its closest. These guys absolutely deserve to be cast as well. Alright, Crossbowman's coming in. And, I mean, as far as it goes, Italians, cheaper Imperial Age, good archers. I mean, it makes sense. But without that castle, it feels like it's going to be tough to, like, actually prevent these pushes from happening. Looks like ACCM is also going to be going for his first relic. No, Mihi never had a castle. Honestly, with the way that the two players played, it was not a surprising result at all. It's 17 hours to New Mexico. I guess maybe to the closest point to New Mexico. A civilized fella? I don't know if I'd call myself civilized. Well, okay, here's the thing, guys. The archer numbers are climbing. Yeah, America's big, man. I am educated, at the very least. To Albuquerque. And, I live north of Chicago, so it'd probably be more like a 21 hour drive to Albuquerque, but yeah, that's still probably slightly closer. Supports the Bears. I don't have a Bears t-shirt, I have a Ravens t-shirt. I'd much rather watch the Ravens than the Bears these days. Well, getting those mud kills. Okay, so ACCM's on his way up, but honestly, guys, credit here to Mihi. He's not dead. He's in a rough spot, don't get me wrong. But with the chemistry in, cheap bombard cannons for Italians, like, it's not completely inconceivable that ACCM can maybe lose this game. Live in Chicago? What did you think I was? I mean, if you thought I was Canadian, then, like, that's perfectly reasonable. But anything else, the accent would definitely not check out. Oh, oh no! Oh no! Oh, guys, I really, truly believed Mihi had at least a chance in this game until that happened. Now the archer numbers are getting a lot lower, and it's going to buy all the time necessary, likely for ACCM to make that switch over to skirmishers. Better production for Aztecs is nice. Yep. I think you missed a J in there, Vico. Otherwise, that was an accurate rendition of what I was saying. Now, ACCM does have like half his eco idle right now, which isn't great. But with more monks and skirms coming in, I think he's still probably fine. Block printing and illumination now on the way. And then he'll be able to convert those bombard cannons, and I just don't think there's going to be enough to stop that. Repairs are going to be enough, at least in the short run. And man, I love Aztecs. I wish we could see them more. Especially on games that can go late. I say a lot of things, guys. Mostly they don't make sense, but I say things. All right, there are no defense upgrades in yet for the skirmishers. Won't be picked at all? I mean, there are a lot of sets. I mean, it's not inconceivable that every civ is picked at least once, but if there is a civ that isn't picked, it's going to be Bulgarians. Sicilians, you can at least pick as a gimmick strategy in some situations. I think they've actually already been picked. An early win civ? I mean, in general, yeah, but Aztec late game is fun with monks and siege and stuff. But we just don't see Aztecs much at all. Britons? I suspect we'll see Britons at least once. Even though they're not a mobility civ, and mobility's kind of king right now. Alright, GG is called. And ACCM takes game number 2. I mean, he honestly did a really good job in all of that chaos to be getting his eco, right? He was on 11 seconds idle time for most of Feudal Age versus like the 2 minutes of Mihi. He kept on harassing his opponent's eco. He just kept on making that happen. Really, really good game there from ACCM, and he is 1 game away from an appearance tomorrow in the Decider set, and is 1 game away from the closest LAN he'll probably ever have in China. Although I'm still, like, ACCM's from Da Nang, so Da Nang to Beijing is still probably at least a 4-hour flight. If not longer, actually. Anyway, that is Ring of Reeds going the way of ACCM. Italians losing to Aztecs. So that's the first pick losing to the last pick as well. Again, like, Italians are a top pick in so many settings right now, and Aztecs are just not. All right, Lookout's going to be the next one. I am ready for my Jurchens versus Hindustanis. That's my guess. My guess, and I'm sticking to it. Except they need to start the game for that. But it would make the organizers happier. And Vietnam, I think, is only an hour behind China. Or are they ahead of? They're like an hour off from China. I forget if they're an hour ahead or an hour behind, though. But it's just a shorter flight than ACCM, who usually has to cross most of the world to get over to Germany, where most of the lands are. And I wonder if he'll do better, because normally ACCM does worse at lands, and I think just going over all the way across the world. One hour behind? Ah, okay. Yeah, China only has one time zone. I thought Vietnam was an hour behind. Bourgeois capitals. All right. Oh, interesting. I mean, we get a lot of interesting matchups here on Lookout. We'll also start casting Barrels versus Vinchu. Look at this, Corgi. $2,000 miles, which is much less than normal for him. Mem? Ah, yeah. Well, Mem has never really been one to want to sacrifice what he thinks would be the best set, or the set his viewers would want the most, to cast another one. Alright, guys, look at this one. We will have here to the west of the map in the cyan as the Hindustanis. It will be ACCM. To the east in the yellow as the Japanese, it will be Mihi. So first time I'm seeing Japanese on this map. Didn't play the rest? Oh yeah, I remember that one. So, we've seen Hindustanis on this map before. I have not seen Japanese. Now, do we think that Japanese are a good civ for this map? I do think so. Remember, you start with a barracks, and it's forward, kind of, sort of. If I know anything about right triangles, and this makes what is at least close to a right triangle, the hypotenuse is going to be longer than one of the edges. If I know anything about math, which I don't, that's a complete lie. All right. It was cool. What are you talking about? Math is like one of the only things they actually teach in America that's even semi-good. In what ratio? Isn't it x root 2? If I recall correctly. All right. About formal logic? I don't know much about informal logic. I just kind of do things. Anyway, this is definitely a matchup where Japanese are going to want to be a bit more aggressive. If you just sort of sit back, I feel like Hindustanis are probably going to be able to defend with ranged units like skirmishers and then get to late game. Oh, yeah, because it's not a right triangle isn't necessarily the same size, but yes. It's a squared, b squared equals c squared. Yes, I know that. Also, I remember the quadratic formula for some reason. Was it x equals negative b plus or minus square root of b squared minus 4ac divided by 2a. I remember that one. Yeah, I said square root. You're not listening. Explain it. That's all I got, guys. But you absolutely can go for a men-at-arm rush. The men-at-arm rush isn't necessarily about catching your opponent off guard, especially when you're a civ that has a very good one. It's actually just about keeping your opponent's eco as idled as possible. That said, ACCM going up 18 pop, no loom is really fast. And he's going to be able to go right over to the archers nice and quickly. So that could be a tough one. Still watching and shouting your hip bone? I hope you're actually getting that hip bone treated and are just like chilling in bed or something, because that sounds awful. Alright, well, Men-at-Arms here trying to apply pressure, but ACCM, nice early walls. He's got an archer on the way. The 3 bills to Men-at-Arm tower. It's not something we've seen yet, and we just don't really see tower rushing very often these days in general. But yeah, very quick archer, and like this is the sort of thing that Men-at-Arm rushes hate going against, is the super fast archers build. As now these Men-at-Arms are close to useless. Donjon rush? Again, we just don't see tower rushing though, even with the 3 forward villagers. I mean, we could perhaps, but I haven't seen it yet. Mihi getting a bit housed right there. ACCM trying to get himself all walled up. I would definitely feel a bit more comfortable if Mihi was walling with this pressure, but Scout goes down there. And 2 kills actually on each side. No arson upgrade in for Mihi though, so it's just the Men-at-Arms. Bombard. Well, those aren't to tower rush. That's like... To me, a tower rush is something that you do in early feudal age. Otherwise, it's like you have pressure that also includes towers. Moves in your general direction, but that's everything. Everything's eventually going to attack you. To me, rush implies a certain priority in the order of operations of things you make. Guard tower rush? I mean, I guess, yeah. Got that defined. With this chat, you absolutely need to define everything. Uh-oh, ACCM coming across the map here with some archers. Fletching's to be in here in just a second. Uton tower rush? On arena, tower rushing is absolutely the meta, though. Arena is the exception. It's open map tower rushing that you never see anymore. The only component of the attack? Yeah, that's also part of it. Alright, units rolling around here to the west. And we do have at least a skirmisher at home. Fletching is in for both players. And these are only skirmishers. But the thing is, the skirmishers get fletching really early. And it seems like it's more difficult for people to get the infantry armor upgrade. Cav stack? Oh yeah, that was not that long ago, wasn't it? That was just at Red Bull. That was last year, right? Anyway, this is definitely a little bit of economic efficiency here for Mihi. No, that was versus Viper in the finals, wasn't it? Hera's not in this game. He is in fact directly invited to the tournament and does not qualify at all. Clutching for their javelins because the less you think about it, the better. Anyway, this is looking really bad for Mihi, and this is just the classic example of why going for these infantry approaches can struggle a lot. We got 11 farms right now, 10. I guess that's kind of close, but you're losing 2 villagers, and you're just not... You're falling behind in ranged units, and it's basically everything revolves around the ranged units right now. And it's not even that infantry's too expensive, it's that infantry has no guaranteed value at all against ranged units. So you just kind of like walk at them, and there's nothing you can do if your opponent micros well. That's why you don't see them in late feudalage. You just have no way of actually fighting. Especially if there's room to run around. Rush FC? Yeah, that is something I think we could possibly see. Idle buildings? That's not really how AoE works, though. Alright, market now coming in here for Mihi, but ACCM does not need a market, and he's just going to be cruising his way up to Castle Age. He's 5 bills ahead. Mihi get Town Watch? He did. Not really where you want to be at. 21 bills on food right now for ACCM. I mean, all you have right now are just a few skirms and a few archers. Proper boop. The thing is, if we made archers more realistic, they'd be super unfun to use. Can you imagine if you had to go through the reload time every time you wanted to move and shoot? It would be very, very unfun. Anyway, ACCM is on his way up to Castle Age. And it's getting Horse Collar and a second archery range. Probably just going to go for elite skirmishers and add TCs. I don't see why you would need to do anything else. The arrows cost wood, yeah. Realism does not necessarily make for a fun gameplay mechanic. Oh. And your faction plants, that would just be a blacksmith. You'd have to go to the blacksmith to get your arrows. Like, and you had to get food and water for your units while on the road. Minimum pay? Well, back in ye old days, people were paid in food, basically. Yeah, like, sometimes, guys, it's much better to have a fictional game. I mean, imagine, like, you couldn't have AoE as an esport if the game was slower or clunkier, like some people want. Run out? Indeed. Arrows would cost food? No, arrows would cost wood. Come on. Play wall to the south? He just didn't... He went for the aggressive play, and it just... When you're going up that fast, your eco is already stretched to the limit, right? Because it's a very, very fast men-at-arm rush. And so you don't really have the ability to wall to the side, because you just don't have the eco for that. You can't sustain production. But the thing is, ACCM was up even faster, and just went exactly for archers. I mean, remember, they both went for the fastest possible uptime. It's just one guy went archers, and then was full walled at home. And that's just kind of the problem, is that ACCM completely anticipated it and went for the thing that hard counters it the most. So 7 vills behind right now is Mihi. I mean, to be fair, that's good. You need iron first and foremost. That's very true. Well, I guess those ranged units are being locked out for now, but it's 1 TC versus 3, and Mihi effectively is playing without any bonuses at this point. ACCM can at least better sustain Vill production, although you do need more than 4 on food, I will admit. Scale problems? Well, they specifically in AoE 2 made the scaling a lot better than it was in AoE 1. AoE 1 scaling made 0 sense whatsoever. But yeah, obviously units are gigantic relative to buildings. But I think that's totally fine. You don't want the buildings to actually be gigantic. It makes units much easier to control and run around with. In the Middle Ages, that's true. Anyway, 14 villager lead here for ACCM. He also has the horse collar upgrade. And this is another case of I'm not sure where Mihi's actually going in this game. He has a siege workshop forward, I guess, but ACCM has 10 vills on stone. I mean, that's not bad, but farm gaps around the TC? Oh, just speak from the expired farms. Feels bad, man. Alright, University coming in for ballistics. Still more archers here from ACCM. I'm kind of surprised he's not going for skirmishers, which feels like it just hard counters the archers, and then you have a better eco. But the archers do give ACCM a lot more aggressive potential, which I guess he wants in this case. It's totally fine. It's just not meta. I think the issue with skirms right now is that it's... anything that counters skirmishers is much more expensive or situational to tech into than skirmishers themselves. And with Castle here at the front, some goo lambs would absolutely close out this game. Survive. That's why he's sitting there taking that Scorpion Bolt. Oh. Okay. Only chance Mihi wins this game is if this is a doubt castle. Like, literally the only chance. And you know what, guys? You know what, guys? Alright, Archer is applying pressure over there. I think it's a little ugly here for ACCM, but it's good enough. Yeah, that's good enough. And sometimes good enough is good enough. Alright, Gulam's coming in, TC number 4 as well. And you're just not really able to do a whole lot at this point. To be fair, the Gulams don't have any upgrades at the moment, so those will need to slowly come in as we have Mihi going for Cav Archers. All right. Plus more is more important, or plus 2 attack. Armor is almost always more important for melee units, and attack is almost always more important for ranged units. Melee units tend to have higher attack than ranged units, And so it is percentage increase less important in terms of like increasing damage. You would much rather have the survivability so you can get more hits in. And for ranged units, well, one, the ranged attacks also increase the unit's range as well as attack, so that's already very helpful. And also ranged units tend to have lower base attacks, so percentage increase-wise, the attack upgrades matter more. Aggression doesn't work. We tend to see a lot more passivity in the mid-game, but also I think that's just kind of the meta, right? It's not like people are actually going fast castle. You're still playing like 18, 19, 20 pop up. One shot less, you would much more often rather have more armor. Like, yes, knights with +1 attack kill villagers in one fewer hit than knights without +1 attack, but you'd still much rather have +1 defense most of the time, so the knights stay alive much better to arrow fire. 1 TC, I think that Mihi was stuck going 1 TC because he was already so far behind getting into Castle Age. Cav Archer's still trying to be a little bit annoying. Bowsaw just now coming in for ACCM. ACCM realizing that he needs more skirmishers because you always need more skirmishers. It's replaced by skirms. Why would you ever go for something that isn't a skirmisher, guys? Makes no sense. Cavalier and longswords and nerf all trash units? Oh my goodness. Alright, Arson coming in as well. And Gulam versus Cav Archer is kind of like Gulam, or it's like Eagle Warrior versus Cav Archer, where neither unit really feels all that great. I mean, a huge, massive CA can run in and pick off the Gulams, but in these more scrappy, low unit situations, then it's a lot harder for the CA. Gulam skirms die to Samurai? Yes, and with all of the castles that Mihi has, he can go for lots of Samurai. Well, I guess all those units have been cleaned up. Trying to get a couple kills there. Again, it's too far gone. It honestly just feels like a numbers game at this point, that even if you take some good fights here and there, it's like, to what end are you doing any of this? I don't think Mihi gets any damage on, especially as the skirmisher upgrades increase and there's +2 defense in. Ballistics is also coming in. Another castle there to the south from ACCM. Poke, 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 poke. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, guys, because Mihi's tournament life is on the line. He's fighting his heart out. He's trying to take the good fights. He's getting a good blob of Cav Archers, but I don't know. I mean, it is possible somehow that he can click up to Imp slightly faster, but when Mihi's on 110 pop, ACCM's going to be on 200 pop. But to his credit, if Mihi was to make a comeback in this game, this would be the way to do it. Alright, castle there to the south. But ACCM's only going to be a hair slower, and he's on almost double the villager count. Gonna have castle number 3 here pretty soon as well. Skirm's just trying to do what they can for now. Oh, there's not much else he could do. It's just a matter if he fell too far behind in Feudal Age. The Ghulams can come in and raid. These Ghulams can get some legendary raids from the shadows of Mihi's base. Mihi did pick up 3 relics, which again, is Mihi doing the right things with his map control? It's just one of those situations, again, where you can make all the correct decisions, and short of ACCM massively throwing the game, none of them matter. The one thing he's doing can't be countered. Yeah, I mean, like, even if this was like Japanese and you had the Cav Archers versus a civ like Franks who really don't like facing Cav Archers, I mean, ACCM would just be going Paladins if he was Franks in this exact position, and Mihi would be just as dead. I guess, well, you got the outposts around your base, so you look out for your base, and you also have your tower on the hill. Anyway, Imp is in. I guess you have Bracer coming in, but bleh. Grand Trunk Road. Well, those are sad. They're real sad. Nope, this set was not very close, unfortunately. I kind of thought that ACCM would match up pretty well against Mihi, although I didn't think it would be like this one-sided. Anyway, Elite Ghulam can come in here in just a moment. Elite Ghulam's like a really weird value right now. It's like 875 food, 625 gold, or something weird like that. Anyway, more upgrades on their way, more skirms, more Ghulams. What are you gonna do when the skirms come for you? Elo rankings? Actually, does Doubt qualify for next week? Anyway, GGGL next. Unfortunate there for Mihi. I mean, the 3-0 win over Doubt is very nice, and he played super well in that series, but it just seemed like ACCM was a step ahead of him. Why would he not qualify? Well, didn't Jordan not qualify? But I don't know what Doubt's, like, Elo whatever is looking right now. Infantry? Nope. There was nothing that Mihi could have done in that situation. He was too far behind in resources. Oh, he just didn't sign up. Oh, okay. Ooh. Guys. I think you're gonna like this series. Alright, who's winning? It just started game number 2. It's Sebastian won game number 1. So this is, I assume, then MBL's home map? What? Alrighty, guys, so here we are. It is Clown Town. Spaced out a little, because there are too many sets going on at once. Otherwise, there'd be qualifiers happening for, like, 30 hours. Then Sebastian, I guess so. Oh, I'm ready for Bombard Towers. This is the chicken funnel. If you're unfamiliar with the chicken funnel, basically, the chickens will try and walk around back and forth. And if they don't, if there's a barrier in the way, like these gates, then the chickens will just try and walk around them to get to their little desired spot on the other side. So they end up walking right through the TC, so you can basically lure the chickens that way. Is MBL a chicken funneler? I have the feeling that MBL is not a chicken funneler. Explaining, it's my job. By the maths, I don't trust the math. Doesn't even like taking chicken, that's also true. Okay, so as far as Turks versus Bohemians goes, I do think that Bohemians are the much better civ on average, as they are... They can just like Turks, they can go for like the aggressive castle drop stuff and have even better upgrades doing so. And you got the Hussite wagons, which might be worse next patch, I'm not too sure. But you can also play a high eco style, and you have a cheaper time getting into your best army, which is basically just cannons and trash units. And hand cannons, if the situation calls for it, but not really in this matchup. Turks, they do have a higher ceiling than Bohemians, but it's tough to get there. Like, with Turks, if you have a ton of cav archers, bombard towers, and artillery bombard cannons, siege rams potentially even, then I think it could be quite tough for Bohemians to stop that. Bohemian has a higher ceiling. If gold runs out, Bohemians have the far better trash situation, because you'll take Bohemian Halbs over Turk Hussars on this map any day. But Turks are the best civ at keeping their gold units alive. You can just keep your tanky cav archers and long-range bombard cannons alive for quite a while. Yes, I mean, we saw MBL in his series in his last set against Kingston go for Turks on Arena, and he lost to Kingston's Burgundians, although Kingston played super well. What actually is Sebastian doing? Went up on 22 pop. Huh? Okay, he must be full clowning. Arena is deep times out of credit. This is why I don't do chat GPT. Do Hofnates beat Turk bomber cannons? They can. But the extra range of Turk bombard cannons actually does make it a little bit tricky to engage. Especially if the Turk bombard cannons are in a defensive position. Honks last, honks loudest. Fast imp. You almost never see fast imp at high level. Like, a Turk fast imp is... I don't even remember the last time I've seen it at high level play. I think that's mostly just a low level play thing. Because it's so hard to stop Imperial Age units if you are not with really strong mechanics. As their comment? I don't think so. I don't like how GPT is replacing thinking. Alright, so, I mean, it's a full clown play. Forward Siege Monks. Do I like that? I mean, if it was most players going Turks here, then I would say no, because they're probably going to go for a castle. And MBL doesn't really do that. And you can see he's not. Actually, what is MBL doing? I guess just defensive siege workshop and slowly adding an eco. I mean, that is an MBL play. I mean, Turks can go for monks and castle age, and it's like, okay, but you'd still rather be Bohemians. Anyway, Sebastian is going to be going for the big old clown push, and it is going to be down to MBL to defend it properly. MBL is ahead here in resources collected. And MBL now will see what's happening. Yes, this is 9 star. He sees the monasteries, but seeing the monasteries is actually okay for MBL because he knows he has a little bit more time. If it was the Siege Workshop push, then MBL is going to need to start reacting immediately. But monks don't kill walls, in case you guys didn't know. I know that's another amazing revelation here. Revelation. Alright, it's getting Bosaw though, so I guess not like super all-in YOLO, but still pretty all-in. Yeah, Relevation. I've been doing a lot of streaming recently, man. Okay, MBL cancels the barracks. Can't use monks in siege towers. Alright. Do I like this? Remember, guys, Turks actually have a decent Monastery Texture and Castle Age. You only miss block printing and Imperial Age, which isn't great, as well as Illumination, and Herbal Medicine. But you do have both Redemption and Atonement, and Sanctity and Fervor. Anti-authoritarianism? Oh, no. So, second TC. I do like going for the second TC here because it does feel like you are going to be getting that guaranteed eco lead over time, because if you remember back to Doubt versus Mihi on Arena, where Doubt was also playing 1TC against the 1TC of Mihi, Doubt never really got that eco lead that he would have wanted in his situation. So that second TC sort of guarantees you a degree of inevitability, which I like. Especially if it's Monastery instead of Monastery Siege Workshop at first. It is true that MBL isn't on stone, and I do find that somewhat concerning. And I don't see anything that kills a ram here. So, smart move here from Sebastian to go for the battering ram, because MBL is not going to be able to do anything against that, in fact. Sanctity coming in here as well. Okay, Sebastian has 5 relics. He's actually going to be way ahead in eco right now. The double monastery does let you pick up those relics real quick. Units in it? Only infantry units, not archers or villagers. And it also does 5 more damage to buildings, for what that's worth. Okay, you got Atonement coming in. And a tower. I guess you could go for a guard tower defense. That wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Busy day? Oh, lots of busyness. Double Monastery Siege Workshop, you know they're probably not going, at least for a very fast imp. So is MBL going to go for the University and go for Guard Tower? I mean, he's getting fletching, right? It has to be Guard Tower, right? His eco upgrades are quite solid. The Sowenville's on stone. I don't know if you guys know this, though. You do need a university for Guard Tower, unless you're Koreans. Did Sebastian pick up Atonement yet? He did not. Just Sanctity and Devotion for now. Oh, they see me rolling. They hating. Alright. That's going to be a little bit of a nuisance there, but you can see that Sebastian is ahead of MBL in resources because of the 5 relics. Oh, Loom just now coming in. Yeah, that's an important one. Vills are actually somehow still all alive. I think MBL's going to die. I don't think you can just go for 2 monasteries here and not expect to die. Because he's far away from a castle. He doesn't have Redemption. He doesn't have Guard Tower, and Watchtowers are not likely going to be sufficient. Need to delete. Oh, what? Oh, Sebastian screwed that up. He should have gotten the light cav. Oh, that's nice for MBL. Oh, because look at this. Now you have to scooch back. Okay, no, he's just going to click up to Imp, though. Okay, so I think that Sebastian strategically is still doing the right thing. There isn't really a whole lot MBL could do against this imp. MBL isn't horrendously far away, but he's far enough away. Again, Sebastian has the better eco, despite also going for the Monk Siege push because of these relics and also the free mining upgrades that he's getting. Okay, that light cav is getting giga converted at that point. Able to run away just in the nick of time. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to put it on 0.5 speed. Okay, so here's the deal, guys. Chemistry is not going to be in time for Imperial late. I mean, you can still research chemistry and then go for the bombard cannons, but it's not going to be in just yet. Is MBL going to be able to win this game without Imp? I'm not sure. The thing is, he's still going to be behind in eco for a while, which is pretty funny considering he has 50% more villagers than his opponent. But that is correct. Actually, no. At this point, his vills are working efficiently, so maybe he'll be able to surpass his opponent in just a moment. Remember, the 5 relics are basically 7.5, worth 7.5 villagers mining gold constantly. Alright, the castle's coming in. I still think you're probably fine here as Sebastian. But it's going to need to be for Rams, Jannies, and Light Cav. All of them. You need all of them. Alright, Chain Barding Armor and Bloodlines both coming in here as well. I do like MBL expanding to the north. That's cute. Is Sebastian going to scout that? Oh, I think Sebastian might have been just off in his timing a little bit. But he's still going to come in with the outposts as well. When you're going for this sort of push, always outpost and scout, because one of the main reasons you do this in the first place is to not deny your opponent resources. So, you know, make sure you're doing that, and instead of, you know, not doing that. I'm very articulate. All right, Bombard Cannon on the way. Trebuchet on the way. Theocracy now for the monks. MBL now has the resources lead. 72 vills to 44. He's doing a very good job of keeping his idle TC time low, but he is an age behind. No, Sebastian can't actually punish this. And actually, sending the vills to the forge bushes is, I think, even a little bit better. 35 vills on food at this point. All right, so with that extra stone income, I suppose MBL could maybe repair for a while. Theocracy means that only one monk in a group has to loses their faith at a conversion. So, like, if all of those monks converted, it would only be one monk that loses its faith instead of all of them. It's very, very important when grouping, microing large groups of monks. But it doesn't really matter in low numbers because you should have better micro it anyway at this level. Alrighty, guys. Is this castle going to be denied? MBL does not have devotion, I believe. No, he is not devoted. Castle's coming in pretty quickly here. Monks on their way as well. Oh, boy. Here we go, guys. Yeah, here we go. 21 to 24 army. The monks are here. The quick walls are in time. MBL having to delete some walls right there. The castle is getting closer and closer. 43 vills to 81. The Janissaries are trying to shoot the vills. 89% on the castle. The Light Cav all seem to be going down. I think this should be a win for Sebastian. Yes, it is. He gets the castle down. He still has army. MBL losing so much here. Those quick walls with the houses were absolutely essential. And now MBL is going to be losing that castle. The scouts, yeah, he needed to be more decisive there. Got some ranges now coming up in the back. Now, the thing is, MBL still has a way better eco, but Sebastian has around double the resources destroyed at this point. Oh, and now there's no way to get to Imp. You have 2 castles here that you have to deal with. Sebastian's actually adding in his own second TC at this stage. Yeah, even having just a few pikemen there as Bohemians is really helpful. But the Light Cav also spent a lot of time attacking other Light Cav that got converted instead of, you know, killing the siege and monks. Also, not having devotion when your opponent's going mass monks feels like a bit of a mistake. And when I say a bit of a mistake, I mean a very significant mistake. In buildings now, so the way it works is once you unlock Imperial Age, which MPL did as soon as he built his castle, Imperial Age never gets locked again. It's like a one-time thing. Anyway, MBL's pretty dead at this point. It was really all about that fight. Alright, iron casting. I mean, the light cav are fully upgraded. Some Hussite wagons coming in because sure, why not? MBL is still gathering around here on the outside, although he's going to have a lot of idle villagers, and especially his food income is about to be disrupted quite heavily. And Sebastian is on his way to going up 2-0 over MBL. And right now, we're looking at 18 idle vills for MBL. He's got a ton of archers queued up. Castle number 3 should be in here in just a moment.
That's it.
And it's 28 army to 13, guys. I think MBL could have won the game with that fight. It's just he wasn't microing it as well as he needed to. It really just came down to that big fight. Now there isn't a whole lot else you can do. Also, he's being way too indecisive with his army. The worst thing you could be against an army of monks is indecisive in terms of should I engage, should I not engage, because that just gives the monks time to convert all your units. Anyway, Vil fight happening here. Oh no. Oh no. Sebastian's lost like 4 units there or something. There is no monk, something like that. And indeed, Sebastian does get the win there with the clown play, 16 conversions with the monks. And really, you see right there, Sebastian just not losing enough, and he got the castle down. And MBL just not quite able to compete there. So, MBL's going to need to make a reverse sweep happen if he wants a chance in this series. Oh yeah, we had to jump over from one series to the next. Wants to go to China? Does he not like competing in big money tournaments? I guess it's only $45,000. That we easily could. Okay, that's Turks losing to Bohemians all the way at pick 4. Feels like quite low. Does anyone know what the civs were in game number 1? Hindu Sans Jurchens, thank you. Way we can X things out properly. Oh, I did get that backwards. Rip. That, and then we can X out our civs. And they have not selected the next map yet, so that was Hindustanis over Jurchens. Ornlu would be fun. I'm always fun to watch, or something. You're fun players? Yeah, man. It would have been fun to cast that series, am I right? Alright, so MBL's tournament life is going to be on the line here. An arena? Maybe John Slow was right and Turks are only a B tier arena civ. He lost to Bohemians and Burgundians, which in my opinion are the two best arena civs right now. All right, so Arabia will be the next one. Yes, all these players should be able to go to the second qualifier. Oh, and that there. Going 3 TC boom. I think that the only way you're beating it is instead of going for monks with atonement, because there's too much micro involved. I think you need to go for rams. Like I said, Lycav Janissary Ram sounds like the most reasonable way to do that. Although again, I mean, it's really tough to deal with Bohemians. I would always ban Bohemians if I have 5 Civ bans on a map like this. Like, I would not bother banning Burgundians. I would probably not bother banning Bengalis. Khmer, I might still ban Khmer, maybe not. I'd always ban Mongols and Cumans, and we have a hybrid map, right? I assume we have a hybrid map. Yeah, Fish and Fish. Actually, is it worth banning Persians for Fish and Fish? I don't know. I mean, I might ban Persians and not Nomad. Anyway, it looks like Andy versus Niaz is going to be happening in a moment. So if this series ends with the 3-0, which I hope it does not, of course, I'll likely go ahead and cover that one. Unless a bunch of other people are casting it. Cam is shaking a bit? Oh. Alright, 15 seconds. Six hours into the stream, and it's only 1:16 p.m. These 7 a.m. starts, man. And tomorrow's 3 best of 7s, which could be pretty short or very long, depending. So I haven't had a chance to. I've been casting constantly. I haven't even had a chance to get lunch. Anyway, Mayans here for Sebastian, 1 game away from the final set. They'll be over here to the west and to the east in the red. As the Huns, it will be MBL. So if MBL is going out of this tournament, it's going to be playing Huns on Arabia. He's going to do what he loves most. Go out doing what he loves most. Easy Hun win. I mean, Huns Mayans is such a classic matchup that, I mean, I know I'm looking forward to it. No, I don't favor one Civ massively over the other. They're both very smooth and consistent throughout the entire game. They have their strengths that they play to. It's gonna be, you know, cheap, efficient units based off of a very strong early game from Mayans. And then from Huns, it's gonna be smooth and efficient units based off of some sort of cav or opening. Oh, MB. Ooh, that's a rough one. And guys, this is part of why some people don't like the chickens, is because if you don't push in deer, you just go forward and lame. He only took 18 damage. Never said that's a fool. That is a rough start there for NBL. Losing a Vil that early on is not ever something that's okay. I'm sorry, I like doing chicken sounds. No, I don't think you can kill the eagle. The eagle's just going to go heal up. I guess I think this version of Arabia also, or this version of the maps with the 9 Vil starts also gives you line of sight around your TC. So you really just don't even need to scout for your sheep most of the time. Yeah, MBL's not a big chicken fan. Anyway, MBL going up on what would be 20 pop. So still able to get a good enough early game. And it's not like Sebastian has an enormous eco lead. The game isn't actually over, although he's going to be able to drop off a nice amount of food there with the mining camp. And Sebastian is certainly a little bit ahead right now. Sebastian's also going to be on his way up to Feudal Age. What's he doing? 2 Vils is basically an entire chicken. So I would send it Vils out in groups of 2 or 4. Yeah, Huns versus Mayans is absolutely classic. Even though Hun wars were very popular back in the day, guys, it wasn't always a Hun war, and sometimes you'd pick Civ, and they would usually be Huns, Aztecs, Mayans, maybe Mongols. Yeah, 2 Vils per chicken. Yeah, they have 65 food on them. Anyway, it is going to be an archer opening for Sebastian. I mean, it's Mayans, and you don't usually rush these days, so that makes plenty of sense. Well, villagers can have a 35 capacity on Hunt. Unless you're, you know, Goths or Aztecs. Alright, archery inch coming in. 4 Vils on gold already is definitely a lot, especially as Mayans. Built. No horse collar in. MBL was able to afford that upgrade. Even with 0 chickens as well. And at the very least, Huns have a nice smooth early game. Or chicken taking. Spearman coming out now for Sebastian. He did go for 1 extra eagle first, kind of interestingly. Gonna be hard aggro? Not necessarily. I actually don't know why you'd go for an extra eagle first. I guess the idea is that you go archers, and then you're also using your barracks constantly, and you just try and barrel down on your opponent and force an engagement by their forge bushes or woodline, which both of which are forward for MBL, which is obviously big Sag for him. The eagle's still gonna die to the scout cavalry. Oh, that is a very large corgi stretch behind me, living his exhausting life. Well, you can see that the resources collected are still quite even though Sebastian is ahead by a couple Vils, but Sebastian is, like, he can afford to go for these big walls because he knows he's ahead after the early villager kill and, of course, Mayans. So, big walls, unless something very sad happens with, like, chicken being... Oh, guys, if that chicken blocked the villager, oh, that would be tragic. No, the chicken was just out of the way. Alright, skirmishers now on their way for MBL. Of course, scouts into skirmishers. Very normal army transition. I mean, there are numerous historically inaccurate matchups that are all equally ahistorical. Like Huns Aztecs or Huns Mayans. Like, they literally never interacted. I mean, most of the American Civ matchups. Or Romans, or Huns. Like, yeah, 3 kingdoms versus Aztecs. Yeah, they're all equally not happening. Alright, though, here we are. This is what I was talking about. You just can churn out so many units early on here with the American civs using both your barracks and your archery range. Yeah, Aztecs and Incas are actually the 2 latest civilizations, I think, in terms of entering the scene. Although, again, Aztecs are kind of a catch-all for all of the Central Mexican people groups right now throughout the entirety of the AoE2 time frame, and the same goes for Incas in the Andes region. Well, the Romans are really basically based off of the 5th century Romans in AoE2. There are other American civs. Over the deserts of Arabia? Yeah, I mean... existed for much longer than that, though. I mean, the Romans didn't really last much longer than the 400s. Unless you count the Byzantines, and considering the Byzantines are their own separate civilization, we don't count Byzantines here. Alright. Range number 2 coming in. And this is actually second range. Okay, no, just as the blacksmith comes in. So MBL is getting himself all set up. But you can see that behind this, Sebastian investing very little food into his army. He's just getting his own farms down, and is likely going to be getting a far better castle age time. The thing with adding in the Mississippians is that they literally never interacted with any other AoE2 civ. Unless there's some records of Mississippians interacting with, like, the Central American peoples, but I have never heard of that. Nor do I think we know really anything about the Mississippians and what their culture, political structure was, all that stuff. Anyway, second range is now coming in for Sebastian, but this castle age timing advantage is going to be pretty darn rough. I mean, this is just going to be classic Mayans, faster up to castle age, Sebastian ahead by a few hundred resources at this point, and I think MBL is going to be having a real rough time. MBL making scouts and skirmishers, and he was already a little behind economically, and he's just going to have a slower castle age time. Huns don't want to be behind in farms relative to Mayans. That's a pretty rough combo. And now the archer numbers are going to be climbing for Sebastian. And if you did not know, Sebastian got his start as an AoE player, only going, like, basically defensive, feudal age, fast castle, archer timing kill. Like, that was all he did for years. And he's still going to be very good at it. The forward wood line for MBL is really going to be painful. And I have no idea how he's going to not die here, to be honest, guys. Like, the defensive tower needs to be coming in yesterday, but the crossbowmen, or the soon-to-be crossbowmen, are already here in the middle of the map. MBL getting no damage done with his forward. And, like, Huns are just not the defensive civ you're looking for here. I don't think MBL has Town Watch. He does not. Archers? Yeah, again, Huns are not the defensive civ you're looking for. I mean, at minimum, you're going to need 3 ranges. Okay, there's a watchtower incoming, I guess. Crossbow and Bodkin are in. Bosa on its way as well for Sebastian, and he can add a TC whenever he wants. It's not like he used the market at all this game. Guys, MBL still a minute from Castle Age. Guys, this looks a lot like my games, let me tell ya. Yeah, it's over. Unfortunate here for MB. We already have a siege workshop forward here as well for Sebastian. Bastion's barely lost any units all game long. Porky is making strange sounds behind me. Anyway, happy Castle Age MBL, you are still very, very dead. Alright, unit's gonna pop out of the archery range, trying to split up and destroy the enemy army as best he can. And honestly, it's not a bad fight as far as things go for MBL, but his eco is in way too terrible a position. Even though Sebastian's also only on 1 TC, it doesn't really matter that much. MBL has lost 11 villagers. I mean, just look at this, 31 to 27 units made, but the army number is just always so much higher. MBL, look at this dip in eco efficiency. Like, this dip in eco efficiency could easily be game losing, even if MBL kept every single one of his villagers alive. A TC, and he could add a TC, he doesn't have to add a TC. He can still just go for the kill. I mean, it's not like MBL held on by a lot. Well, Mangonel will likely be out in time here to deal with the archers, but even if there's a huge splat... Also note that over half this army, in fact, is skirmishers, which are not very good aggressively. Sebastian's not going to take any damage here at home. Okay, that was actually a nice splat for MBL. But I'm calling it now. MBL needs to kill at least 7 villagers with this to have a chance. Killing 7 or so villagers, in my mind, makes this game about even. And right now we're at 0. And everything here is at least house walled. And there's the second TC coming in. Also, I'm kind of curious as to why he's making crossbowmen and not cav archers. You'd think that if you're going for something, it would be cav archers. Oh, no. Oh, that was actually beautiful from MBL. I mean, that is a lot of mangonels. 100 kills Mayans. Well, that is what Huns are best at. What is that archery range? Alright, Corgi wants out. Alright. Is MBL any less dead than 10 seconds ago? Anyway, Sebastian's not that far away from Imp. He's ahead by 1,600 resources. He's still ahead by 13 bills. Even has the bowsaw upgrade, which is nifty. Just standing there. Menacingly. Alright, Eagle upgrade's coming in. Sure, why the heck not? Okay, that's pretty funny. Okay, so Sebastian is going to completely forego any Imperial Age attempt, and I guess he believes it would be safer to try and go for the Eagle Warriors. Oh no. Guys, that is not MBL's route to victory in this game. The scores are actually fairly close still, although I'm sure MBL is, you know, he's experienced enough to know that he's just in a dreadful way. Beach Workshop coming in forward here. All right, now is time to do your best Hera impression with the jumping in and out of the TCs with the crossbowmen. Uh-oh. 4 to 5 mangonels. So, I mean, Sebastian still has a lot of mangoes. But the issue is that even having the mangonels and them dancing back and forth means that MBL's mangonels can't comfortably just attack the TC. Although maybe you can honestly loop around that way and it can be kind of annoying. But the second the archers leave the mangonels here, Eagle Warrior's just going to run in and kill them, even though I don't think MBL knows about the eagles yet. What the? All right, Capture Age crashed. Awesome. Sorry about that, guys. On the left side? Well, it's the tournament logo. And it says LingYuan Cup. I mean, yeah, look at this. 3,000 resources difference. MBL basically just doing what his opponent is doing, but worse. There are going to be enough eagles here in just a moment. No squires. I mean, I like squires here, but... I mean, this is, oh, jeez, guys. Ow. Sebastian taking no risks here. Instead of shooting, because the archers wouldn't be able to kill the Eagle Warriors. I mean, like, again, there's nothing for him to do anyway. He's dead. I did not forget to pay the internet bill because I don't pay the internet bill because I live with my parents. Do I look like a man who can afford to pay an internet bill all by myself? Memory RAM issue? I mean, I think that just Capture Age takes up a lot of memory. Actually, I'm only at 55% right now. I'm at 40% CPU usage, 55% memory, and 53 GPU. I mean, I've got 64 gigs of RAM. Cache may be built up? Oh, yeah, maybe. As he booms up nicely. Wi-Fi? Well, I mean, I just have an Ethernet cable, but I don't know why it would go loose. There's nothing happening right now in my house. Unless Dash pulled it. Well, there will still be the qualifier next week. Well, I mean, I live in the suburbs. And my parents are wonderful. But it's really just a financial thing. Oh, he's not playing the second qualifier? Then yeah, then he's not going to go to China. Money, except I'm not really saving that much money. I'd like to save more money than I am, but I have expenses and I need to help out my family, too. I mean... Again, MBL just isn't tacking towards anything. Go for the third quali. I'm sure it would not at all be difficult to get Chinese citizenship. Dash has more costs than me. I probably am still much more expensive. At the very least, I cost more to feed, even though I also cook. Unfortunately for MBL, his current partner is from the wrong China as far as qualifying for this tournament goes. Well, I mean, it's pretty terrible right now for MBL. Sebastian ahead by like 4,000 resources. Andy's way ahead in resources destroyed. MBL, I don't think Sebastian's that toxic though. They split. I don't know. Maybe he's not with Dragon anymore. Ah, wow. I can't keep up with all the relationship drama. That's what I need Ellie and Debbie for, guys. Because I just can't keep up with this stuff otherwise. Bring Sebastian to China? Well, that is what these tournament organizers sign up for, I'm afraid. I mean, was that pretty? No. But it doesn't really matter, I think. I feel like we've seen that several times today where the guy who has an insurmountable lead takes a really bad fight and they're like, ah! Oh, it doesn't really matter. Anyway, GG is called. Good luck next, says MBL. And that is the win for Sebastian, 3-0. And, I mean, Sebastian's always a bit of a wild card because he can be kind of inconsistent at times. But that Sebastian looked like a really strong Sebastian and is going to be tough for whoever he's up against next. Which would, in theory, be ACCM. It's in fact exactly ACCM. Okay, so that's going to be a really cool set. Man, so many one-side series. Oh, wow, look, Barles and Vinchester's at 2-2. Wow. $10 minutes? I would lose probably 80+ viewers at that point, which for me is a lot. That said, I will still get some food in just a moment. Okay, so Lucha versus Hearttt has started, but I think... Oh, Satojo Gao is also at 2-2. Hangry? I'm not hangry, it's just the way it is. Although I am hungry. Okay, I kind of want to cast Andy versus Niaz, though. I'm actually very happy and grateful with how well the streams have been doing the past couple days. Oh, yeah, that's right. They did start a second ago. If someone can tell me the civs and the map, I would be grateful. Yeah, the Andy set's happening right now. But, right. Not Nomad, Italians, Chinese. Thank you, thank you. Who got the win? I do require flesh and sustenance. Niaz! Oh, man, I am... Are you guys ready for some Niazing? If you didn't see the Niaz series yesterday, dude is a madman. Alright, so that would... I don't think they've started yet. Okay, so it looks like Chicken Arabia is next. Not Nomad, won by player 2, and that was... Okay, Chinese, to be fair, are pretty insane on that map. And let's get their flags down. All right, guys, a minute 52, and we will be getting into Arabia with a very interesting civ choice here for Niaz. I wonder if he's going to do something crazy. A not hungry. I am hungry, and I'm gonna go get some food, guys. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Whoops. Oops. All right. Out of sync. Hold on, hold on. All right, looks like I need to... I'm just gonna restart the game. Right. Sorry guys, but I did need to break. I have some chips and fresh salsa and some chicken and some cheese and a Greek yogurt. Chips is in tortilla chips. All right. Let's set up the scoreboard here. Absolutely disassembled nachos. But guys, look at this. It's Arabia. Is Niaz? Is he phosphoruing? All right, Andy's going forward here. Oh boy. This madman. It is indeed. Lots and lots of setup to do.
Hi.
Alright guys, I don't see how Niaz actually makes it to Castle Age here. Yeah, I assume potatoes... I don't know if they're more nutrient dense than wheat, but they might be easier to grow than wheat. Anyway. Loot trying to wall himself in. Yeah, you need to keep Vils right there, though. Honestly, he's got the rest for Castle. Oh my god, is he gonna make this work, guys? Oh, are they? Okay. So, would a baked potato be better for you than a slice of whole grain bread? That feels backwards. No, I said whole grain bread. Is he actually gonna... I thought he would just drop the castle over here. He's just doing it, guys. What? He's just walking across. Guys, I told you I wanted to cast the Diaz series. I told you. This man. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's always a risk, but he knows where Andy's army is. It's not coming from his base.
Hey.
Okay, you do need a little bit more stone. Oh my god, he's not even rushing it. Oh, he needs 9 stone. Andy has no idea. I mean, he's stonewalling himself in the corner, which is correct. Oh, no way, no way, no way. Oh! Oh, he gets it! He gets it! Oh my god. Archers are trying to rush back over. Blue's going over to gold there. Oh my goodness, guys. This is incredible. Ratha are on the way. I mean, Andy really doesn't have much of an army. His main TC is under threat. And he's gonna petard too. I agree. Okay, and I think that's what he's doing. But he has no vills on food. Like, the vill count is actually close. I mean, resources collected are obviously way ahead for Andy, but honestly, guys, he has 6 farms at home. He can keep making vills. You can't do much else in terms of upgrades, but yeah, you can keep making vills. Andy isn't going to have any gold income. At my maddest. Oh, I'm so glad we get to cast this series. Monks are on the way. I mean, I guess you can come in with a defensive castle soon, but funnily enough, the eco balance is actually better right now for Niaz. Look at this. 12 on wood, 19 on stone, 0 on food and gold. And these bills are going to be going back onto wood in just a moment. You have no food income as Andy. If there isn't a monk there, then the archers get killed by the Ratha. Guys, Andy's in a really awkward position right now. Andy's got an armored elephant coming in. Oh my goodness. You'll love to see it. This is actually where Bengalis, though, I'm sure wish they had the regular rams instead of the armored elephants because of the food cost. Still, again, Neon's just calm here. I love that it's not actually a phosphor, right? Because he hasn't cut his vill production. This isn't actually all in. Now, it's not like, you know, he's expanding his eco anytime soon, but I mean, he's chilling. He's continuing to make villagers. He has less idle TC time than his opponent. Hey, T-West. Hope you had a fun stream casting the qualifiers. I've been having a lot of fun. Andy is walled in the corner. I mean, T-West, have you seen Niaz play? Ooh, I didn't know that was a thing. Bills at stone? Yeah. Dumb bills are dumb. What else is new? A second layer of Stonewall, indeed. Now he's going after the market, too. T-West, guys, Raiders, viewers, if you have not seen Niaz before, this is, I've casted 2 tournament series of him, and he's already one of my favorite players to watch. 19-year-old French kid, apparently. Monk there is sniped. This man went for a YOLO forward castle drop on Arabia versus a Mayan forward archery range. Is not the city in... There's a city in Saudi Arabia called Niaz? I only know, like, Riyadh and Jeddah. Anyway, cleaning everything up over there is Niaz. Okay, so Andy does have a defensive castle. He's got some forward gold miners. Star Wars, yeah. Okay, just switch over to range mode. Okay, that was a mistake. I think you just switched to range mode and killed the monk easily. Yeah, guys, this is a castle. Building a castle around 20 tiles to the back of your starting TC, I don't think that ever feels good. Oh, that one. Oh yeah, that's the thing that's literally never gonna happen. Oh, plumes are out. Andy gonna keep himself in this one. The resources collected are pretty even. Well, I mean, over-chopping over here doesn't matter. You're right next to the castle. Oh, yeah. Now, there are a few converted Ratha at this point. Oh, my goodness. Alright, so the archer numbers are climbing for Andy. And he still has 3 converted Ratha, so he has been doing a good job with his monks, all things considered. Both players are on 1 TC still. And wall him in. He's pretty close to doing so. And he is at least outposting on the side. Oh, that's going to be a couple of forced deletions right there. Really, really nicely done there for Andy. Oh, and the monk even dies there. Oh, but Andy's going to lose a couple of his monks as well. Unless he gets an insta. No insta. Oh, and another monk's going to bite the dust. And second TC now coming in here for our blue player. Actually, that's 3 relics here from Andy that Neos is going to be able to take down. I mean, you drop a castle here, guys. I don't know what you do. That's actually... Guys, you drop a castle here. This is the point when you start stonewalling the side. And then suddenly your opponent's entire eco is locked here. Who would choose to live there? I have no idea. And it seems like one of the many Saudi plans that feel like they were involving too many illicit drugs. All right. You still need to be careful of the Ratha here. Oh, and I like this. You're just going to go for it, man. Plumes are going to go ahead and snipe the monk. Okay, this is the sort of thing that Andy needs. These vills are absolutely caught between a rock and a hard place. I have no idea what that is. Okay, Bodkin's now in. Armored Elephant is coming back. Niaz is going to be able to scoop up some of the relics. The res are even and the vills are even. But, of course, Niaz has the map control. Now, this is something that Niaz is not going to want to let happen. But he is going to see it because of the outpost. This is what I was talking about, guys. Even if you're not full walling, look at this.
Shut it. Shut it.
Oh, my goodness. Like, the thing is, this isn't random from Niaz. Like, this is actually all done really, really well, and you can see the method to the madness behind it. Because now the army's back over here, and we should see a castle drop somewhere around right there. I guess you could also go over here. And it depends. Ballistics is coming in, which is going to be nice. Okay, so... Is this an instant game-winning castle? No, but I think considering that you might not be able to deny the TC otherwise, I think that's not a bad idea. Yeah. Actually, I do want the messages to be part of machine learning because the less useful it is, the happier I am. Look at this, guys. I mean, Niaz sees everything. Like, look how good Niaz's vision is here. I love it. Yeah, he went pretty far into the Warlords qualifier before, but, I mean, he is not that far away from going up 2-0 over a top 20 player. Oh, no, guys. Okay, Andy might be trying to take the opportunity to expand his TC to the east, but he doesn't even have the stone for that. Oh, my goodness. Now, we do have the plumed archers here, and they have ballistics +2/+1. That is very good for them. And they're not even that much slower than Rotha. And actually, it's going to be backing up there is Nia. So really, really nicely done here for Andy. Although his eco is obviously a disaster when he has half his eco running around. Still, Andy is absolutely doing what he can here. Rotha coming back over this way. Oh, might see if he can do something there. Monk gonna try and go for a conversion. I mean, it might be successful, doesn't really matter. Yeah. Well, I mean, relative to Andy here, who has ballistics on plumed archers. TC over here to the east as well. Andy's just trying to expand all over the place. And that TC is gonna go up. That's going to be another conversion for FreakinAndy. It doesn't play in Corona. Oh no! Andy! Oh, okay, he gets the TC up, but obviously this is pretty rough with the Mangonel already there. Niaz is at 21 villagers killed. More Rotha are coming. Remember, you have double castle worth of Rotha production. Oh my goodness, guys. This is so awesome. And people say I don't get hyped in my casting. SMH. I get hyped when there's something to be hyped about. Alright, that TC is under threat. This TC was obviously destroyed already. And this is obviously such a horrible position for him. Also, still the 3 relics that Andy took, Niaz stole. So they're not idle. Even taken all game. 2,600. Andy trying, man. He's trying so hard. Oh, man. Like, again, look at Niaz's scouting. He has units everywhere. I mean, again, Niaz won 3-1 over Kapach, who I'd say probably around a top 30 player. Andy is easily a top 20 player, and he is up 2-0 now! 82 Rotha! Like, Andy honestly responded about as well as he could, but Niaz was just not letting anything go. Oh my goodness, guys. That vision was so impressive. Alright, so that is the Bengalis winning over the Mayans. And Chicken Arabia lost Randy, his #1 home map. We're going to be going to Komir, a map I have seen exactly once, and it was a super snowball-y galley fight. So let's see if that's going to happen again. Rank 23. Yeah, that sounds about right. Easily win? I didn't see game #1 because you were casting another series, but was that game poorly played by Andy? I don't think so. I wouldn't say so. I just think that he was thrown off guard by the Bengalis' play, and it was just really smart play from Niaz. Anyway, 53 seconds, and we will be getting into Komir. The outposts were absolutely clutch. Andy did the correct thing, which is try and run away and hide in the corner of the map, but Niaz was just not letting that happen. Is into crypto. We all have our shortcomings. 6 seconds. Oh, do you start with 2? Oh, no, you start with the fishing ship. That's right. From Barrel's Vent, you won. All right, guys, we are here on Komir. A map that looks really cool. I'm also worried it is every single game going to be all-in galleys, and whoever snowballs the feudal age advantage wins the game. But I've only seen one game on this map, so I can't write it off yet. It's like reverse migration. And it has all these little islands here as well. You have oysters in the water. Into 2 docks? Yeah, like I said, I've only seen one game on this map, so I can't really judge it yet. All right, so fishing ship here at the back. We have another one on the way for Niaz. I mean, as far as civs go, Vikings, Japanese are both good civs, right? So at least for Niaz, I'm pretty sure you want to go for a galley rush, because Vikings are still one of, if not the best civ at doing that. Anyway, I have finished my lunch. It's a Lana to the moon, what? Believe in something like that? It is not something I want to mess with at all. Alright, so. What is the plan here? Niaz is looking like he might want to click up in a moment. Get full water action? We still get full water action. Like I said, the only game I've seen on this map, the transport ships barely mattered at all. I think you still need to go for the full galley play because the resources are pretty close to the shoreline, so you don't want to get that bombarded. Anyway, Andy is going to click up a villager later, but he's going to have at least 2 more fishing ships. So Andy's eco is going to be quite a bit better. That said, how much of an advantage is it really to have more food income during a galley war? Because what players figured out way back in the Viking mirror days is that... Oh, hey, hold on. Scout battle over here. Did transport over. But what people figured out during the ye olde days is that so long as you can sustain build production and continue to grow your eco, you don't really need much more food income than that. And of course, picking up fletching. But if everything else is just about winning the feudal age galley war, then you just need like the 4 fishing ships. At least for a good long while. Yeah, I didn't see the Lewis match on this one today. Hello there, Tyrannosaurus. Yeah, no, then we did not see game number 1 because we were casting another set, but that is just the fun of qualifiers. I've always been a big fan of qualifiers because we got to see lots of interesting matchups, lots of games going on at once. Was it a disaster? Oh no. I did see he played Malians, which is kind of a head scratcher. The gold in the water are oysters. They were added in the Chronicles expansion, and it's exactly what it looks like. It's gold that you can gather in the water. And that's actually exactly what Niaz is doing here. Getting reverse swept. Oh, no. All right, Bidax coming in for both players. Of course, exactly what you want. 3rd dock on the way, and indeed it is going to be for the full galley play. That said, Niaz is going to be taking some precautions against Andy doing something aggressive on the land. Andy, something somewhat similar as well. I do not know how Niaz won game number 1, but the map was not Nomad, and Niaz played Chinese, and I've never seen Chinese lose on that map, so I think that could have just been an outdrafted situation.
Yeah.
And maybe Andy just not realizing yet that I've never seen Chinese lose on that map between two relatively evenly matched players. That said, galleys are coming in here. But with only just now the third dock on the way, it seems like the faster uptime from Niaz might not quite matter enough. Timed out? No. Until people prove that they cannot be trusted to post links in my chat, people can post links in my chat. Just, you know, don't screw it up for everybody. Anyway, already 2 kills right there. Andy just seems to have a bit of a better build. More vills on the fishing ships means that fewer vills need to be spent gathering wood or food. More fishing ships means that these villagers could be gathering wood instead. There we go. Six galleys versus 5. I mean, it is going to be 4 docks here for Vikings, and that's where the discount is going to be quite helpful. But Andy is in a way more streamlined position. At this point, Niaz just now going over to the gold because remember, he spent his fishing tip time on the oysters. But really, it just comes down to the fact that Andy added in 2 fishing ships sooner, and also they're Japanese fishing ships, which is also quite nice. Still 8 to 7 galleys. This is still going to come down to the unit control. Niaz is not dead, although he is behind. Because up until the point he loses a galley fight, it's still going to be a competitive enough game. And there's the 4th dock coming in now. But nicely done here for Andy. He is sailing right where he needs to. He already has the fletching upgrade. Niaz does not. And you can see on the other side, Andy does lose a villager. 11 to 10 ships. That's going to be another kill. Niaz does recognize that. Well done. So again, the KD is relatively similar, but it's 5 fishing ships to 0 right now. What's the blacksmith situation? Niaz also spent a lot more time and energy walling himself in, and Andy was basically like, okay, we'll build our houses in a way that makes sense, but beyond that, it's all about the galley war. Oh no, the galley's trapped! Oh, this galley just longs to be free. But it has been run aground. Oh, that can be a Vill slap. Yep, nicely done there. Oh no. That's 3 dead Vills. This is getting worse and worse here for Niaz. Andy, not ready to give up in this series yet. He lost 1 villager on the other side, but killing 3 Vills is better than losing 1. It will be free. It will be free from this plane of existence. All right, sailing right back around here is Niaz, the res collected. It's still not that much in favor of Andy. I mean, at this stage in the game, the 400-ish resources does make a sizable difference, but it's not like, oh my god, why are you not GGing at this point? It's more of, we can take a look at the next few minutes of this game, and I think what you guys understand, because you are intelligent viewers, and also Fodler, is like, what is your method back into this game as Niaz? If you're both doing such a similar series of plays, and Andy just has a better eco in doing so, then it's going to be very difficult for Niaz to find a way to actually get back into an advantage. Oh, this could be a big fight there for Andy. Gonna be another dead galley there. No way to save that one. And yeah, the fishing ships are still fishing shipping, which is just so important. Intelligent or not? You know, I just assume you are until you prove otherwise. Anyway, I said the game wasn't over until Andy takes a decisive fight in the galley war. This is at least pretty close to that. Yep. Alright, well. Yeah. Again, it's a really cool map. I am just quite worried that every game is going to look like this. Now, apparently that has not been the case. We have seen collectively, the AoE community have seen good games on this map. I just personally have not seen that yet. Again, the resources collected are still comparable, but Andy's not taking bad fights. I mean, sniping a Vil here and there isn't bad, but you still have the 5 fishing ships going. Build towers, because even if you build a tower, you still are going to lose all your fishing ships, and your opponent is going to have fishing ships. Because fishing ships that have to stay near the tower don't really do any good. Anyway, fishing ships are starting to go down. However, the thing is, Andy has fundamentally clicked up to Castle Age, so he's kind of done the thing he needs to do. Being... What? Just to make it clear, I wouldn't have suspected. Anyway, this, I mean, it's a very well played by Andy, right? He had a better build and better execution. Really, your AoE 101, so to say. Unfortunately, it doesn't make for the best viewing experience, but it's still good for a player like Andy who, not really someone I associate with water maps, but this was still a very, again, well-executed build. He didn't split up his units too much. He split them up enough to get the early fishing ship snipes, but not too much that, like Niaz, he was simply not able to take good fights. Oh, you're so nice, Lunar Sparkle. Alright, so... we're looking at an entire Castle Age research time of difference here. More Galley and Bodkin immediately on the way. I imagine we'll see a university soon in just a moment. Oh no, the poor galleys! Oh, they put baby in a corner. No one puts baby in a corner. Guessing, well, thank you, error no skill found. It is my job. But it's still nice to know that you, at least in the eyes of some people, are doing your job well. Not resigning? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. There is no realistic route back into this game for Neos. If there was, I'd be the first one to tell you. Gonna try and add more docks there to the south. I mean, I'm gonna have longboats, maybe. But the thing is, longboats are only slightly efficient versus galleys in terms of population. And they are actually somewhat cost inefficient. Which is why you see oftentimes Vikings in late game, you'll go from longboats and switch over into the galley line late game. It's because they're much cheaper. But a longboat does barely win 1v1, and they also train and move faster than the galley line. Yep. Why people complain? What? I literally just saw that. Right, GG called. Anyway, Andy. Not done yet. Unfortunately, like I said, guys, I haven't seen a good game yet on this map. Hopefully we'll be able to see more of it going forward because I really like the whole dynamic of the reverse migration thing. But it just seems like you both galley rush and whoever wins that wins the game. Was twice the size? Maybe you could make it larger. You can do that with map scripting. But yes, it's a map I really want to like. It doesn't look boring. It's just kind of playing out that way. That was actually Niels' home map, but yep, Andy clearly playing that one better, and that is the Japanese over the Vikings. And that means we have Fish and Fish and Lookout remaining. We have an aggressive map and a passive map. Or a passive-aggressive map. What would a passive-aggressive map look like? No, that's just the current meta. Because you have to go up to Feudal Age super aggressively, but then you just sit back on one range skirm, so it's the passive-aggressive meta. On Andy, when I started casting this one, I was the only one doing it. And still not get Town Watch? I mean, it's like not the most common upgrade in the world, although it is one I believe that is almost always worthwhile. At least in Castle Age at the very latest. Anyway, Nia is going to be here in the blue as the Goths to the southwest of Fish and Fish. And to the northeast in the orange. Still tournament life on the line, but he looked very strong in the last one. It will be FreakinAndy. FreakinAndy, man. All right, Barracks coming in very early. Goths, Romans. It's a hyper-aggressive map. It's usually all about the fish here in the middle of the map. Docking to the side is something that I haven't really seen be successful, and this map has been played a lot. But it's been a little while, so it's fine to come back. Yeah, it just seems like your fishing ships are so exposed if you try and go over to the side. At least in early Feudal Age. Like, late Feudal Age, if you're, fighting here for the middle and you can, like, sneak out some fishing ships, sure, but not aggressively. So, Barracks coming in now for Andy. We already have 2 militia out for Niaz. This is a very quick drush. Goths, of course, get the extra hunt. Out. Checking for the dock over here. Love to see that. Gamba? There is Gamba, except there's no one except me to do them, so I usually forget because I have to do 20 other things at the start of a game. Alright, full-on 3 militia drush. This is nothing for Niaz, guys. I've seen Niaz 5 militia drush. Like it's freaking AOC Aztecs. Don't run through the middle of the map, though. That would be a silly thing to do, because there are always 2 crocodiles right here. Hey, okay, it's like, why wasn't the southern one doing anything? Anyway, good early wall there from Andy. And so far, this drush is doing a big fat nothing for Niaz. I'll do it, though, if we go to a game 5, because that'll be very exciting. I don't think you can test fate right there and try and run through the wall. Andy is researching Loom. He's ahead in resources. I mean, Roman Eco is very, very strong. And Nia's keeping up Loom after like 4 vills. I don't know if that number is specific or if he just kind of queued it up whenever. Oh, he isn't going to go. No. You got to respect your opponent more than that. Anyway, these militia are already getting low in the HP. I think Andy might have initially wanted to go for a drush, but then decided that it would be more important to get to Feudal Age. Because the barracks was very early on. And in fact, it actually is going to be for men-at-arms. Yeah, the fact that Niaz still isn't even close to clicking up makes me think that he's just super dead right now. I mean, it was a very, very early drush, and Andy simply just walled. Infantry fight? Yes, they do. I think Romans win versus every civ other than Armenians. I mean, cost-efficiently, Goths still might win against every civ other than Armenians. Versus Burmese? No, I guess so, yeah. Wait, no, you have 1 more melee armor, right? Oh yeah, +1 armor overall versus +1 attack. But we never really see extended Feudal Age Burmese men-at-arms. I guess it's usually because it's like you rush up the +1 infantry upgrade as Roman, so it's not usually equal blacksmith upgrades. But like if it's Japanese versus Romans, it's usually the men-at-arms have the super +1 defense, and the Japanese have no upgrades because they're trying to go for an archery range. Anyway, unfortunately for Niaz, this could be two very quick losses where he's just getting wrecked in early Feudal Age. Actually, Dark Age with a better build, honestly. Because, yeah, 200 resources behind already. Andy, I'm sure, will add in an archery range very soon. I'm, like, pretty sure. First sweeps, it's certainly possible. I'll have to see how well Niaz can keep it together. Game number 5 would be on Lookout, by the way. So, good standard balanced map to end the series if Andy does indeed win. And, like I said, he has a very significant advantage. There's the archery range indeed coming in. Defensive watchtower here as well. Gonna help protect all those fishermen. And same deal here for Niaz, but we are once again in a situation of one guy is doing what the other guy is doing, but slower. From their one niche, yeah, they're just better civs now than Bulgarians. Early castle? I mean, it kind of depends. Like, if it's an extended Feudal Age game, then it can be exciting. But if it's just one person getting an early lead and instantly snowballing it, it then is usually much less fun. But yeah, 6 kills to 1 death is pretty indicative. Now, we don't have any armor upgrades in yet for our Romans player, but those could come in soon, and you got some archers queued up as well. Can be a big help, and like I said, there's no practical area in which Niaz has an advantage at the moment. Obese Frog! Maybe you should cut down on the flies. Thank you so much for the sub with Prime. Welcome to the Wolf Pack, and enjoy the beauty, glory, and majesty of Ornlu, a Wolf and Friends. Quick and messy game. Does this game count as messy? I mean, it's just kind of like he tried to go for an attack and it got walled. Anyway, there is the infantry armor upgrade coming in. It's really easy to afford all those infantry units when you're Romans and you have the shorefish. That's just a lot of food income. Thank you, Aragorn. Really appreciate everyone watching. Been a lot of fun, these qualifiers. Well, Villager Snipe, you'll take it. It's something. Gonna retreat now to the Watchtower. Maybe if you can force a fight when the tower is actually helping out a lot, but I mean, we're still looking at around half the army for Niaz. Yeah, guys, I'm not sold. Well, thanks. I mean, my casting I don't think is any different than it was 2 weeks ago, but, you know, I'll take what I can get. I mean, any infantry snipes, I guess you'll take, but got another range coming in. Now, I do think that there are too many villagers on gold for Andy, especially kind of want to go for men-at-arm plus skirmisher. Like start archers and then you switch into skirmishers. That said, he's doing just fine. Well, I was gonna say maybe if you can win that fight decisively, then maybe there's a chance. I think there's a little bit of copium going on here, though. I think I'm on that fine copium. Right, lots of fishing here. Generally, I prefer it when players have like all of the vills they can on the shorefish, because usually you can use that to snowball an army advantage in Feudal Age. But I think that you're still just so far behind at this point. Double Bidax coming in. It's actually first here for FreakinAndy. Now skirms are going to start to harass the villagers. I mean, padded archer armor, sure. Again, if you're trying to find a way back into this game, though, for Niaz, I don't see it. It would require Andy massively screwing up. I don't even know how he would do that, to be honest. Unless he just had his army completely out of position. Yeah, archers, again, I like the idea for Niaz. It's just Andy's still full walled. Modern fishing ships. So the reason we don't see that, and I mentioned it at the beginning of the game, is that it's just too exposed. There is no good way to keep your fishing ships safe from land units if land units can traverse all the areas the fishing ships can go, because they can't really run and hide and garrison, unless they're Gujaras. The Gujaras are terrible on this map otherwise, so you're not going to pick them for that reason. I mean, I've seen players try it. It doesn't usually work out. Now, I have seen it as sort of a late feudal age transition, where it's like I said in the beginning, you're fighting a lot for the middle, and then one player can kind of sneak through with a villager and add in a few fishing ships to get more of that eco lead. I've seen that work out, but usually the plays that involve trying to, defend your fishing ships over here, it just doesn't really work out. Anyway, if you look to your left, you can see Niaz absolutely dying horribly. Wait a minute, hold on. Okay, I guess archers are just going to walk in, but, I mean, this is happening, right? So, I mean, come on. Army quality a lot better for the guy who has Roman men-at-arms. I mean, 9 villager kills is very impressive, but, again, this is a thing that's happening. Yes, this is an oyster-free map. You only have scallops. Guys, if Niaz wasn't dead, he'd be really far ahead. That even rhymes. That's about the level of insight I can provide at this point. The Roman men-at-arms are just not something you can deal with, though. Skirms, not gonna work. Villagers, 2 melee armor means that villagers only deal 1 damage a hit to them. Yeah, the KD is the same, which means that the guy who's collected 1,700 more resources is impossibly far ahead. That I also don't recommend doing. And now the KD is back to being heavily in favor of Andy. So, it hasn't been the prettiest. I mean, Andy has lost 13 vills in Feudal Age, but he's killing enough. He's doing well enough. He still has control of the middle shorefish here, where he's taking most of them. So he's fine. Like we say around these parts, sometimes good enough is good enough. Archer's going to try and micro as best they can, but now you're kind of just making archers as goths with a huge eco deficit, which does not really feel that great. Idle TC time is shockingly different. And GG, and GG indeed. 10% more efficient in eco for Andy. That is very, very substantial. And it really just came down to 1, the better build, and 2, you go for the instant rush, and Andy was just full walled on the wood line. So good on Andy to predict the instant rush, but yeah, that one did not work out at all. Which means we are going to the decider, and let's see if Andy can reverse sweep Niaz. Right, that is Goths losing to Romans. So Malay Lithuanians feel like... I mean, do we need Malay Lithuanians? I mean, so far everybody has lost their home map, which means that Andy is dunzos in this series. There's also Sito versus Tato going on. That'd be a very good set. Yeah, we have ACCM Sebastian tomorrow. Tato, or the winner of Tato versus Sito versus Nikov. And then we actually have to cast the winner of Hearttt Lucho versus the winner of Andy Niaz today. Had ads and no one else in chat to troll. Yeah, I mean, I just think YouTube is mostly for people watching on TV. But yeah, Barrels will be facing the person who gets all the way through this side of the bracket. But we are going to Lookout, which remember is kind of Arabia-like. We've seen a lot of Wei here. In my opinion, we've in fact seen way too much Wei. Anyway, guys, we are almost 8 hours into the stream today. We did 11 hours 2 days ago, 6 hours-ish yesterday, and we could easily end up going another 11 hours today if we have multiple best of fives left to cast, which we do. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, be right back, and it will be for the decider here on Lookout. Oh, do I hear the Wei sounds? Or am I way out of line? I'm sorry, these jokes are too easy. Alright, guys, here we are. This is for all the marbles. Andy, if he wins this, he will face... Who did I say he was going to face? The winner of Hearttt Lucho. In the next set. They might postpone it to tomorrow, but probably not. Whoa, 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 whoa. Neons is going to be the blue Lithuanians here to the northeast, a civ we have not seen on this map. You know what? It takes a degree of confidence to go for an instant drush, it to fail miserably, and then go for an instant drush again. Oh boy. Now, Wei... Well, that's not great. I mean, you can go after the houses, I guess, but... Yeah, not sold on this. But as I was saying, Wei have a way better eco than Lithuanians. Yes, I know, I said Wei again.
Speaking.
But... Again, if it goes late, Wei become very underwhelming. We've seen it bite them in the butt before, where the Wei player has a bit of an advantage going into Imp, but then they just can't make a good army. And Lithuanians with top-tier skirmishers to deal with Shanbei Raiders, and then the latest to kill everything else they make, Remember that all that extra armor in the world for the Wei does not matter against the Latus. I think that could be a bit of an issue. And right now, Andy, there's no way these militia can do anything. The second they try and move over there, which is what they're doing now, they're going to get quick-walled out at the wood line. Wei, look at that leftover milk curd with the militia. Hashtag Wei. Alright, Vils are coming forward. The militia have already taken a lot of damage to the TC. It's already dealt 151 damage. Now, if you're wondering why Andy didn't just quick wall in his Vils when he had ample opportunity to do so, I wish I could tell you. I really do wish I could tell you. And yet, this is... Are they going to get walled in? Okay, not quite. But yeah, the militia losing so much HP there just means that Andy's going up without a care in the world. Now, Niaz is also clicking up fast as well, and he is slightly ahead in resources, so there is some value there. But remember, there was still a fairly significant advantage quite early on to get these militia out. He's making more! You know what, guys? You know what, guys? Is this where the bad idea, you just commit so hard to the bad idea that it gets past the point of being bad and then flips around to being a good idea? But, I mean, you have the outposts here, guys. I mean, if as soon as the other militia are coming in, I think you just quick wall them out, right? Right? I mean, you'll see them right here. And at that point, Andy should be realizing what's happening. All right, Men-at-Arm is in. Yeah, exactly. This is what I was talking about, guys. Now you just go for the archery range. No, I think that the issue is the outposts. I mean, they'll just see what's coming in. Oh, little love tap. Little love tap. Now, unless Andy screws this up, which, to be fair, this still is scary. I know I'd lose in this position if I was Andy. Blacksmith coming in fast as well. I do think Andy is still making all of the correct decisions. Is a bad one to rush on? I have not seen it work yet. But I still think there's more to explore with this map. Anyway, the first archer should be out in just a moment, and indeed there it is. Maybe with Arson you can threaten this, but again, there's just nothing at all to kill an archer. And that's kind of the issue with the swordsman play, is that it can often be invalidated by one archer. I wouldn't hate some more micro that you bring the high HP men-at-arms forward to force back the archer to try and bring back the low HP one. Against Nikov? I don't think I saw that one. Well, you'd have to ask Death Counter. Anyway, skirmishers are going to be on the way here for our Lithuanians player. And Niaz is still slightly ahead in resources, but remember that he's just invested more into this. Horse Collar coming in, and then that's going to be another villager to be ahead here for FreakinAndy. Outside the outpost line of sight. That you can do that in Dark Age, I guess, but you just came at the exact wrong angle for that. That's certainly annoying, but there's already a skirmisher here. Oh, now it's multitasking, guys, and you just need to minimize the amount of damage you take as best you can. But skirmishers are here, and in the age of skirmishers, you either skirm or you die. It's gonna be more dead units. 4 deaths to 0 kills right now for Niaz. I mean, I guess the archer can kill that scout. Yeah. Still, Andy hasn't actually lost any units he's trained. Archer are gonna try and do its best to whittle down the men-at-arms, but with fletching in, as again, this is a situation we see all the time where just go for a fast fletching, like one range fast fletching, and then the men-at-arms are basically useless against skirmishers and archers. Like, prior to fletching, they're basically useless against one archer, and after fletching, they're useless against skirmishers as well. It's a lot of res, and much more than the 150 or so that Niaz is ahead. 8 skirmishers to 7. Now, of course, you do have the faster movement speed and the closer reinforcement point. I'm sure Andy is going to take this opportunity to full wall at home as well. No fletching? I mean, you'd rather have fletching than not have fletching, but it's not that big of a deal. Looks like these forward villagers are being brought home as well, which is going to be even better for the eco-efficiency of Andy, who is, again, a few villagers ahead at this point. Well, you can do the best you can at this point as Niaz in terms of taking good fights. I doubt either player is going to be taking a good enough fight to get a decisive lead, though. And Andy, having the earlier horse collar upgrade, having 20 villagers on food, that's actually just about to run out, which is kind of awkward. Actually, Niaz is already getting not that far behind the Castle Age. I like that he stopped producing his skirmishers. You've seen that Andy's retreating, so it's like, okay, he's only making skirmishers. Let's not bother with that. Quite Celon? I don't know if it's quite Salon. Oh, he did. I actually really like that decision. Yeah, that's a great read. I mean, I really like Andy, so I don't actually want him to get eliminated, but, you know, watching somebody really sort of come into their own as a player in AoE 2 is very rare. So we, as a community, I think have to appreciate it when we get these interesting plays, because Niaz is going to be up faster than Andy. He's only just now falling a little behind in resources. Am I going to be in China? Unfortunately not. One, it seems like they aren't going to have any international casters there. And two, if they were, I think it would just be T90 and David, not me. So yeah, no one's going as far as I know. I would love to go. Even if I was just in some dingy little side room, I love going to AoE events and casting. But I'm weird like that. Anyway, Andy's on his way up to Castle Age. He's getting himself fully walled. Like 100% fully walled, which makes me happy. You don't want to let units just run into your base. Andy also not having to sell any stone at the market. Which ones have I been to? I casted NAC2, then ECL, then NAC3, and then DreamHack. View of Taiwan. So I've casted 4 LAN events. Alright, skirms are coming forward here. Blue did make some extras on the way up to Castle Age. There's actually 2 ranges. I don't love that, to be honest. Unless he just really thinks Andy's only going to be going for the Xianbei Raiders. How old am I? I'm 28. Alright, TC number 2 immediately is coming in here for blue. Bodkin's going to be in, but no E-Skirm yet. Meanwhile, Andy is immediately getting those upgrades. You can see that Andy is at this point 500 resources ahead. And he's also going to be getting an extra TC right next to his first one. And he's also getting Bowsaw, so both players having a similar idea here. No, I think both players need to commit to it. Otherwise, they're going to have a really hard time taking a decent fight. And it's then going to be difficult to actually protect yourself. Stable now coming in here for blue. And by blue, I mean orange. Monastery here for Niaz, and he's going to be just on the 2 TCs for now. But with more eco upgrades coming in for Andy, it's just going to get better and better for him going forward. Because remember, Lithuanians, very minor to no eco bonus at this point in the game, and Wei just going to be continuing to get further ahead in villagers. Peak at 22, yep. I did like what? I think I did 3 LAN events in a row, and then was never invited to one again. RIP. I invited myself to DreamHack. Yeah, skirm versus skirm is unfortunate, but I actually think it is the correct play in this case for both players. So, it is what it is. Notably, Blue does not know about the 3rd TC, so Andy is only going to get further ahead. He also has the extra eco upgrade, and this is going to just be better for Orange going forward. But you can see with the whole skirm v skirm thing is that it's really hard to actually force a fight, even with faster skirms. Alright, well. Not really convert anything there. Relic collection is going to be super important with Lithuanians, and also Wei, insofar as it gets rid of the Lithuanian players' relics. And I will say that there is a world in which Niaz can win this game because Lithuanians with relics, especially, can be very silly. And I do think there's a point when you get like to latest plus skirmisher that there is just not ever going to be a way you can take a good fight. Yeah, Niaz already has 1 relic, but remember, like, if you're going skirmishers, it's not like the relics actually help you in a fight. Gaisekisu. Range number 3 now coming in. Actually, wait. Oh, that was just range number 2. I like the skirm over here, already keeping tabs on that relic. There's another relic over there. So the chances of going up to 4 relics are extremely low, but it should be at least 3 for Niaz. That said, Andy is very, very far ahead in eco right now. Both players are grabbing ballistics, and Andy just isn't really being forced into doing anything he doesn't already want to do. Looks like that monk is going to escape just in the nick of time. Skirmishers harassing those vills there, nothing that wild. But yeah, Andy's score is quite far ahead, and it is going to be difficult for Niaz to really do anything to, 1, pressure Andy, 2, survive early Imperial Age. So, I mean, I still give this like an 80+% chance for Andy to win this game. And that's kind of the issue with the skirm meta, is that if you fall behind, your avenues back into the game are very limited because skirms are very bad at attacking. Meta, there are a lot of reasons. Part of it is that players are really, really good at quick walling, and you have to click up to Feudal Age fast these days. Also, teching into something that counters skirmishers is much more expensive than teching into skirmishers. Four relics? I mean, Blue's going for it. I mean, it is 31 army to 17 in favor of Niaz, but... Hold up, guys. If with some Redemption monks, but you don't have Redemption yet, you have no monk upgrades yet, you have a chance. I mean, the Higuan can just get converted easily, and Andy's gonna need to run away. Anyway, more dancing. I mean, we're looking at a 20 villager lead right now for Orange. He's also less in idle TC time. Ah, okay, this is not something you can let happen as Niaz. That said, I think it's not going to happen right now for Andy, and he will have to cancel that castle. Yes, but Andy's going to drop a castle in just a moment. Now, I think he still will have to get one here at the front. Oh, I don't know. I think that Niaz is making a huge mistake here. I think you can't give up this much real estate. How are you going to stop that castle? And this might be an experience thing. Mr. Meta, I have no idea. Because I haven't seen Pathfinding. Oh, he converted a skirm, guys! Oh my god. Wait, why are there only 4 villagers here? Oh, no, 7. Didn't see those hidden ones. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Vill, and all that. Alright, this should be plenty good enough for Andy. Don't really see Meows making anything happen here. I'm pretty sure I literally put that in a video recently, Malamadre, where I talked about how Mangonel projectiles should be faster. Wait, how are you clicking up to Imp so quick, Niaz? What? Wait, what? I mean, I was looking at this skirm fight because what else am I gonna do as a caster? Wow. Okay. Now, Andy at this point is also gonna click up to Imp very soon. You can see he's cut all military production. Yes, to his credit, Niaz did add in more farms. Although he doesn't really have many eco upgrades right now, which is something I would like to see him rectify. Is he gonna bring relics to the back monastery too? Oh man, he's already doing that, guys. Oh my goodness. I mean, Andy still hasn't clicked up yet. I mean, like, I see what you mean, McNeely, but this is a very significant timing difference, and it's 4 relics. And remember when I said that Niaz's route to victory in this game is because Lithuanians with 4 relics in Leichai are a silly civilization? Guys, I think Andy's making a huge mistake right now. He's not doing anything to pressure his opponent, who's just sitting on his butt right now. And, I mean, I get the desire to boom into macro because, you know, get all the eco. But you need Imp. You get this castle down, as John Slow would say, activate your neurons and go Imp. I mean, Andy, he should know about the castle, and he does. And even if he didn't, he should know that if I have a forward castle, to use that effectively, you need to either attack your opponent or get a better Imp time. And since Andy wasn't attacking, he needs to click up to Imp. Last relic? The 4 relics and then 1 relic. Reb immediately queued up. Guys, I think Niaz has a real shot here. Andy hasn't teched into anything. I mean, he's getting bloodlines right now, but it's not like he actually has anything teched into. Whoa! Okay, not gonna hate on the stone walls. Oh, I forgot to do a prediction thing. All right, yeah, you'll just have to say in chat. Who do you think is gonna take this one? Andy has the lead, but Niaz has this Imp timing. He's also getting chemistry very fast. I still favor Andy, but I think Niaz's decision-making in the past couple minutes has been superior. Note as well that gold is going to be running low very soon, even with 4 relics. That might be a little optimistic. All right. Now remember, guys, Wei don't have trebs. At least not regular trebs. You have to go for the traction trebs at these siege workshops. And they are cheaper, especially as Da Wei. Nice little bit of a raid here. You've got to be kidding me. All right, Bombard coming out here as well. And, I mean, sniping these castles is going to be pretty darn good. You don't actually have a super strong anti-skirm unit here as Andy without Tiger Cavalry, of which you have a few right now, but it could be better. Now, Andy has a lot of stone, and he has complete map control. Yes, traction trebs are stronger at killing trebs, but bombard cannons are better than traction trebs at killing other siege units. Yes, the bombard cannon should help a lot in defending against the trebs. So as long as he doesn't do something silly and like losing them to castles, it should be okay in the battle here. Andy also went on and picked up masonry, which always makes me happy. And Andy's like full walling the map to prevent any raids, which I also love. You know, the DPS is simply too great to repair this for all that much longer. Inscription coming in. And the first traction trebs have hit the field. Like I said, the Tiger Cav should be very poor against the latest. Oh, I wouldn't recommend doing that. Oh, no. Oh, that is not at all good for Niaz. Andy's monk control is way too good for that to work. Elite Latus is on its way. Hey, where's the Bombard? Oh, I guess the Bombard got sniped somewhere. I don't know how that happened. Alright. This might just be the case of running out of resources and not running out of army. Yeah, all those units are going to go down. I mean, this is Andy with some amazing monk micro. He's still got plenty of castles for treb production. Niaz has lost every little bit of momentum he had with his Imperial each time, and right now, FreakinAndy looking to reverse sweep Niaz. I mean, like, these monks have been so clutch, and they're just generic monks. Those are 6 conversions onto the Lechai. Now, it's going to take a very long time to destroy a castle with the traction treb, because they are pretty bad. And right now, the production just is not there. I don't know how the Bombard Cannon died, but that was simply not something you could afford to let happen. And it's funny, like, the monks are not a core part of this army for Andy. It's just like he's happening to get amazing conversions. Man. There's just more and more conversions here. Does he have any monk upgrades? Okay, he's got block printing, I guess, and devotion. I mean, Lechai are silly, don't get me wrong, but there is going to be no counterattack potential. Andy's getting hoardings. You have elite Tiger Cavalry here, almost fully upgraded. I mean, you don't have LingYuan armor, but that doesn't matter versus the latest. I mean, granted, like, again, the latest is both a fun and a balanced unit. I feel like you cannot underestimate how fun and balanced the latest is. Tension. All right, Bombard's coming in. Two Lechai converted. Yeah, not fighting under 2 castles. Yep, you're out of units, you're out of production. GG says Niaz, good luck next. And Andy able to reverse sweep Niaz. He was in a really bad spot, but was simply too good. He held in there. He got 2 super quick wins, and even in this game, he was just always so far ahead in economy. Yeah, those conversions were so clutch, though, from Andy. It took, I mean, he had, like, perfect monk control. Just immediately got all those units over to his side. His third most trained unit was converted Lechai. 14 converted Lechai. Reverse swept a lot, because once they start to lose, they start to crack mentally. And the more experienced players have, well, the experience to try and come back. Starts too soon? No, I mean, that was just good play from Andy. He was already very far ahead and had all the map control. Alrighty. So. I think T90 is indeed casting Sito versus Tato. So we are going to jump into Hearttt versus Lucho, which is apparently tied at 1-1. Because the monks got more conversions. There were more conversions than there were monks made, which just goes to show how good the monk control was. Anyway, I need to update the stream title here, guys, and we'll jump in. Still really look forward to seeing more Niaz in the future, though. Alright, this up. A lot of jumping back and forth. We have another up-and-coming player here with Lucho against the old hand Hearttt. We are back on Komir, and the winner of this will face FreakinAndy. And again, that should be today, I think. Eric's coming in, and whoa, already something different. Hold on, Heartt's over here with men-at-arms. Wait a minute. He's got an archery range here on his opponent's island as well, so this isn't an all-in galley fight. Okay, defensive archery range coming in here as well. I, of course, have been casting the other series, so I have no idea how this series has been going. Fire galleys are on the way. A couple galleys here on the water, and looks like Lucho was able to snipe 3 fishing ships, so he is ahead by a couple eco units, shall we say. But due to the inefficiency of being men-at-arm rushed, we still have Hearttt with a little bit of an eco lead. Also, as a reminder, guys, all 3 of the deciding series are tomorrow, so the winner of tomorrow's series will be going to China, and the losers will have to try again next week. Today? I don't see why it wouldn't be today. Not that late. Unless this series goes really long, then it might have to be tomorrow morning. And you're more confident you can do it again? I mean, it makes sense, right? Generally, people are more confident in repeating things they've done already. Villager has to be careful. She is not in the right part of town. And that is going to be a little bit of kill there for Handy. For Hearttt. We are 8 hours into the stream, guys. Over the past 3 days, it's been what? 25? No, wait. More than 20. Like, yeah, 27 or so. Is that Viper's team? Is what Viper's team? Viper's team is Gamer Legion. Well, that is a decisive win on the water here. Oh my! I think that was a very insightful comment I just made about how that fight was unfolding. You guys wouldn't get that level of analysis from anyone else. Oh my goodness, that was such a clutch demo ship hit! Oh my god! Regular work shift? Yes, but 8 hours of a regular work shift is not the same as 8 hours streaming nonstop. At least for most jobs. There are certainly jobs that are plenty more taxing than streaming, but streaming is not just like a 9-to-5 office job. Especially if, like me, you've had no break. Alright, Galley's just sailing around the middle of nowhere. I mean, look at Lucho's KD. It is pretty impressive. That said, Hearttt, able to have an efficient eco at home, is starting to power through and getting that significant lead. The union, guys? I am definitely not in a union. There is no caster union. But we only accept union streamers here. All right, Galley selling back around this way, but there just aren't any fishing ships left. I mean, I guess you can still go after those foragers, and Hearttt, great recognition there. Oh, there's actually the low HP galleys on the outside. That's really unfortunate for Lucho. Bill count, even after all is said and done, is only even, so to say. Clutching now coming in here from Hearttt. Because of visa issues? No, he definitely participated. I can't think of the last event Yo wasn't at. But, I mean, I do think it's really cool that we have events in places that are not Germany. I just kind of wish that, you know, there was going to be any international presence there. Trying to pull back the enemy fire ships, but, I mean, we're just looking at 5 versus 4 fire galleys. And Heartt's doing a great job catching back up in the KD, and he's still ahead in economy. No +1 defense on the skirms means that the archers are at least dealing 2 damage a hit. Streamer University, what the heck is that? Anyway, that is an incredibly one-sided fireship fight in favor of Heartt, so very good on him there. Lucho still has a slight score lead. I don't quite understand why. I guess he is still ahead in the KD a little bit. Lands in Germany? Nope. But, one, I don't really think there are many Chinese casters. I think it's mostly just Yo and Lix and BB just casting. And two, this is a World's Edge sponsored event, and, you know, like it or not, it's the English language community that draws in the most viewership and has the most eyeballs and presence online. Yeah, the Chinese players regularly have to play long into the night. I'm not sure if they'll be too sympathetic to wanting to go to bed early. Anyway, a couple more men-at-arms even coming in here. Like that. It is just skirmishers still, and you do get the extra Pierce Arbor as Valiants, which is nice. Oh, it's very late in China right now. Yep. China's 13 hours ahead. Unfortunate, but this is for a big LAN event. Something of a demo ship hit there, but I mean, Heartt has just been doing such a good job of continuing to put on pressure and not giving Lucho a moment to breathe. I mean, the fire ship numbers have just always been ahead for him. Now, both players are at least relatively close to Castle Age, but you're still just kind of stuck at this point as Lucho. On Islands maps? No, this is the first time I've seen it here. Still, Lucho does click up ahead. Stable coming in for Heartt. I mean, I love this aggression. Morris, oh, I mean, I don't know why you would ever want to see anything other than a skirmisher. Oh, that poor villager, he just wanted to repair a dock. Oh, Sag. Last LAN I was invited to was NAC3, which was the very first LAN in AoE 2 DE. So that was, what, December of 2019? I did cast at DreamHack, but I wasn't really invited. Basically, I was already going to Germany, and they said, okay, you can cast. Anyway, that is 10 fire galleys. And no matter what you do here as Lucho, the issue is that Heartt is not going to be too much slower to Castle Age, and he already has such a significantly larger navy than you that there's no time really to take a good fight. Grand Melee? Yeah, like I said, I kind of invited myself to that. I mean, they let me cast, and they did pay for my hotel. So, I mean, credit where it's due. But I would not have been casting there if I had not basically paid my own way there. We're drunk? Yep, I was there for that. I did not drink when casting, because I was just a newbie in the AoE scene. But no, as far as I know, I didn't burn any bridges and made people unhappy. As far as I know, people like me. Anyway, knights are going to come out right away. There is nothing with which to deal with them. And Heartt just feels like he has so many more units. Like, has he trained more this game? I mean, yeah, he's trained 9 more units than his opponent, so even though Lucho has a slightly positive KD, it's not quite enough, especially since he's behind an eco. And that's still so many fire galleys. Now, you do have the war galley upgrade in, so you do have fire ships. And Hearttt does not have that upgrade in yet. So the scores are still relatively close, but, like, this is a thing. And as far as I know, this is a thing that isn't going to be solved anytime soon, as Lucho is now -6 in the villagers guild. I mean, he is getting Bowsaw, which I guess is nice, but he's got, like, no resources, man. Transport? Who's transport? There's a lot happening. Tourist attractions? Well, I mean, I'm a little bit different because my degree is international affairs with a concentration in Asia, so... And I just love traveling in general, so I just think it would be cool. But in some magical world where I go to Beijing to cast the event, one, I love AoE events, and two, I mean, anything like food, I'd probably just look up the most interesting tourist destinations in Beijing and probably just spend an afternoon there or something when I'm not working. That's basically what I did in Hamburg. I didn't do it in Manchester, though, because we were a little far away from the city. But I did it in Hamburg. I guess I didn't really do it in Hanover much either. But when I was in Hanover, I was either working or sleeping. No, I promise I don't have a fetish. A navy of demos, how quaint. Honestly, guys, credit to Lucho for trying here, but unfortunately he was just a little too far behind. Hearttt did such a good job taking the fire ship fights, and the night damage was just way too much. And again, I just love traveling. I love learning and experiencing other cultures and just getting a better perspective. But that's just, like, who I am as a person. And I haven't been to Asia since I was in South Korea in 2019. So it's been a while since I've been in that part of the world. Oh, yeah, I didn't even update the scoreboard. Like Sato Tato is tied up at 1-1. Oh, that's an interesting Civ matchup. Ethiopians Cumans on Arena in Sato Tato. It looks like Rocky Forest is going to be the next map for us. South Georgia. We're talking Savannah? Who doesn't enjoy it? Yep. But I also think that the people who congregate in a Twitch chat like mine are ones that are more internationally inclined anyway. Yeah, I absolutely adored Seoul. Hainan chicken rice? I've heard of it, like, and I've seen pictures of it, but I've never had it. Now, Chicago has a really nice Chinatown. It's obviously not like New York or LA big or San Francisco, but it is still a pretty nice sized Chinatown, but I haven't really gone there that many times. But yeah, Heavenly Course, just saying, if LingYuan randomly decides that it would be cool to have foreign casters there, you can always hit me up. I'm always available. Yep. I'm much more of an urban tourist than a nature tourist, although if I am going to a place, I would also like going out in nature if it's in a pretty place. Like, I mean, I loved Zurich, but it's like you have to go out into the Swiss countryside, right? Nope, I've never been to Central America. My dad has been to Belize and really loved Belize, but I haven't done that much traveling. My degree is technically international affairs with a concentration in Asia. Just doing the admin work? Probably not. I did not. My hopes were not very high, to say the least. As a tourist, the thing with being a tourist is that you need to not look like a tourist. If you try and do the things that the locals are interested in doing in an area, then you probably are going to have more fun, at least in my experience. Yes, the main tournament's in Beijing. Anyway, Rocky Forest will be next, and we'll be getting into it in 25 seconds. I just hope there aren't any visa issues for the tournament. Alrighty, guys. Here we are, game number 4 in this best of 5. One game away from a final qualifying match against FreakinAndy. We'll have Hearttt in the red as the Gurjaras on Rocky Forest to the southwest. And to the northeast in the blue. As the Georgians, it will be Lucho. Yeah, who knows, man. Alright, so Georgians, Gurjaras. That's kind of an interesting matchup. I wonder why Gurjaras, because we just rarely see Gurjaras at all these days because they are so weak to early aggression, and this is a map where early aggression is very, very good. I mean, Georgians are super strong. I will never doubt Georgians on any kind of land map. But that said, they're not like a hyper-aggressive civ. I mean, by that I mean they're not a men-at-arms civ, usually.
Get you arse.
Usually. So, in that sense, Gurjaras are probably going to be relatively okay. I mean, the mule cart's always, like, again, Georgians are always a good civ. On land maps. But yeah, I am kind of curious as to Gurjaras. Like, there's nothing wrong with Gurjaras, especially if you're not up against, like, a hyper-aggressive men-at-arms civ. So, I mean, if we get to mid-game, we're looking at a camel civ versus a cav civ, so that's always going to be at least something decent for Gurjaras.
Get you arse.
Thinking the power is the healing scout. I mean, to be fair, the healing scouts were OP, but the real power is in the mid to late game eco and the Manaspa. Beef hot pot. I do love hot pot. Great tea culture. I love tea. And the first to have regional eco buildings? Technically, it was tied with Hindustanis and the Caravanserai. Just wall up the middle. Oh, guys! Go for the full mule cart wall. You guys are not ready to have the high IQ that I have when it comes to AoE strats. All you need to do, guys, is invest into like 20 mule carts, and your opponent will be forced to walk around the side of the map. I'm sorry, this might be a little too high level of a stream here. Well, I mean, we've had unique buildings since the harbor. Oh, no, even before that we had the Fedoria. The Fedoria was the first unique building. Yeah. No, Manaspa is still really, really good.
Igostrei Marjorie.
Qualifiers.
Like, they did lose some HP, and they're certainly not as broken as they used to be, but I still think they're like a top 3 unique unit in the game.
Get you arse.
The only Cav unique unit that I think's better than them is the Latus. Anyway, it is just a scout opening here for Lucho, nothing terribly wild, and same deal here for Hearttt. So it is kind of interesting. I do think that we typically see the hyper-aggressive play on this map, or if not that, then skirmishers. But this is just like scouts. It's like the meta from, I don't know, 2 years ago. If I could go to any place in China? I don't know. There's like some things I want to do in a ton of different places in China, but nothing I like really want to do. Oops. A little bit of a scuffle there, and the Camel Scout's going to be super helpful as well. Yes, the latest, I think, is still a silly and broken unit. Monaspa are still probably silly and broken, but not as much. Are they great in places? Yeah, I'm sure. Terracotta? Yeah, that'd be really cool to see. So, nothing too crazy happening so far. Hearttt very slight lead in res collected. Oh, a spearman died. Still, both players are making an archery range, so this is really not turning out all that different than Arabia. But we do need to keep in mind that there is still that lack of full walling ability. So it means that the army positioning is even more important here than it is in Arabia. It's amazing. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah, I was actually thinking, Chongqing. Just because it seems, you know, it's in such a beautiful area. So, that might be my, you know, that'd be my pick, maybe. Although I would really want to see, like, the Great Wall and stuff as well. How many scouts is a Camel Scout worth? At least 2. Maybe more, depending. But a Camel Scout can 1v2 Scout Cavalry. Well, good micro on both sides. Hearttt with a couple more units, as there's 2 archers here. We do have a second archery range coming in. I mean, Georgians are mostly played as a CA civ, which I actually think is part of why people think they aren't as good, is because I think that Georgian CA are overrated. Oh, God. Alright, wait, 6 kills on gold's kind of a lot, but I guess he does have 2 ranges with which to produce archers. Yeah, Camel Scout should be really good next patch. Oh, the hot hands! Oh, the hot hands! Bill Spearman chasing around the Camel Scout, and this is what I was saying, that unit positioning is just so critical on this map. And tower over there. How fast is Lucho? I mean, Hearttt is like literally one of the fastest players. Lucho's not too far behind though. 94 is still very, very fast. All right. Scouts Archers versus Scout Skirmisher. It's a matchup we see all the time, and one that I historically do prefer Scouts plus Archers, as it should just be the better army. But what happens is that the Scout Skirm player just dive bombs the archers with the skirmishers. And even if you try and kill the skirmishers don't die as fast as the archers do, and then you kind of just have that advantage with the scouts left over. So let's see here. Hearttt does have 5 more military. There is a defensive watchtower coming in over here on the wood line. It's probably fine, he said with decreasing certainty. Trying to fight this off. That 1 HP Vil is still alive! Oh my goodness. Alright, fletching is now in. Of course, it is in already here for Hearttt as well. It's still only 1 dead Vil, and Hearttt actually has more idle TC time, so it just kind of evens up the villager count. But that was very close to being bad. That said, Hearttt also has a more efficient eco, just like he did in the last game, and that could be one way that he is going to be getting a better castle age time, especially if he gets a market. Still, the overall fights are very even. Was what censored? Nothing was censored on my stream. I mean, I think Gujaras are just a fine civ in general. There's nothing wrong with them. In fact, they're really annoying to play against. It's just they aren't going to do as well versus the super aggressive Men-at-Arms civs. But, like, the surprising thing to me is that this is a very strong Men-at-Arm map. But Lucho also happened to not pick a Men-at-Arm civ, so it's just kind of odd all around. But this isn't even necessarily a Cav map. Anyway, castle age time is faster here for Lucho, thanks to the power of the market. And Hearttt, for his part, also with the market. Okay, so he's still going to be able to go up. And like I said, res collected still in favor of our red player. Well, yeah, to be fair, it's kind of hard to predict all the drafting stuff when you're bouncing between series like we've been. Anyway, both players are going to be at least walling as best you can. Something that players have certainly learned over time on this map is that even if you can't full wall, being mostly walled is better than being not walled at all, because then you can at least restrict where your opponent is attacking to specific choke points. Pull ahead and eco? They should. But you also have to remember that Georgian eco requires a hefty investment because you need to get the fortified church down, oftentimes multiple fortified churches, but you also need the wood for TCs. So it's a bit of a tricky situation. That said, Hearttt is charging forward here once again, both players getting some relevant cav upgrades. These skirms and archers, though, have that extra +1 defense upgrade in, which means the archers are going to be very poor against them. The new Omega Wall? Oh, rip Neos, man. So close, yet so far. We'll certainly be seeing more of Neos in the future, though. Alright. Fight is starting over here. Lucho hits Castle Age. Is he going to get the Castle Age upgrades? Okay, Crossbow and Bodkin. And the fact that the fight isn't starting as soon as Castle Age is in is a really nice win for Lucho, because he's able to actually get his upgrades and start to push back out on the map. That said, Hearttt not too far behind in the Castle Age timing. He also has 2 villagers on stone here, so he can start to add in TCs very soon. Got Bodkrosal, though, for Lucho, still going to be sticking with 1 TC for now. And you can tell that it's probably going to be a Cav Archer switch. Ballistics, I mean, or I guess it could just be pure crossbowman. Georgians, Huns, or Bengalis? Yeah, none of those really scream a civ for this map. Anyway, what's better, guys? Crossbowmen or skirmishers? Come on, chat. Have you been paying attention to this tournament and every other tournament recently? Which unit's better? Petards, that is the correct answer. And yes, armored elephants are used at any time with a civ that has them, instead of, or when you'd use rams. Right, well, I mean, if he gets the win here, then he's through. And he's also going in for the second TC. He's also getting his own ballistics upgrade, so all of these things are going very well for Hearttt. I mean, teams aside, Lucho's really struggling to push the skirmishers here. I mean, there's just nothing that kills the skirms fast enough. And the camels are gonna just cut through those scouts like butter. You have mangonels on the way, but I mean, these mangonels are gonna need to get some exceptional hits if you're gonna have much of a chance here. Leather archer armor is just huge for the skirmishers. It makes the crossbowmen deal only 1 damage to them. And Lucho's just kind of stuck on 1 TC right now. And the thing is, our Georgians player is just making crossbows and mangonels, and there's nothing for Georgians that's, like, especially great with that. And if you're not further increasing your economic lead, and you're just kind of, like, you know, on a 1 TC situation here, not using any real civ bonus is going to make it difficult to actually push an opponent who's booming. Clips on a skirmisher there. You have monks now on the way. Yes, Gurjaras do have redemption. You can see they only miss block printing and faith. So the monks still aren't that good in Imperial Age, but in Castle Age you have everything you need. Another watchtower coming in for Hearttt. I do like that he's just been gathering a little bit of stone. It's like been just enough for a TC, just enough for a second tower. Good stuff. Fortified Church in the back, going to be boosting up the eco there. By the way, he didn't have the wood for that, especially since he also needed the wood to go for the university. That said, the rest collected are still quite close. Getting wheelbarrow now. Guard tower for Hearttt. Alrighty. Okay, second TC for Lucha. Honestly, there is a way out of this in terms of just transitioning. I think... Is he converting the low HP camel? That would be tragic. No, that should... I was going to say that should buy time for the crossbowman to come back, but that's not really something that's happening. Okay, Monk is going to be able to eject right there, and this is going to be still a very tricky fight. You have the defensive Mangonel in place, though, for Hearttt. You might get a villager here, but, I mean, camels are not known for being top-tier raiding units. Okay, you got a Vil. You're losing some camels, though. Still, the guard tower is defend. Would you call them a frontier guard tower? I know I'd call them a frontier guard tower. Looks like Blue's also searching for relics. That's good for Lucho. This is his tournament life on the line. Third TC coming in for Hearttt over to the west, though, and he still has a healthy villager advantage. Life. Oh. Oh. Damari Shiva Mahaja. Oh, scary, scary. Oh, no! Oh, there's like a quarter-second indecision right there for Lucho. Oh, that hurts. I mean, it's a lot of Mangonel still, though. All right, guys, here we go. Mangonel shot off to the side. Just a glancing hit right there. Oh, both players with a little bit of a bloopsie, and that's actually a 1-for-0 in favor of Lucho. Guys, Heartt's 10 bills ahead, but he's not that far ahead in resources. Third TC coming in now for Blue. We have one Mangonel out, but with the forward Vil here with which to repair, it's actually... You can still pressure the guard tower. Exactly what we're seeing there. I do like that Heartt's going to the Mangonel furthest away from the repair villager. That's a nice move there, but both players playing this one quite well so far. Monk gonna get a conversion. Repairs are not quite good enough. Really good control here from Lucho. Like, this is such a hard fight to micro, and he still takes down the tower. Oh, Hearttt still gets the Vil, though. I think that might be decisive enough. And indeed, that Mangonel now falls. Those Mangonels all fall, and Hearttt is going to stabilize. And yes, as you can see, 5 Mangonels do push guard towers, especially with the repair Vil. Okay, that's good for Lucho. I mean, I guess the fights are more or less even, but yeah, Hearttt is still ahead in resources destroyed. He is still ahead in the villager count. And we'll have to see if maybe some more fortified churches can come in here for Lucho. That would certainly be good for him. Anyway, we got some more repairs on the way. And you can still just add in more guard towers as Hearttt, or even a forward castle here. We'll have to see if Lucho does recognize that. And right now it does not look like he will. But, you know, I was talking about Lucho not being able to use many of his civ bonuses. It's not like Hearttt is either. He's just defending and making skirms. Now, that said, I would say that it's less important to, like, utilize your civ, so to say, if you are defending, as defender's advantage is already very strong. And usually with your civ, if the game just kind of goes on and you're not falling further behind, you'll have the opportunity to switch into what your civ is good at later. Oh, good hit there for Lucho, though. And Lucho's also working towards Imp, but you're also going to need to transition into something else. So Georgians are a civ that like gathering stone, and Lucho's not doing a whole lot of that. Not the deer! What did the deer ever do to you? I think they are. Yep, they're still in the mill. I mean, yeah, you don't just want to run Cav into Gurjara Camels. That would be a very sad time. The glancing hit there. Castle's up. And both players could be looking now for the Imperial Age. That said, Gurjara's skirms aren't going to scale that well because you missed the last armor upgrade. And Georgians are not going to scale well because you miss Arbalest and Thumbring. And the last armor upgrade, to be fair. Anyway, Imp is coming in. Both players absolutely still have a chance in this one. The resources collected are even. The villager counts are quite close. The eco upgrades are identical. 4th TC, though, coming in here from Hearttt, and I still would give him a slight lead. And another range. Like, I don't love this. And crossbowman here? I mean, honestly, I would prefer CA in the sense that you're at least using a civ bonus. That said, if you want to, he doesn't want to open himself up to camel play. Like, I get that. Oh, that's gonna be nice here from Hearttt. Well done. Yep. But you're gonna need to transition to something. Heartt's only a few seconds slower to Imp. Anyway, that's still essentially a 1-for-1. Good micro from Hearttt, as you would expect. Well, I mean, Georgians, man. Second relic coming in here for Lucho. Don't know where the last one is. But it's going to be a 3-2 either way. Handcard also coming in for Hearttt. Heavy Plow for Lucho. Honestly, Lucho's still playing a solid game of AoE too. Okay, it will be actually 3-2 relics in favor of Lucho. Like, I still don't see an Imp transition, though. Like, neither player is. It's so weird. Lucho now has the res collected lead. There's just the first castle now coming in for red, and just now mining upgrades for Hearttt. I mean, he sees the castle, so he's gonna treb right away, I'm sure. Yeah. Like, what are you doing other than treb? I guess chemistry, bombard cannons are a tool you have as Gurjaras that are not there for Georgians. But Treb's also going to be on the way here for blue, and remember that Georgian buildings cost fewer resources to repair, which is very helpful in these sorts of situations. And you're just going skirmishers. Uh-huh. Yes. Remember, there are no minerals on the outside of the map, only in the middle. Well, other than in your starting area. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's going to be a dead castle. Forward siege workshop here for bombards. Why am I just really unconvinced about just going skirmishers here? Heartt's at least switching into camels. Even though I don't even think the camels are that great, I think you should go Shravamsha riders until your opponent shows cavalry. No reason to not do so. Oh wait, is he going after... Oh, yeah, you need to go after the enemy castle, or Trebs at the very least. Wait, infantry armor? I don't know about all this, guys. Bombard cannon coming in here for hard as well. Grabbing Halb. That doesn't really help you here. Don't you need a gold unit? And it's not like you're on 140 villagers and you can just spam trash units against somebody with way worse eco than you. They're even in eco. 100? Yeah, like a pro would ever go Onager. But yeah, if it's the game of poking, the guy with the bombard cannons has a huge advantage. Anyway, well, oh, I like the garrison crossbows. That's a cute little move, I gotta say. But well, that's kind of predictable, to be honest. They have a third trebuchet out and 2 bombard cannons. Hal coming in, and I just get sniped by Scarab. More skirming back and forth. And the Trebs are standing. Hearttt actually has 29 idle vills right there. That's not ideal. Really good control from Lucho. Guys, Lucho has a population lead. Hearttt has a lot of idle eco at this point. Got some crossbowmen coming around the side as well, which actually do have an angle to get some damage done. And it's not like Heartt's gold is going to last forever, and Gujaras are literally a bottom 5 civ without gold. Still good control there for Hearttt. I mean, these repairs are clutch. Using the Georgian repair bonus is actually very well done. Just saying that we are going to keep this position. We are not going to give it up. We will hold. That said, eventually Heartt's going to get this at this stage. And right now, the army value is terrible for Lucho. He's just sitting there with archers. Lucho is running out of army here at the front. He's also going to be running out of stone in just a moment. We have 4...
Lucho is running out of army on the front.
Really? He was ahead in pop! He had control of the middle! What? What? He was in a good spot. I mean, not like in a great spot, but like he was in an okay spot.
Namaste.
Winning stuff? Yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, yeah, he was out of stone, but like, it's not like Hearttt really had all that much going for him. I think the issue, though, is Lucho just didn't do anything in Imp with his army. Like, he got all those Halb upgrades and didn't make any of them. But he had fully upgraded, or not fully upgraded, but he had mostly upgraded Halbs at this point. You can hold the line by spamming a bunch of Halbs. That is a thing you can do. And use that to buy time until you can tech into something better. Like, yeah, Hearttt had a lead in this game, in that he was going to win this castle war, but not by that much. Yeah, but there was no tech switch at that point, and Hearttt didn't have much gold income. It's about what you have on hand. Like, Hearttt couldn't really push him that hard with what he had at the moment. Like, Hearttt had no tech into anything other than camels as a gold unit, and also very little gold income at that point. Very odd to me. Regardless, though, well done there to Hearttt, and it will be Hearttt versus Andy. Behind than he was? Oh, he absolutely felt more behind than he was. Now, the thing is, In theory, we have Hearttt versus Andy next. But I would imagine... No, the score was not. I was like 400 score ahead. I mean, Hearttt should deserve at least a little bit of a break. But Andy's typing, so let's see what he has to say. Worst case scenario, we go ahead and watch Tato Sato. But I want to see what's being typed here from Andy. Would we love to start soon? Okay, so Andy wants to start. But I still think we can probably jump into Tato versus Sato, which is 2-1 with a Tato lead. Discord. So I'm gonna I'm gonna update the stream title for Hearttt versus Andy. But know that that isn't starting right this second. Rigged? I don't know about that. Alrighty, guys. So I don't really know or care who is far ahead in terms of or like the ordering of the games, but it's 2-1. Tato versus Sato here. Yes, Andy versus Hearttt should, in theory, be starting soon, which is the last set today. And then we have 3 best-of-7s tomorrow, which are all deciding matches, which, of course, I'll be casting. I also need to go to the grocery store today. I'm making some homemade guacamole for our bacon avocado tomato sandwiches for dinner tonight. And let me tell you, Ornlu's homemade guac is really good. I haven't ever had guac that's better than the one I've made myself. Just saying. And I also need to cook dinner tomorrow. I'm cooking my homemade huevos rancheros tomorrow. Ornlu's busy, man. We are now just about to hit the 9-hour mark in this stream. And why is Tato not going for... No, he is actually going for the fish. He only has 2 vills here. Great. I love tacos. But I just love Latin American food in general. Although my favorite is probably enchiladas. I just love the sauce. One day the Ornlu cooking stream will be a thing. Alright, so I already hear from Sato. He's got all these vills in the middle, which is going to be great for his infantry production. No, we have not seen Bedouins at all today. Seen a lot of Lookout, which is fine because it's a pretty varied map, but then we've seen Arabia as well a fair bit. But there's been a decent amount of variety. Uh-oh, Mr. Tatito! Still on, yeah, we got a whole another best of 5 to cast. Got a whole nother best of 5. Quite not good indeed. Yeah, I mean, you're getting your fishing ships going now, but isn't it much better to have already had 11 villagers in the middle gathering from the shorefish? Really good games? I don't know, chat. We've had a lot of solid games, but we haven't had any, like, oh my god, game of the ages. All right, Hearttt says, can you give me 10 to 15 minutes? I need to eat something, which I think is only fair, considering that Hearttt literally just finished a best of 5. Game 3? Well, I didn't see that one. Still, army coming forward here for Sato. And this is Sato's tournament life on the line. I mean, facing Tato in the round of 24 or whatever is a tough one. Gonna take down the mining camp, which is nice, as Tato's trying to go for both men-at-arms and archers, both of which require gold. Tato only just now in the middle. And yeah, the two fishing ships are nice, like I said, but it's... Like, look at this eco difference. Holy bananas. This is what I'm saying. Like, in general, guys, the more vills you can just throw in the middle of the map, the better it does for you. Nikov Lewis, I did not cast that one. That was the original plan. Then everyone else was casting it. Yeah, I was checking in on the game here and there, but I didn't see it start to finish. Anyway, Tato does get at least one counter kill, and he's also denying the gold from his opponent for what that's worth. But the skirms are actually going to be fully upgraded. They have +1/+1. Tato just now getting fletching, which is his first blacksmith upgrade. But no, the best game was Andy versus Niaz on Arabia. That was the best game I saw today. Just because it was so silly. Yeah, the bill count is even, but Sato is very far ahead in resources with 1,000 more food. That's a lot. Well, the fishing ships are going to keep fishing shipping for now. And there is something to be said of that. Yeah, Niaz did get reverse swept. And he just held in there. I mean, he got two very strong early game wins, and then the last one he also had a huge lead early on. Last game was close, though, for sure. I mean, I keep saying that, Drew's World, and then they never listen to me. Anyway, Sato is going to click up to Castle Age in just a moment here. Sato is a little bit housed. See in the middle? No, you don't have vision of the middle or anything. I mean, Sato does because he has a couple outposts, but not, like, because of the map or whatever. 100 skirmishers. Well, again, the issue with skirmishers is that they train too fast, so you get too many of them. I mean, they deal 1 damage most of the time. It's just that the 1 damage is just multiplied a ton of times. So Castle Age plan for Sato. I mean, I would like long swordsmen personally. Your eco's well set up for it, and they're Japanese long swordsmen, and they'd also largely invalidate the Jian swordsmen. But, you know, guys. Skirm's out here, skirmin'. And Tato is going to go for the Jian swordsman. Oh, just now getting double bit axe and horse collar, I guess. That's rough. It's still pretty bad, though. And I don't think Jian swordsmen are going to be the answer. Animation? Now they do. They used to not have a faster animation, but that was changed a couple patches ago. Honestly, part of me would say that every time you're against a Wu, just blind open longswordsman in Castle Age. Even if you're Huns. Just to kill the freaking Jian swordsman. Alright, little bit of a fight here on the water. That Sato is going to win. And now Tato's going to need something to deal with knights. War Galley? That's why it was canceled. Yeah, Nobunaga is the fastest attacking non-fire ship unit in the game. It is wild how fast he attacks. I think it's like 0.4 or something like that. Alright, more knights on the way here for Sato. And Tato's still trying to go for the Qian Swordsman. Oh, is that double monastery? It is double monastery for Tato. So, to be fair, that is about as good as you can get for countering knights. And Wu do have good monks. Well, skirms are very bad against Qian Swordsmen. And there's already one conversion. Yes, they do. Sanctity also coming in for Tato. So Tato is doing a very good job of not dying. But I'm not sure if not dying is good enough here. It is indeed quite a few knights. Tato also starting to pick up some relics. Still no word on the other set thus far. A small tree, they do. I mean, in fact, most use identical pine trees. You think iron casting is useless? What are you, a shoe fan? Hashtag don't need iron casting. No, I'm the iron caster with 9-hour stream. I mean, again, Tato is doing a very good job of not dying. The Qian Swordsman, good SimCity, good monk control. Tato, I mean, only has 8 villager kills. It's just, again, the question is, where are you actually going in this game? Sato's also adding in fishing ships, which I really like. Look at that Wu knight. Wu don't have knights, man. They have Haiguang Cav. Interesting. Boring? Well, I mean, the pro players don't use mods that make the game look pretty. That's for the casters. They're just trying to have the easiest to view screen possible. Oh, the peasants! Sire, the peasants are revolting! So, well, I mean, different pros have different preferences. Remember that Viper is, these days, especially concerned about making the, you know, a good viewing experience as a streamer. He's not as concerned with having the best possible graphics mod, especially when streaming. I mean, when practice, it might be different. You refuse to read it? No, Tarkans are great, and I refuse to hear otherwise. Also, I'd just like to point out, guys, that if Sato was going Longswordsman, it would be way harder for Tato to counter like this. Just throwing that out there. Lightly lobbing it into the sunset. It is. I mean, it's what I do. I didn't use the Identical Trees mod for a very long time. Although when they added a ton of different trees to the game, then I kind of just said, nah. Is that the killer move? Could be close to it. Unless Tato takes a truly exceptional fight here, which feels somewhat unlikely. I mean, those are more conversion. Oh, double delete. I mean, that's not a bad fight for Tato. Yeah, I turn on the range mod. Or the range setting. Although I'd rather that nobody had access to it than everyone having access to it. Rushing up a market, actually, is Sato. Not the monkers! More Vululuing. Honestly, these aren't that bad of fights for Tato. It's like just all monks. Yeah, I mean, I know the Vil lead should be way too good. And yet, these fights individually don't actually feel very impressive. Even if there was no bloodlines, Sato would still be going knights to counter this army instead of long swordsmen. They do counter everything that your opponent's making! It feels like pros think that if you make long swordsmen, then your opponent will magically get 20 fully upgraded crossbowmen just right on the field. Okay, at least he should be making some samurai. In Castle Age, they do a pretty good job of it. Sato trying to add in a third TC. Anyway, this should be samurai. Yes, okay. That's something. Food income is kind of rough, though, for Sato, which isn't ideal. Tato is actually chopping there to the southwest. And Sato does still have 5 Japanese fishing ships going, which is also nice. Please tell me you're sending units to help out those Vils, Sato? Yeah, I mean, again, the game should be pretty comically over at this point, and yet the score lead isn't that bad. Also, in case you were wondering, yes, Samurai get bonus damage versus the Gen Swordsman. They are unique units. So they super giga mega counter them. Now it's Cav Archer in time! I don't know, Tati. Versus unique. I want to say yes. I haven't checked in a while. Nani? Devotion coming in, sure, why not? Yeah, pikemen poking around. And it's 113 pop to 64. Sato's gonna have a forward castle in just a moment. As in right now. This should not be something Tato can deal with effectively. Trying to see some more raiding, I guess. But, I mean, Tato's just gonna get his entire infrastructure eviscerated in just a moment. Oh, wait, no arson in yet. Samurai! Tato trying to raid his way back into this one, man. Could probably use some Scorpions at home to help deal with the Cav Archers. Yeah, no. And all those ranges are going to go down super fast. And these are samurai with no upgrades, by the way. Except forging, I guess. Fun to see that old civs have a place in tournaments. I mean, I would say the Japanese, if anything, are too common to see in tournaments. But at least this one doesn't have too many hybrid maps in it. But yeah, I mean, Japanese, Chinese, Persians are all seen constantly. Most of the other Age of Kings civs are much rarer, though. I mean, I don't know even if it's Japanese being OP or Japanese being one of the best civ at a map archetype that is used constantly. I do think they are too strong, though. Not by an enormous amount, but just a little bit. Saracens would be good? They would be good, yes. I do think they might be a little too slow, though. Yeah, I mean, we sometimes see most of the AOC civs. The only AOC civs we don't see, like, at all are Britons and Teutons and Franks. Which is unfortunate, because those are probably, like, 3 of the 4 or 5 most popular civs in the game. Hoff's gonna go with the big no on that. Well. Months ago? I would say Franks stopped becoming popular as soon as they added Georgians to the game. Tato does have devotion. With thumb ring, I don't think the answer to why we don't see a ton of Britons is because they don't have good enough archers. Yeah, I said Persian. Persians, Chinese, and Japanese we see constantly. Oh, and Mongols. And Koreans. You see all of the original East Asian civs a lot. And Tato's really trying to force this to work. I don't know why Tato's still playing. But the other series isn't in the lobby yet. They're still drafting, so it's not like we're missing anything. Yeah. Also about Britons, it's the fact that there are, one, a lot of civs in the game, so basically Britons have been power crept in most cases, and 2, Britons don't do mobility well. I mean, Britons of course do skirms just fine, but would you rather play Britons who have no real incentive to ever play cav archers? Like, you just don't have mobility at all. At least don't have good mobility. Mongols for sheep? Not even. I just think that nerfing some of the other civs and nerfing cav archer play would make Britons a lot better. Effect CA, no, we do not need that. Seven range CA in Castle Age. 9 range cav archers in him. Not them.
Yeah, but Vietnamese use cav archers historically, so they need to have a cav archer bonus.
But yeah, there's very little reason to play Britons when civ like Vietnamese exist. No, again, I don't think we need to buff Britons where they're already strong. I would much rather nerf some of the top civs. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we need to rid them of CA. They are still a generic unit. They're not a regional unit. Yeah, but that would imply that we don't see tons of ranged units, which we absolutely do. We just don't really see the archer line as much as we see skirms and cav archers. Be a regional unit, but it would cover already tons of different regions. Cav archers are what, a Eurasian unit? War chariots from the range? I don't know about that. Guys, why is this game a game? And hello, Untouchable. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, I mean, that's still going to be a lot of dead vills. Closing this out? Well, he's mostly making samurai against cav archers, which isn't great. Magic heroes? Yeah, I mean, it feels like there are far, far more egregious issues of historical accuracy for no reason or than, okay. I mean, it's not like Britain's Franks or Teutons have good cav archers, right? So that's at least reflected. All 3 TCs flashing? Yep. Oh, the other series is still drafting, so again, we aren't missing anything. Once yet, I think what many people believe is that it's more of a design thing than a balance thing. I think Turks need a buff? No. Turks are very good. I mean, maybe you could try and give them a tiny buff on open maps, but again, I'd much, much rather see civs nerfed than buffed right now. That's a lot of dead scorpions, guys. Come on! Oh my god. Yeah, skirms don't like the fact that we exist in a skirm meta, that's for sure. Draw a bow? I mean, I would probably do it in MS Paint, personally. Or maybe a pen and paper. Sato James Harden right now. Oh my god, guys. Guys, Tato's score is close. It still feels like he should have 0 chance of winning this game. Like, this aggression has been mostly forestalled, but Sato doesn't have any gold income right now. There's 10,000 gold left on the map, and Sato seems to control none of it. Tato winning this? I mean, it would be a pretty gargantuan throw with 15,000 more res collected. But Tato is so far ahead in resources destroyed right now. Also, this game feels like a pretty good condemnation of cav archers currently. And it's just units are not able to catch and kill them. Castle? He did delete it. It wasn't destroyed. Hello, Bowforce. Oh, man. Oh, they're in the lobby, guys. Niche 2Gay, congrats. Extra speed? I don't know, man. The sad thing is, if Sito had gone Cav Archers himself to counter this, he probably would have won the game by now, and now he's going to go Skirmishers. Mojave. Oh my goodness. I remember that. Oh no. Yasuma coming in. Poggers. Right now, it really just goes to show it feels like nothing except skirmishers kill Cav Archers. Or the other way around. Nothing kills Cav Archers except skirms. Scorps? You see how well Scorps have been doing this game? I mean, Scorps can work. It's just, Scorps are so hard countered by Mangonels that it's like Cav Archer plus Mangonel is pretty rough. Siege Onager? Yeah, no one ever goes SO. But no one even ever goes for O, much less SO. Okay, Tato is literally max pop, guys. Why is this a game? No 95? Oh, I'm so sorry. I mean, Sito is kind of throwing it, but at the same time, I don't actually think he's going to lose. It's 154 vills to 71. Yes, I am streaming Hearttt versus Andy. I was just going to cast this game because they needed a 15-minute break, but this game has gone on for so long. Yes, I would like to see an onager cost reduction. At this point, no, Hera does not win this game. Sito is way too good of a player for that. All right. Oh, jeez. That was a game that Tato was irrevocably far behind for like 45 minutes. Casting, because T90's casting this. Oh, I was doing fine. Anyway, and I think Mem is too. Well, I just want to make sure all the sets get covered. Yeah, Hearttt Andy is just starting now. Looks like not... Oh, nope, wrong map. Okay, looks like they started 4 minutes ago. All right. Sorry, I need to set this up. The professionalism is plummeting 9.5 hours into the stream. Alright. Hearttt is going to be in green. Okay, that's a lot worse than I had hoped. Hearttt is going to be purple. It is Komir. Anyway, welcome guys to the very last set of the round of 24. winner of this moves on to face somebody. I don't remember. Somebody who's good at AoE. Charles. So, let's see who is going to come out on top. These are two very different players, and I'm interested to see how this one goes. We're going to have Hearttt in the blue, purple as the Byzantines to the north, and to the south in the orange as the Japanese. It will be Andy. Another Age of Kings Civ matchup here. Wimpiest must, because it's not an intentional mustache. It's just me not shaving for a few days. Yeah, Viper Hera, Yo, Leary invited. Alright, so we've seen 2 galley all-ins on this map and 1 crazy forwarding one. So let's see what this one's going to look like. I would imagine that Byzantines are not just going to play a galley war because there are way better civs at doing that. We do have 1 extra fishing ship for Japanese as well. Chinese, I would give it a notable edge to VB. He's never lost a heart, really. Oh, even getting that 6th fishing ship out. Andy being a bit of a greedy gumdrop. But look at this from Hearttt. Uh-oh. Okay, he's going to go with the forward dock. Three plus 2? What would you do instead? Oh, just because the brackets are hard to set up? Alright, so forward dock, but not in a position that could actually be attacked from the island of Andy. And interesting. Because I think I would consider Hearttt a top 10 player and Andy a top 20 player. But I guess Andy does have a pretty good matchup. Like I said, they're pretty different. Hearttt much more mechanical, Andy much more strategic. Anyway, just a little bit of a scuffle over there, and Andy, for his part, is just going to be going for, where's the 3rd dock? Okay, so I guess it's just 2 galleys, or 2 dock galley. Well, I guess it's kind of like a migration build, to be honest, guys. You go faster than you do on migration, but with 6 fishing ships, 2 dock galley, just going to be trying to play defensive here. Top 10. I think top 4 are pretty obvious. They're the 4 invites of this tournament. I would put Tato and ACCM at 5 and 6. And then Hearttt, Winchester, Barles, Sebastian, Nikov, MBL, Sato. Like, they're all kind of competing. I don't even think it's top 10. I think it's more like top 12. Like, top 12-ish. It's kind of like that tier of player. Skill level? I'm like 1800 to 1900 right now. Those T West probably. That may be a little bit lower than that. E90's in the top, 200-ish. Dave, I don't think plays all that much. But if he is playing, he's probably like 1700. Time-wise, I do not know. Anyway, the galleys are kind of doing their job right now, holding off of the fires. Vilasa, Z40, and Vala. Interesting. I mean, I doubt they signed up to kick out Jordy. I don't know, especially Vilasa is pretty darn toxic. Villas is a pretty toxic player, guys. All right. I mean, again, the galleys with fletching are really just going to be unkillable at this point. They're faster than the fire galleys, and of course, they just deal decent enough damage over range that, yes, the Byzantine fire ships are strong, but oftentimes this is just what happens when you're doing fires versus galleys on a map where you have room to sail around. That said, it's Byzantine-zing time, and we do have forwarding skirmishers and spearmen here for Heartt. It's what he did versus Lucho and was effective there. Toxicity, absolutely. They're the only people that can come close to ACCM in terms of toxicity. That's a very underwhelming demo there from Andy. Actually, isn't Andy versus Barrels also a very common matchup in tournaments? Now that I think about it. Oh, going after the transport, but that does mean taking some fire damage. Every time? Yeah. Honestly, good enough micro. It was a little risky there for Andy, but the galleys are at least surviving enough to make it work. That said, the villagers here are getting annoyed quite heavily, but Andy is ahead by 400 or so resources. Fishing ships for Japanese are just so tanky. I do think that honestly should be nerfed. And you know a bonus is bad if I'm calling for an original Age of Kings bonus to get nerfed. Anyway, more snipes there. 2-to-1 KD advantage here for Andy, even though he is behind, I guess, in villagers destroyed. 18 vills on food right now for Heartt, with only 5 foragers is actually pretty decent. Although, guys, what is this farm placement? What? What is this farm placement? Watching too many T90 Rex, man. Anyway, Andy, with the power of the market, going to be able to click up to Castle Age, and these galleys are just continuing to gain more value. And remember, because there's so much coastline, and you can't really build that far inland, the galleys are just going to start to go after the forward archery range. That said, Heartt still has his forward villa alive. Not that far away from clicking up. For Andy Brawls, yeah, I thought that's one we've seen a fair amount. Love the outpost as well, especially with Byzantines. You see all. Although nothing beats the Niaz outposts. Those are just too... Whoa, 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 whoa! That villager not going into the right part of town, and Andy, more known for quick walls than anybody other than perhaps Hera and Viper. That was perfectly done, and Heartt is up to 5 villagers killed. The resources collected are even, but that Castle Age timing advantage is going to be really tough to overcome. What is with these farm placements? It's like they're intentionally bad. All right, fire galleys coming in here for Andy. Oh, fishing ship's finally going to get sniped there. Oh, he's escaping. We got a runner. No! Well, considering T90, I don't think is casting the set right now. It wouldn't be a very good troll. I think I'm the only one casting it in English at the moment. Yep. Meanwhile, fires are fighting. Higher priority. It isn't really the best gold income, but it doesn't require a mining camp. So it does have a bit of an advantage as far as that goes. All right, Castle Age here for Andy, and he is significantly faster than his counterpart. At the same time, he's sending a lot of vills over to stone that aren't really doing anything, and Heartt's actually taking a nice resources advantage right now. We have more fire galleys incoming. Oh, nicely done here from Andy, though. He's going to be one of the first players to actually expand to the east before you actually run out of resources on your mainland. Well, yeah, I don't think Andy expected to have his eco harassed as much as it was. But he is getting Warg Alley. He's going to sail right down Warg Alley. And honestly, guys, this is an interesting game. To me, this is starting to show the potential of Khmer. It's got some land action, very aggressive, got some water action, and now you're having players start to expand to the side. Why does Hearttt not add archers? Because he's Byzantines and he wants to make cheap skirmishers. Although I would agree that archers would actually be a more useful unit here. And now the war galleys are coming to sail on through. Yeah, lots of relevant upgrades coming in now for Hearttt. Andy walling in one skirm. Guys, if this isn't value, I don't want to know what is. Whoa! Okay, just gonna evacuate a bunch of vills. Gonna freaking Dunkirk them. Because there are a bunch of enemy units right here. Like, no, it's... The Cuman Khmer matchup on Khmer is the Humo Khmer. That's the matchup I really want to see on this map. I like all these little islets. But I kind of like asymmetry in AoE 2 maps and like different islands and whatnot. Well, these vills are at least relatively safe. That said, credit here to Hearttt. I mean, it was looking like he wasn't getting any damage on it first, but he just kept with it. And he's done enough to idle a lot of Andy's eco. That said, Andy still has nominal control of the water. Heartt's own eco isn't really that great, although he himself is going to be transporting over to the north. I'm a happy camper today. Well, I've had a lot of really good AoE, and you guys have been enjoying it, so no reason not to be having a good day. More than minimum wage? Well, let's not go overboard, McNeely. It's probably making maybe... I'm probably made more today than federal minimum wage, but probably not as much as Illinois minimum wage. All right, skirms are skirming, though. Big ballin'? Oh, yeah. Doing what I like? I absolutely love doing this and talking about AoE, learning AoE, teaching AoE. I just kind of like this game a lot. That's kind of why I do it. All right, TC there to the north, and I mean, Hearttt has 22 villager kills so far. And he was so much later with Castle Age, but that late Feudal Age idling of Andy's eco has just done so much work. And now you're kind of getting away from the galleys into fire ships again, and that's where Byzantines are going to be at their happiest. I don't know, I think it's a pretty great amount of idle TC time, guys. Dude! I think if you have exactly 4 minutes and 20 seconds idle TC time, you just immediately start researching herbal medicine. No, it's like, and it didn't work. And it always really impresses me when players are doing something that isn't working and say, you know what? I'm not going to transition away from this. I can make this happen. And that's what Hearttt was doing. With the $38, save it until I have to pay some more debt or expenses. Yeah, idle TC time is when you're not making villagers, aging up, or researching an upgrade. So it's exactly what it sounds like. But, for instance, if you're researching the next age, that doesn't count as idle time. Better fight there for Andy. Still, the skirms are doing a lot. Hearttt with a nice population count, taking the resources at the north. Oh, Hearttt! Well, I mean, that's like an okay fight, but it just feels like Heartt's eco is so much better. Well, I mean, it is much better. That's not really a question. Like, look at this lack of efficiency. This is all the late Feudal Age play. Like, this is how it started in terms of eco efficiency, and eventually Hearttt making this work. Remember, no Bodkin in for the War Galleys, so they're really not going to be as scary as you would like. 2 TCs for each player, 10 Vil lead for Hearttt. I guess the eco upgrades aren't good for Hearttt, but that's, I guess, something he can rectify. I mean, just look at this. The skirms are everywhere. I mean, Andy did make a pretty big mistake by not going skirmishers on a water map. That really does feel like a blunder, I'm not going to lie. And I think that lack of food income is just going to get him sunk pretty quickly at this rate. We get another dock over there to the east. No fishing ships left for either player. But again, these war galleys are going to be fairly underwhelming without Bodkin. 11 fire ships right now for Hearttt. I mean, you do have to be careful of the demo ships, but it feels like Hearttt can continue to power on through. He's got his TC to the north. He could most likely get a significantly faster Imperial age time. Balance, I think Skirm nerf plus pathing buff is going to really help out a lot. I'm kind of surprised they haven't released the patch yet. Feels like it's been on the pup for a very long time. His water dominance? The thing is, he was kind of just sailing around. Yeah, he sniped some fishing ships, but there wasn't that much else for him to do in the short run. And then Hearttt just came back on water in Castle Age. And then when Andy's eco was just completely floundering because of the skirm raids, that's when Hearttt was like, okay, now I can invest back on the water and, you know, get strong there again. That said, Andy is taking efficient fights. Andy is well ahead in resources destroyed. So even Byzantines, this isn't a good KD. Like Wednesday next week? Yeah, that probably would make sense. Only 3 bills on gold right now for orange. If this goes late, guys, Japanese don't have heavy demo ships, remember, so Byzantine fire ships, I feel, could be a really big issue in the late game. That said, Andy's galley numbers are climbing. I mean, look at these skirms, man. They're so freaking annoying. Okay, 14 fire ships. Where are they? Got like 5 over here. 3 over here. It's a little weird for sure. Hearttt, way more of every resource collected, but especially food in this case is kind of a major deal for Andy, who has no farms to speak of at all. The thing is, once these natural food resources run out, he's still not going to have any farms. I mean, they're okay, but remember, these are Byzantine fast fires that have extra range as well. Just a feeling? I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. I'm sorry, guys. We're at almost 10 hours into the stream. Doc is going to... Again, Andy is taking, like, the very best fights he can, given the circumstances. Never do that again. Alright, guys. Hearttt University here. He does need another building at that point. Oh, no. Ballistics is coming in, but Imp is going to be in just a moment here for Hearttt as soon as he gets another building up. At that point, fast fire ship, some Drummonds, and I don't think Andy's going to have much of a chance here in game number 1. I mean, that is a bit annoying. But Andy must think he has a Bodkin. Okay, there we go. Anyway, there's Imp on the way. And there's just no way to actually, I think, do enough damage to Hearttt, I think? Okay, here's the thing. Hearttt does not have safe gold. At least not really. But careening coming in. I mean, the thing is, Hearttt still actually has a large navy. It's just not here at the moment. It's just kind of around. Oh, I thought it was going after the boar there for a moment, and I was about to be very angry at Andy. What did this boar ever do to you, man? They're not that fast. They don't have that much gold, and they're not that fast. But what we've seen is that early on, they can be nice because it's gold you can collect without having to invest in a drop-off site. And then late game, when the gold runs out, well, it's your only source of gold at that point, so it becomes decent again. Sniping another transport ship. I guess we have gill nets coming in, but the imp timing is going to be brutal. 18 fire ships on the field with careening. This Zoc was never destroyed. Gather speed? I'm pretty sure it does. Like, unfortunately, I never tested it all that deeply because I was like, this is Chronicles. It's not in multiplayer. It's not worth learning. Joke's on me, though, isn't it? Maybe that should be a YouTube video I work on when I have the chance. Oysters! Alright, Imp is in, and he's not tapping out yet, but as soon as Fast Fire Ship comes in, I don't see how Hearttt takes a bad fight here. Yeah, Byzantines have everything at the dock, except, well, siege engineers, I guess, for their Drummonds. Multiplayer? I suspect so, but we have no confirmation. I don't think I don't think they would make a ton of balance changes for the Chronicle civs if they were just keeping them in single player. I don't think they would really care that much about the balance of them. Oh yeah, I mean, Greek Fire or no Greek Fire, this is still going to be 1 damage being dealt to the Fast Fire ships. And that's not going to be anywhere near good enough. Oh, okay, well that was a very good hit, but it's still not enough. It's still over. And GG called. Hearttt takes game number 1. Really, really good late feudal age pressure. It was looking rough for him before, but that just completely catapulted him ahead economically, and Andy was never really able to recover from that, even with a 2-minute and 4-second faster castle age time. That map? I mean, I've seen Hearttt play this map twice, and he's won both games. Gather 8 tier list. No! That is the... Ooh, last pick as well versus first pick. Oh, that's a nice win there for Hearttt. That's a nice one, getting a win with your last pick versus the enemy first pick. Opponent first pick, it's not like... Andy is not Heartt's enemy, just his opponent in this series. Right, that Hearttt with the first map. We have Acropolis, Lookout, Bedouins, and Not Nomad. Duo? I mean, if there's a tier maker thing that has all the text in it, I might be interested. Alright, looks like Not Nomad will be the next map. Hearttt having Chinese, and it's probably versus Italians or Lithuanians. Like I said, I have never seen Chinese lose on this map. We'll see. Just kidding, they're going to Bedouins. You're baiting me, man. Alright, Bedouins feels like... I don't think we're seeing Italians. I don't think we're seeing Lithuanians. So maybe Berbers or Gujaras for Andy. For Hearttt, it's probably just Hindustanis. The flag stealers, indeed. The flag rotated 90 degrees. Alright, guys, I need to take a quick break, guys. I'll be right back. always with the chair cast, huh? Yeah. Hey, T90 viewers. You get up for the first time in an hour and a half. Oh, my goodness. Oh, sigh. All right. Apologies, guys, but you only missed 3 minutes and 52 seconds of Bedouins. All right, so we have been casting now for 10 hours. The qualifiers here for LingYuan Cup. This is the very last game, or series, I guess, of the round of 24, 16, 12. Holy cow, Hearttt has 1 second idle time. Oh, man. Maybe I just joined the game late? No, he's ahead by 3 vills. Oh, geez, guys. This might be very tough to deal with. Yeah, so tomorrow, guys, I don't know when exactly they start, but there are going to be 3 best of 7s, and the winner of those 3 best of 7s will be going to China for the LAN event. African clearing, because tournaments like having their own versions of maps.
Namaste.
I'm great. I know I'm great. I'm freaking awesome, man. No, so we've seen Chinese on this map quite a few times, and usually it's still somewhere in the realm of 15 to 20 seconds. So Hearttt, the fact that he is getting a 1 second idle time Chinese start is honestly wild, and is going to make it really tough for Andy, as Chinese are just so good on this sort of map. That said, Chinese are also top tier on Not Nomad, which is also in this map pool, so I have no idea why they weren't banned. Thank you, Civil Hits. And I'm sorry, guys, but I'm having a bit of a snack. You know, the 10-hour stream and all. Being from Peru. I mean, Chinese are a very sort of like early execution-oriented civ. And that's what Heartt's best at. Alright, so probably going to be a scout opening here. Now, against Gurjaras, I actually kind of like that matchup against Chinese in terms of like military compositions. Usually Gurjaras should be able to play around the counter units quite effectively. That said, Chinese one of the better civs at going for double gold army compositions, which tend to be what you want against Gurjaras. So, I mean, it's a fine matchup on paper, but I still think that in this game, we're looking at that 300 resources collected advantage for Hearttt, which is going to be real tough to overcome. Fire launchers, very true. Crossbow. Unflushable, I think you're forgetting about skirmishers. Unironically, skirmishers are way too good against fire lancers for the most part. The 0 pierce armor is pretty rough for them. Restaurants in Peru, I mean, it kind of makes sense.
Namaste.
Peru, a very populous country. Just across the Pacific. Just across the Pacific. You know what I mean? Chinese is perhaps too good in certain settings. Anyway, that was some good Alcatrazing right there. 2 HP villager. Now, remember, you can attack through the corners in a lot of situations. But this is very bad for your eco efficiency. It's now Hearttt 500 resources ahead. Oh, the Nunnally, I think, has 0 Jerry Pierce armor. Here one, yeah. Alright. Well, Chinese food in general is very good as well, to be fair. Anyway. Nice kill there. 2 dead villagers, and honestly, like I said, even from the Dark Age, this is a huge uphill battle for Andy. Yeah, fire lancers are affected by gambesons, to be fair. Versions of Chinese food. Well, to be honest, I also like Chinese, like American Chinese fast food. Like crab rangoons and stuff like that. I actually do find that tasty. But I also enjoy hot pot and congee and stuff like that. Anyway, I mean, look at this, guys. 800 plus resources collectively. Like, this is just getting out of hand real fast. And Sichuan cuisine? I love spicy food, so... I've only eaten at a Chinese restaurant once. I don't remember what I had or what it was called, but it was good. Anyway. Moral of the story of this game, guys. This is called the Ornlu eating while also streaming for over 10 hours type of casting. Basically, the TLDW of this game is Hearttt had a perfect start with Chinese, and Andy didn't really do anything to get ahead. I actually just don't think you can let Chinese through a draft. If you're second pick, which Andy was second picked in this draft, I just don't think you can not ban Chinese. They feel like an auto win on too many maps. But like this and a not Nomad, I don't think I've seen them lose yet. Hearttt getting very close to clicking up to Castle Age. It's not like Andy is horrendously far behind in the uptime, but he is just decisively behind in everything. Oh yeah, 1890. Yeah, with Bedouins and not Nomad in the pool, it feels like you're, again, that second pick feels like you just don't want to go for Chinese. Like, if your first pick, never ban Chinese, because either your opponent bans it, and then you don't have to deal with it anyway, or you just go for, you pick it yourself. Time for martinis? I will definitely be enjoying a nice, refreshing beverage after this stream, that's for sure, because I've earned it. Not African glaring, that'd be pretty funny. Oni-chan! Oni-chan! Like I said, Andy it's not like he's horrendously far behind in the Castle Age time, but 1,000 resources behind your opponent at this stage of the game is kind of a disaster. I mean, Hearttt could take this game in any number of directions. He could go Fire Lancers, Knights, or Archery range units. He is choosing to go for Archery range units, but that's fine. Thanks. I can do my silly voices if I want, gosh darn it. Are you in your sleep? Deal with it. More archers on the way here for Hearttt. More scooter bugs. Now, are Castle Age Shrivamshas good enough here? I don't know, Shrivamshas feel pretty underwhelming these days, which is kind of a good thing, because it's such an annoying unit. But if you're a Gujaras player, then it's not so great. They are pretty food intensive, and you only have 11 bills on food. Actually, he's mining a lot of stone. I mean, Chakrams could be really good, but I don't know if they're going to be good enough here. Again, the resources collected discrepancy is only climbing from now. Is there my special noise? No. Indeed, Shrivamsha riders are coming on in, but even just a couple of knights will serve very well against those, and I mean, this is just looking rough here for Andy. To be fair, it is quite late for Andy right now. But, I mean, if you want to qualify for a tournament like this, sometimes you have to play light at night. Against Fire Lancer, Frisbees do very well against basically every infantry with, like, you know, some exceptions like Teutonic Knights and whatnot. So, one of the worst sim designs. Yeah, I mean, I don't love Gujaras, and I've never made that made that a secret. Oni-chan. I make that noise all the time, though. If I'm trying to do the fake weeb accent.
तैयार
Anyway, I mean, yes, you can drop a castle as Andy. I'm not sure to what end. I have now consumed my very unhealthy snack.
हाँ
That's how I get so many ladies, you know it, baby. So, Shiramtras have just +1 defense and Bloodlines in right now. The thing is, they're so bad against Knights that it doesn't really take many Knights, nor does it take many upgrades for those Knights to really be effective. But in terms of when you want to make them, basically, it's your go-to unit in Castle Age, I'd say. They're great at raiding. They're great at keeping your opponent back. But they just don't stand up very well in a head-on fight, especially if you're expecting something like a knight. Hit some more? Nah, my dad apparently is making a pie downstairs, so we need to curtail any more unhealthy food. Anyway, look at this pathfinding. Hopefully it's different next patch. I think it looked like a peanut pie. Anyway, Camel here gonna do its best against the Knights. I mean, in general, it's like Camel plus Shrivamsha Rider is the army you want, but I'm not gonna lie, guys. This game felt over at around the 2-minute mark. Unless Hearttt had a major screw up. Which he did not. Rocket cart's coming forward. More archers here. GG. That was not a great game. What's the first 3 minutes? To be fair, the one part of the game I missed actually happened to be the most important one. I mean, just look at that eco efficiency. It's better from around the 50-second mark to the rest of the game. That's a rough one. So Andy already down 0-2. Hopefully he has something in him to make a series out of this. Hello. Very healthy. I actually do have some Old Bay spiced peanuts downstairs. Let's see. That is the Chinese over... So that was first pick versus last pick. So both players have gone with their first and last pick, but still. Want to do it hard after this? I'm going to go with no. I think Ornlu is going to relax after this series. Alright, Not Nomad is the next map, and to be fair, you can't get Civ lost on Not Nomad by Chinese if you've already been Civ lost by Chinese on Bedouins. I think we have to be using our noggin here. And it's probably going to be Italians versus Bengalis. Maybe Lithuanians. Yeah. With Tuast? Not at the moment. Yeah, I have never seen Chinese lose on Not Nomad because you can get that food income going so quickly. I'm going to cook 24-hour stream. I mean, remember, we do have 21 games potentially to cast tomorrow with 3 best-of-7s. I wonder, do we know when that starts yet? Okay, it says ACCM versus Sebastian starts in 15 hours. Which is... Okay, so same start time as today. Or no, yesterday. 14 GMT. We started at 12 GMT today. So 53 seconds, and we will be getting into this. Is way more sleep than I need. Easy peasy. Oh, well, I mean T90 rated me, but we've been doing very well today. And I appreciate everyone who's been tuning in, because this has been a lot of work, but it's also been a lot of fun. Relevant range units are Shrivamsh. Yeah, but Shrivamshas are just really unfun to play against. Doing 0 damage when you hit a unit just doesn't feel good. Any FCs? Yes, I would recommend Niaz versus Andy on Arabia. Yep. Oh, is MBL? Wasn't it? I don't know. I'm losing my mind at this point. Reduce projectile damage by 50%. Yeah. Maybe it could be doing something. I don't know. I think T West said it was possible to code it so you could do, like, units are less accurate when shooting at the Shrivamsha Rider instead of having a literal Protoss shield. I kind of like that idea. Anyway, guys, here we are. Game number 3. Tournament life on the line. I hope we can get something out of this. MBL versus Sebastian? Did I? Oh my goodness, I think I did. I think so. Because MBL... Yeah, MBL got swept. Yes! Yes, the arena game. No, honestly, Sebastian just looked a step above. Sebastian's playing really well. We're getting the good Sebastian this tournament. So I think he should have a really good set versus ACCM tomorrow. Yeah, ACCM, Sebastian. And unfortunate that MBL can't play next week. Thanks, Tyhedness. Alright, so Italians versus Bengalis on this map. Fundamentally, guys, this is still more or less a hybrid map, and Italians and Bengalis are both going to be quite strong in this situation. The close rush distance does mean that you could see some feudal aggression, and I don't think we've ever really seen anyone go full FC on this map. But if Bengalis can get up to Castle Age, get those Rathas going, it can be tough to stop. Although Italians with Genoese crossbowmen, potentially, if you go for your own castle drop. Because this can often be a castle drop type map, right? So Italians and Bengalis both have good unique units there. He doesn't want to go to China? Well, that's unfortunate. Because I'm motivated and would love to travel. But there's no English casters there. Map export. So you actually start with scouting in like some random direction. It's a little weird. Yes, Genoese get bonus damage versus Rathas. Rathas, guys, are just Cav Archers. Anything that you think about in terms of does this apply to Cav Archers applies to Rathas. The only difference is that you can switch into a melee attack mode that benefits from the, forging, iron casting, and blast furnace. I think that's the best way I can describe such a complex unit. So if it affects Cav Archers or does bonus damage to Cav Archers, it will affect the Ratha. But it is a very confusing unit, and I do not blame people for not understanding it. I mean, yeah, it also does the trample damage, but even in melee mode, you're still a Cav Archer. You still take, anti-Cav Archer damage in melee mode. Anyway, Andy coming in with a lumber camp. Remember, you do need those 2 buildings to click up to Feudal Age. Many a Nomad game have I seen and played where you just have the dock and then you just don't have the second building to click up. Splash damage? Basically. Anyway, eco numbers are ahead here for Andy. So this is certainly the sort of start to the game that he'd be looking for.
War chariots are more complicated. They are the same as ballista elephants. They are cavalry and siege and heavy siege. So if it affects cavalry, it also affects the war chariot. I mean, I think if you guys are looking for like a basic unit breakdown, I think Spirit of the Law did a video on it recently.
Hey.
I mean, I also did a testing video on it ages ago when it was released. But that's a little outdated because war chariots got buffed so much.
Nine.
Yes, war chariots would do also take bonus damage from Genoese crossbowmen, that is correct. So, as you can see, though, guys, uptime is a little bit faster for Andy, although Hearttt has caught right back up in resources. He is going to his 6th fishing ship. And he's going to get those 2 villagers once he hits feudal age. Chicken funnel, always funnel your chickens, man. Well, I don't think I've ever once spoken to Spirit of the Law. It's just not anything that's just never come up. Willows to be smaller? I would like them to be properly affected by small trees. I do know that there's a mod out there, but I kind of keep on forgetting to install it. Because I'm a goofball. Oh, they're big willows. They're big, beautiful willows. Alright, Bed Axe immediately on the way. Obviously, Andy is not going to go for a fast castle or anything like that. The 6 fishing ships, 17 villagers. It's a little reminiscent of actually what we see on migration-ish style maps. Actually, pretty similar to Khmer, actually, where you have more fishing ships than usual, but you still want to go for the double dock galley. In-game, yeah, but the in-game setting doesn't work with capture age, right? Let the willows be big. At least the willows aren't, like, in giant clusters, right? And even bigger trees. More trees! Uh-oh, guys, I think Heartt's making a critical error here. Guys, I have never seen fire galleys work on this map. Unless it's with a fast castle behind it. Because what happens is that the galleys never engage the fire galleys until they have, like, 6 of them with fletching, and then the fire galleys become big Sag. In the Tato set? Oh, did I miss that? Well, I didn't see it, so it doesn't count. That's how this works.
Ornlu, what would you think about foregoing water and just trying to win on land early castle age? Kappa.
I mean, I think Kappa aside, going for FC aggression can work on this map, but you need to make sure that you're still, like, getting that war galley upgrade and going for castle age fire ships. Because otherwise your opponent's going to get a free fish boom and then you're big Sag. But yeah, you need to be going for something on the land. Some sort of terrestrial gameplay. If you're going for fire ships. Gotta be careful there. Oh, nice block there, villager. Alright, market on the way here for Hearttt, and you can see he actually is a little closer to Castle Age, slightly ahead in resources, as one might expect with the Bengalis in this situation. But now that fletching is in, we have 7 galleys on the field. Or in the water, I suppose. And it is going to be very difficult for Hearttt to take anything close to a good fight. Now, the impetus is still on Andy, though, to make something happen. You've got to justify all of these galleys. You need to go after your opponent's fishing fleet. But in some sense, it is already successful, as Hearttt is not being able to work with all those units. And he's still pretty far away from Castle Age, so this is one of the reasons I just prefer the galley opening. Now, the fire galleys are nice to have defensively against the other fire galleys. But in the head-on fight, you really do want to be using galleys in this sort of situation. Hearttt is on the not-announced team that I don't even know exists. I think. So probably the team that is definitely not announced. Or not happening. Alright, still a 4-vil lead, though. And no fishing ships were harmed in the making of this game. So Hearttt is going to be sailing them all the way around the map, but they will be able to get back to work over there to the west.
Night Aragorn, thanks for watching. Got a long day tomorrow potentially as well, but it's been a lot of fun. Repairs are very nice. I mean, credit to Hearttt, guys. He's still working towards Castle Age and has only lost one ship. Oh, thanks, TOest. I'll check it out. Oh, those are vills going on to stone, though, so Andy potentially thinking about a castle drop. Hearttt, meanwhile, the opposite. He is selling his stone and clicking on up to Castle Age. Remember, though, it is only 680 food and 170 gold to get to Castle Age as the Italians, though. But honestly, the unit movement from Hearttt does seem a bit better here. He's got his fishing ships back working. And so far, his ship production has also been a bit better. Who said something about me not scaring away people by doing stupid sounds? Yeah, that's never gonna work. Honestly, guys, am I a masochist if I want this to go to Game 5? I think I am. Alright, so you can see the uptimes are still quite competitive, and Andy with 5 villagers on the stone. That said, fires have more HP there for Hearttt. There's a lot of sailing around back and forth here. I want to be rich and famous. Oh, decent demo hit. Anime girl voice. I don't think any of my voices have ever been good. Alright, so you still have a couple actually several fire galleys over here to the east. And yet, none of the fishing ships have actually died. Andy is still ahead in terms of units destroyed, although this doesn't really reflect the 2 demo ships that have gone down. Generic American? Let me tell you, I am the most generic of Americans. Alright, Andy's closing in on the resources for a castle, though. Now, the vision is still relatively good here for Hearttt, so if there is a castle drop, and there is going to be a castle drop, guys, you will at least have some forewarning. The fireship numbers are still looking really good, though, for Hearttt. Both because he bought back 100 stone and then made an outpost. Alright, monastery incoming. Andy almost at that castle. And it's going to be a monastery and siege workshop here for Hearttt. The castle here from Andy, I mean, it's not really going to be that big of a deal, I think, for Hearttt. Oh, okay-ish hit there. Remember, no bodkin in. That was an issue earlier for Andy in the very first game. That's just basic stonks. I really needed to get my degree in stonksology going. Oh, whiffing that demo ship right there. Oh, at least he didn't take the big demo ship hit. Remember, though, those Bengali ships do heal over time. They're apparently the only ones that have sailors who can make onboard repairs. No more demos there. Oh, and those fishing ships are going to need to flee as well. All the low HP fires being pulled back, and these are some very good fights. And, I mean, Andy just isn't making anything here on the water, at least not enough. Uh-oh, this is going to be a huge crunch in favor of Hearttt. And that's a lot of ships going down right there for FreakinAndy. So many to Davy Jones locker. Or whatever the equivalent is in Italy. Redemption coming in. We have the double monastery here. Wait a minute. Why is he not making a castle? He spent all that time mining stone. There are tariffs on the stone. To get redemption. Yeah, but never go into a clown fight against a guy who has a fish boom and is also playing as Bengalis. It's actually a demo ship that doesn't do anything. Unless the ships are actually getting sunk, the demos are, at this point in the game, not actually useful. Because you have no way to actually get guaranteed damage over time.
Hey.
One-shot fires? Yeah, maybe. Although I'm always really hesitant about any sort of buff involving demos. And getting clapped. Well, I mean, the thing is, he didn't really keep on with the galley production. He ended up going for a lot. Oh no. Oh no. Come on, don't be ridiculous, Andy. Okay, is he... This is a little much, guys. Is he like not happy about having to play late or something? Like, this is just insane. So much for an exciting last series of the day. Okay, well, I guess he's canceling it or something. Oh my goodness, guys. 9 fishing ships now for Hearttt, who's just freely fish booming. Yeah, this is kind of rough. So monks with redemption is something that is inherent to the player and not the unit. So if you convert a monk with redemption, you do not gain redemption for that monk. Same with atonement. Uh-oh. Now we're gonna play leapfrog with converting the monks. Which you convert one monk, and then it can convert another monk, and another monk, and another monk, etc. Yeah, unfortunately, guys, like, the first game was very good. It's just, the game's got worse from there. I mean, Bengalis were really bad before they got armor on their monks. Like, remember, Bengalis launched and they were a terrible civ. On Not Nomad is noteworthy. It sure is, although I think that it was a little weird that Andy didn't even really try to, like, go mass galleys. But Hearttt did a really good job of sailing away from the galleys and buying time until he had too many fires to handle. That was very well done. It actually used to be Slavs who got the monks with extra armor, but that was only via unique tech. Hindustanis were... I mean, if you count... Launch Indians were like one of the worst civs in the history of Age of Empires. Launch Hindustanis with Dynasties of India were very OP. And so were Gujaras. Alright, guys, here we go! Vulili! Vulili! Oh my goodness, it's so exciting! Does Hearttt have devotion? Yeah, he does. I was like, if he didn't have devotion, that was some terrible monk luck, but no, he does have devotion. Yeah, unfortunate for this last series of the day. Yeah, launch Dravidians were really bad, too. Although, I mean, Dravidians were, like, not that much worse. Unfortunately, this is one of those situations where I don't know what to tell you guys. Although it does mean that tomorrow will be Hearttt versus Barrels, which should be really exciting, because I actually have not watched any of Barrels' sets, I think. I've always just been casting other ones. Honestly, this is actually a nice pop-out here for Andy. Yeah, launch Bulgarians were similar to the current Bulgarians, except Konix were ridiculously OP. The only reason that the ladder wasn't filled with people picking Bulgarians and spamming Konix was because humans were even more OP. Because remember, Konix used to have the same base reload speed as a knight, but now it's much slower before the upgrade stirrups. Honestly, guys, as far as fights could possibly go, this is actually pretty good for Andy, in all seriousness. As a counter to Cumans, now Cumans were still more OP. Cumans are the second most OP civ of all time, except for Death Star, Teuton Death Stars. Launch Humans and the Teuton Death Stars were the only civs that were so strong that they were actually banned in tournaments. Not because they were bugged, but just because they were that strong. No, Andy's not devoted. Oh, no, never mind, he's devoted. He got it when I was busy not paying attention. I mean, they had generic paladins at launch. They were not affected by stirrups. Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on. Am I being too much of a doomer? Guys, the Genpos are wrecking. He's gonna have ballistics in a second. And he can make another castle here. Is he clowning hard enough? Like I said, the run in there with the Genoese crossbow was really good. Oh, are we back, guys? I think the castle's gonna go down. I don't think there's a Vil blocking. Uh-oh, guys, I think we have a game. I think Ornlu's not gonna get to relax just yet. Oh, dueling castles. Oh, but the Vils are derping out. Oh my goodness. The scores are close. There's still Voolalooing happening. Remember, guys, Andy has some of the best monk micro in the world, in all seriousness. Okay, the castle's gonna go up, obviously. Oh, those could be some nice conversions. Only one is not super impressive. And look at Andy just immediately queues up the petards, man. 30 more boring minutes? I don't know, guys. That's a lot of arrows on that castle. 13 arrows versus just the 5. 4? Oh. Andy's hill, it's actually, I think, only 3 elevation, Dodo. It's actually not that big of a hill. It just looks large because the castle is, you know, in the foreground, you know, perspective and all that. Anyway, yes, Andy has a lot of idols, but so long as he can keep on making the petards, he's actually going to be okay. Oh my goodness, this is not a game that would make Hearttt happy, that's for sure. Okay, Heartt's gonna come in here with castle number 2, and Andy's actually run out of resources for petards. Andy's ahead in villagers. Andy's killed 33 Vils this game, guys. Still, Heartt's coming back in the army now, but remember, Hearttt has 11 fire ships in his army right now, which do literally nothing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, guys. If we're real quiet, I think Hearttt might end up missing the Genpos. I think he might miss them if we're really quiet.
Hey.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, man. I wasn't sure if I had it in me to get hyped at this point in the stream, but I guess we do, with Hearttt taps out and Andy's not dead yet. Oh, my goodness. Hearttt not respecting the clowning. He had the 31 conversions to 20. He had more monks made. But honestly, guys, it was the Genoese crossbowmen that just swooped in, killed all those monks. And we thought it was over. I at least thought it was over. But, you know, like I say, I know a lot about AoE. I do this for a job and all that. But I learn something every day. And I'm always getting surprised when casting, and it is just a joy. Anyway, that was a wild end to the game. Andy keeping his hopes alive. So that was Bedouins, and then not Nomad. In's not Nomad. Getting paid? Oh, you should. Disaster. Was it a sudden disaster, though? Oh, another interesting matchup, guys. Lookout's given us some really good Civ matchups, and that is indeed the next map. Name every villager?
Villager times infinity.
Yeah, it's going to be some good sets tomorrow, guys. And remember, we have another qualifier next week, but it's only for 2 slots. And that qualifiers are going to be, what, minus MBL plus Villasa, Valos, and Z40? And maybe Jordan? Where Civ right now is Bulgarians. They have no niche. Water in my eyes? I'm American, man. I'm a red-blooded American. Alrighty, guys. Oops. We'll give Andy his orange. How rarely do we get to see players pick orange? Cav archers, then they just become Mongol Cav archers. Isn't the design space for it? Alrighty, guys. This is fun. First time I'm seeing Saracens on this map. Andy, he's still up against the wall, but we've seen multiple reversed sweeps today. And he's going to be the Saracens down there. And still 1 game away from a match tomorrow. It will be Hearttt in the purple as the Vietnamese to the northeast. So, what do we think of the Civ matchup? To me, any Saracens matchup feels like it can work if you sort of can use the market effectively, can bounce between your army, different army compositions effectively. But it's still going to be a bit tough. Elite Mamluks still kill basically everything in late game. I do not know why they were not nerfed a little bit more. I've only seen Berbers on this map once. Maybe ice cold all day? Okay, well, there you go. Yeah, Tommy Slot Mission 3 was the one where it was like the A to B scenario, but it was really tough. Berbers can work on Acropolis, but I'd rather have a Civ that's more feudal age oriented. But we'll see, we'll see. I think he still has Lithuanians for that, right? But yeah, Vietnamese, they're just such a steady Eddie Civ. They have a solid eco, and they do both skirmishers and cav archers well, which are like all of the things you want in the current meta. On top of that, you also have a great unique unit in the Rattan Archer. So, 2 very well-rounded civs here, but in different ways. You shall see. I mean, Saracens can also go cav archers quite well. He won the DM tournament more recently than Leary won Red Bull. Is that a thing? Anyway, Hearttt going up on 19 pop here. This map is open enough that you still need to, you know, click up pretty aggressively. Guys, wouldn't it be awesome if Andy FC'd? I say, literally just as I say that we never see FC on this map. He's queuing up more Vills, guys. And Heartt's not the kind of guy who's going to open with a Men-at-Arm rush with the Vietnamese on this map. Ooh-hoo-hoo. But he doesn't have loom! What are you doing? Oh my goodness. He still doesn't have loom! Are you ready, guys? Are you ready? Research in loom makes your villagers harder to kill. To research loom, click the town center and click the research loom button. Anyway, Andy is actually still not walled yet, in all seriousness, and that could be an issue as we do have the militia coming forward in Hearttt, recognizing that Andy is full walling. It's like, okay there, Mr. Andy. Alrighty. You ready to click up? Because your opponents could be going for a drush or hitting feudal edge quickly, and you have villagers that are very far flung from your base. God, he's nailing every villager. Alrighty, so let's see what the plan is beyond the fast castle. Looks like the tiger wanted to come say hi, but remember, this is a lookout. Yeah, he did click up without Loom, because Loom is apparently for cowards. Oh! Oh, the willow tree! Oh... Why is Andy not full walled, guys? Oh, man. This is making me nervous. I guess that's walled? I'm not too sure, to be honest. Does the scout win? Perfectly calculated. Okay, there's the market, but the thing is you can't build a tower because for this to work at all, you need to sell stone. Oh, look at that. Okay, at least Loom is coming in. So here's the thing. The play here from Hearttt is very standard. It's not bad, and I think it is actually a very good adaptation upon seeing the heavy early walls, seeing your opponent is Saracens to go for the men-at-arms. There's no way that was actually the initial plan to go men-at-arms. But here we go. He just Saracen.exe'd. No, it's no market blacksmith, it's range market, so we can't go for siege. Now, Hearttt does not have fletching in yet. Literally, as I say that, of course, he clicks it. Andy has no vills on food. That's not great. Hearttt doing a great job of targeting the forward pushes here. I mean, I guess CA. I guess. But you're still a minute 22 from Castle Age. Good micro there from Hearttt. Seeing the one skirmisher. I mean, res collected are still relatively even, all things considered. Horse collar coming in. Oh boy. And just fall back with the houses. Remember though, no blacksmith, so no siege workshop can be made. And you don't have a stable, so it's not like you could make a knight or anything. Unless he built one over here. Which he did not. Well, he doesn't have any farms yet, so at this point, yes, horse collar is objectively a mistake. Oh, he's going for FC Boom! Oh no, guys, he's gonna go full Ornlu. Oh no, he's full walling FC booming on an open map. Oh no. Oh no, this is literally what I do on open maps because I'm so bad at feudal age micro. That's incredible. Okay, yeah, you do need to pull all the vills over here. In this case. Come on, guys, you just gotta believe. This is absolutely my dream. Look at this. He's defended. Now, Hearttt isn't horrendously far from clicking up. He's, in fact, pretty close. But still. He's not that far behind in resources, and Hearttt is 6 vills ahead of his counterpart, remember. There's the blacksmith coming in. Market wall. Will it work? I mean, I have my doubts. I do like that he's rewalling, though, in all seriousness. Alright, so villager is escaping. I mean, it has been a flawless defense as far as it goes. I don't think what Hearttt is doing is bad. I think it's interesting that he is not towering, because remember, you have forward villagers. He could tower Andy if you wanted to, or he could have, past tense. Can't do that now. But chose not to. He wants a bit of a better castle age time. But his eco upgrades aren't great. He just has double bit axe. He has worse eco upgrades than Andy. Okay, skirms are going to go down. Siege workshop almost in. This is just where you go for a scorpion. One farm. all you need. It's almost like humans-ish. At the same distance?
I think if we did the math, they would be slightly closer.
Here's the thing. Scorpion is almost out, but that is a market that's going to go down very soon. Unless you just get Hearttt to turn away, which I don't think he should. I mean, the market was almost down, man. He just charged the Scorpion. Ooh. I think Hearttt might be being a little too conservative here. Was told there'd be no math. No, the market is just there as a cheap wall. No, I think he should have gone after the market, not because of the wood it would destroy, but because he could then still apply pressure. Because the Scorpion would still have to run away if the units just tried to micro into the range of the Scorpion, and villagers would struggle to repair. I mean, this is literally his only army. And now the Scorpions are going to be chasing away the men-at-arms. Crossbowman comes in. But I feel like you have to be taking this one aggressively, because the longer this goes on, the more Andy is just chilling. He's able to gather from his forage bushes again. Heartt's actually just now getting Loom himself. Alright, Siege Workshop coming in. I love this, though, from Hearttt. This is awesome. Siege Workshop at the side, right where the outpost isn't, where you know you're going to be getting a good angle. That said, Andy seems to suspect something, as we do have an actual mango coming in. Not a peach, not a pear, but a mango. Honestly, you can do just buy a little bit of time there. Yeah, a little buy of just enough time for the Scorps to go there. Still, this is going to be a strong amount of pressure from Hearttt, who is adding in another TC behind this. This is no all-in. He also has a Bowsaw as well, so good eco upgrades. Except Heartt's actually ahead in resources right now, although Andy is naturally quite far ahead in the villager count. And he just adds a third TC! Oh, I love this from Hearttt. Look at this. Wow, great unit positioning there. Yeah, there's going to be some dead bills. And it's only now that you actually have Andy losing bills. And of course, micro down here is going to be critical. There is a build here with which to repair as Hearttt. Okay, villagers actually shanked down those 2 units, which is kind of cute. Another mango coming out, another mango already out, and yet Hearttt still has the momentum. 500 resources ahead. Archers are still peppering those villagers from the side. Big beautiful willow. It's all about the big beautiful willow, guys. But guys, this looks scarily like one of my games, and they don't end well usually. But at the very least, this is going to be interesting. Nicely done. Okay, now it no longer looks like my games because I lose that mangonel instantly every time. If you can get the... Oh! Oh, the archers are uphill and they're Vietnamese! Oh, that's huge there for Hearttt. Gets the mangonel. He now has the 2-to-1 advantage with another one on the way. I mean, the Siege Workshop is working at 100% efficiency. That's still going to be an uphill shot, even if Hearttt isn't paying attention, which he wasn't. I mean, not ideal, but not the end of the world. Yeah, there are no monks out, so at the very least, the damage is, at least for the time being, permanent. Yeah, this is where it ceases looking like an Ornlu game. Okay, that should be a mangonel kill, so that's, in fact... Uh-oh! Oh, he doesn't even have another one coming out! Oh, this might be serious, guys. Oh, I'm not too sure how you keep that Siege Workshop alive. He's going to try and run into repair, but that's where the crossbowmen come in. Scorpions are just kind of derping around the front here. And Andy has, at this point, caught up in the villager count, but this is looking really rough. Yeah, this was a perfect angle for Hearttt to attack from. Hearttt himself has it, and he just adds a 4th TC. Alright, knights are coming out. Remember, Hearttt has no monastery. I mean, there's like a foundation one there, but I think he lost the forward villager, and so it's just not getting built, unless he built one at home. I don't see that being the case. Alrighty, guys, do you think Andy's got it in him here? Res are even. Hearttt still has the way superior army, though. Andy's got another Mangonel coming out. Well, those are skirmishers getting squashed. It's a significant Vil lead. What is that pathfinding? Oh, that's triggering. Oh no, Neely! Neely! Alright, more Mangonels coming in. Alright, I assume Heartt's paying attention. I have the utmost confidence Heartt's paying attention. There you go. Was Heartt blocking? Was it Heartt blocking? The knight looked like he was derping on itself there. Heartt was blocking. He was absolutely blocking and part of it, but I thought at the end it was just pathfinding. Like, it should have gotten that one last hit in, right? Anyway, guys, still more Mangonels here for Heartt. That should be a dead... No, not a dead Mangonel. Oh, good micro there here from Andy. Oh my god! Guys! 11 hours in the stream! I am not emotionally prepared for a Mangonel hit like that. Oh my goodness. Andy's trying to bring us to a game 5, guys. Oh, that's gonna be another one! Oh my goodness. Elite Skirm coming in. This game is so swingy. All you European viewers who it's like, what, 1 in the morning or something like that? Sorry, you're not allowed to go to bed. Tomorrow's Sunday, you can sleep in. Oh, and Full Metal Zim, thanks for gifting the sub to Tatito. Good luck on your set tomorrow, Tato. And he just was like, woke up today and became Hera. And look at this, now he can even go for Mameluke soon because he's been mining stone for the castle here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, guys. I mean, a few Mamelukes can come out. They're very good at sniping. What? Holy cow! Andy ate his Mangonel micro Wheaties. Alright, Mameluke production has begun. I think I am a masochist, guys. I would be so hyped for a game 5. All right, Knight is gonna snag that Mangonel, so nice win there for Heartt. All right. Oh, fortified wall for a second. Not quite. Okay, Ballistic's gonna come in now for the skirmishers, but the Mamlukes are just gonna be a great all-around unit. They're good against the Mangonels. You can use them to raid. Now, Heartt does have 16 bills on stone. I mean, we haven't really had much reason to look at Heartt's base this game, but he is getting his eco down. He has, like, at least an okay villager count. But Andy obviously ahead in resources. That's the sort of thing Heartt needs. Andy, though, still slightly ahead in the overall resources destroyed. Like, we got some more ranges coming in now. Is this also Heartt blocking, guys? I think this is Heartt blocking right there. That was definitely Heartt blocking. Yeah, Niaz, now he's down 0-2. Yeah, I casted the series versus Niaz. That was wild. It really does happen a lot recently. All right, handcart coming in here for Heartt. Love the stone walls on the side. And looks like Mamluks are coming in to do a little bit of raiding. Neither player is that close to Imp, but the timings could be pretty similar, honestly. Okay, nice kill there, and this castle's like almost smack dab in the middle of the map. Really nice position. Because I'm wrong? I'm like wrong more than I'm right. Can barely watch? Tell me about it. Alright, padded archer armor coming in. Oh, she actually is still missing a lot of blacksmith upgrades there for the Hermie bros. That said, all of those upgrades are going to slow down your Imperial Age time a little bit. Heartt is not investing into anything except villagers, and with a little bit of market usage, that can turn into Imperial Age quickly. I love this castle to the south, though, for Andy. It secures him a bit more map control, and it gives him a castle that has the high ground, potentially, in a Treb war here. I mean, to be fair, okay, I was going to say that there isn't anything to kill 2 Mamelukes, but if they run into the enemy TC, this is win or go home, yes, for Andy. Obviously, Heartt can afford to lose this game, in which he would go to Game 5, which, what map would that be? That would be on Acropolis, Game 5. Okay, the imp timing, it's a little faster for Heartt, but nothing that significant. He adds in a 4th TC on the way up, gets Heavy Plow, so certainly not neglecting his tech or eco. Yeah, 2 relics in here for Andy, none for Heartt. These villagers really don't want to live, guys. Another Mangonel hit there. Man, just think about how much this game turned on its head when it came to the 2-for-0 Mangonel hit there from Andy. Like, he was looking like he was just going to get snowballed by this really nice side push from Heartt, but sometimes you just need to make it work, and that's what he was doing. Fire Lancer plus Imp Scar, but more Mamelukes. And also SO, because who cares? You're Saracens. You have the market. Yes, there is a second qualifier next week. And I am pretty darn sure both players, if either player loses this series, they would be playing next week. Just build a castle with 1 bill. Who cares? Win or go to bed. Alright, gold shaft mining incoming. I still would like to see handcart, of course, especially getting into Imperial Age. Really no reason not to if you're in a high eco game like this. Still, the Mameluke numbers are at 2. It's not especially impressive. And you still have plenty of archers here for Heartt. He's going to be switching over into skirmishers. Remember, you've got that nice free conscription as Vietnamese when you hit Imperial Age to start churning out units. I mean, it's not like Heartt has a bad eco. He's on 106 bills with good eco upgrades. Looks like these bills have evacuated for now. Saracens is 19? 19. Up. Oh, gotta be careful. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Heartt swinging back, guys. He's got Bracer. Bracer danger. Oh, that's going to be rough there for Andy. What's happening on the other side? 4 trebuchets on the way. Guys, I don't think Orange wants to lose a Treb war. Oh my god, this is going to be so many dead bills, though. Andy. Oh, the Mangonel weakened so many units, but nice micro there from Heartt. Is this little crossbowman raid his ticket back into the game? Holy cow. Oh my goodness. Okay, there's a splat. Guys, and Andy, I don't think is interested in losing this Treb war. Andy, 4 Trebs with 3 more on the way. Yeah, I mean, Heartt has still got a lot of value out of those crossbowmen for sure. He's got Imp Skirms coming in, and they are better than generic skirmishers. Who would have thought? Heartt still absolutely has a route to victory in this one. But Andy back up to the Trebbing. He's kind of going after the enemy Trebs, which I don't love. Bombard Cannon coming in here for Heartt. And yeah, that sure is that game happening. The thing is, Andy's actual army count of, like, units is quite low. Castle up there on the side, I like that a lot here for Heartt as well. That said, Andy still has more stone. Okay, he does get 1 enemy Treb. He's got 7 Trebs! 7! And yet Andy's eco still, like, again, for someone who's so far ahead in resources, Andy doesn't have that great of a tech, other than a ton of trebuchets. Bombard, nice positioning there for Heartt. Gonna get the Treb kill right there. No real way to prevent that. And now none of the Trebs are attacking a castle. I don't know about that one, guys. Heartt just needs to look at the Bombard Cannon, and there is no way he loses it.
Okay, now some more Mamluk upgrades coming in, but they aren't in yet. And Heartt's now the one with the army lead. His army is so much cheaper. And that's the issue with Saracens, is that their army is very expensive. Vietnamese don't have that problem. More repairs here are needed. That bombard cannon is getting sniped, though. And yet, Heartt streaming units forward. The numbers are just not that impressive here for Andy. Heartt is just making more and more army. Got some units over there on the side. Andy's spending a ton of time and resources trying to repair that castle, and he's just kind of making skirms that are worse than his opponent's skirms. That said, there is another trebuchet that's gone down. Oh, that's another treb going down. Okay, sometimes the treb shots just hit for you. Mamluk numbers are still really unimpressive. I mean, even if he wants to go for them, which I'm not even sure at this point. All right, a few more repairs there, but again, with, you know, basically any kind of micro. Oh my god, another bombard dies, though. That's giving Andy some critical time. I guess those units are getting whittled down, but Andy, like, he doesn't have an army. He's lost a lot of trebs. Resources destroyed are actually pretty much even, although Andy does overall have more resources. It feels a bit weird. Heartt's ahead in both food and wood, and Andy just has way more gold and stone, but that's not gonna last forever. He's used a lot of that gold and stone just to buy food and wood. So although the resources collected are in favor of Andy indeed, it's not quite as much as you would think. Yeah, I mean, the wood eco, not great. Still not having handcart isn't ideal. And honestly, I think Heartt might just start to muscle his way through FreakinAndy's base. And he still is not developing an army. And Heartt just keeps on mixing in a few imp skirms, a few crossbowmen, and it's so cheap. I mean, a couple relics are nice. That's not something you can afford to let happen, is losing trebs to bombard cannons. Uh-oh. Is he only on 2 ranges? Got 7 skirms there queued up? Okay, the bombards can help buy you time. Another castle there at the back. Andy is out of stone, though. Heartt's castle here has taken 7,000 damage. Andy's has taken 11,000. Castle taking only 600. Okay, the world's jankiest push is happening over here on the right side. And Heartt might have to invest something a bit more into dealing with that. Where are the bombards? There's one over there. No siege engineers feels like a bit of a crime at this point, to be honest. Those vills are having to evacuate. Obviously not exactly what Heartt wants. Populations are still similar. Andy with 152 vills, and yet it doesn't even feel like it. +4 defense is going to be big, but, like, you need army. You need the army, man. And I'm just not seeing it. So little gold to play with. You don't have the infrastructure here for hussars. And this is where Saracens can really start to struggle, is if you just spend all of your gold buying food and wood, there's just going to come a time where you need gold because it's starting to run out on the map. Now you're trying to make a switch into light cav, but your eco balance is not very well set up for it, and Heartt has so much siege, 5 bombard cannons and 3 trebuchets, and he even has way more stone that he can add in if he really wants to. And this is looking worse and worse here for FreakinAndy. As Heartt is pushing his way. He has so much of a larger army. He's ahead in the KD. He's way ahead in the resources destroyed. And look, that 50 more units made this game by Heartt. He's just making skirms and a few crossbowmen and arbs. And there just really isn't that much of a solution to that. All those uphill hits. It does feel like Heartt's been doing a better job of making use of hills on this map than has Andy. And still no handcart again. Feels very wrong. Andy lost 82 vills and counting, and it seems like Heartt might just be a little too good here. Yeah, maybe instead of investing so much in the Treb War, which he didn't even actually win, because Heartt just went right for bombard cannons and was able to stall out as Andy spent very little time actually going after castles. think he just needed an army. You're going to Skirm plus Light Cav. And Hearttt still never picked up any relics, which does feel not correct. And he still has 149 bills. Okay, there's Handcart finally, but you want to be getting Handcart at the very latest on your way to Imperial Age here. Those are some solid hits. Nice kill there. The Light Cav have no attack upgrades, so they're not even all as that great as the Andy just isn't getting any kills. Hearttt coming in with a forward castle here. As Hearttt is just systematically obliterating all of Andy's defenses. He has almost how many castles before? Some big number. Yeah, no less armor on the skirms makes them not as good as you need them to be against archers. And right now, you can just see that Hearttt has this ability to make so many more units and just sort of fling them at the front lines, and having just enough siege and forcing Andy to spend so many resources repairing as he's getting paper money. And it's just not quite enough here for our orange player. Very, very good game. Last game had a wild finish, but I think Andy knows it's totally over, and GGGL next comes in, and Hearttt gets the 3-1 victory. Lots and lots of archers, skirmishers. The Mangonel Wars were exciting. I mean, Andy almost made it work, but that early Imperial Age, Hearttt was honestly doing a lot better. Andy with more of everything collected, but like I said, it's using the market a lot limits the amount of gold and stone you have, and he never actually had the correct type of tech. And that's a really tough situation to overcome. And of course, Hearttt played it very, very well, able to make it work in the Treb and Bombard Cannon fights. That was a lot of fun, though, at the end. Alrighty, guys. We had an 11-hour stream 2 days ago, 6 hours yesterday, and 11 hours today. So hopefully it's maybe closer to the 6-hour mark tomorrow. But it was a lot of fun, guys. Thank you all so much for watching. It was a wild stream today. I'll be back tomorrow, 14 GMT. We have 3 best of 3s, or 7s. 3 best of 7s. Here, I should probably show you guys. We have ACCM versus Sebastian. Then, then Tato versus Nikov. And then Hearttt versus Barles. Alrighty. Oh, is it 12 GMT? Alright, so Mem's going to be getting offline too, so I'll go ahead and raid MBL. Anyway, thank you so much for watching, everybody.